Wel dames. One. Wel dames en here, baie welkom en goeiemiddag aan een en almal wat ingeskakel is op ons livestream. Ons is reeds lewendig op die internet. Vir iedereen, vir elk van julle wat 'n kaartjie gekoop het vir die 2021 1660 SummerSlam by Mega Oval hier op Kleinplasie Worcester. Lekker klompie karre wat nog daar steeds in die Kuipe area is. Baie van hulle reeds uitgekom en geparkeer hier op die binnebaan. En drivers 1 2 1 1 as 1 1 2. Reg, ons probeer op daai kanaal. So ja, weer eens welkom aan een en almal hierso by Mega Oval op Worcester, waar ons vandag lekker aksie gaan hê hier vir die 2021 1660 SummerSlam en natuurlik ook die tweede ronde van die Tar vs Dirt 1660 Challenge. Eerste byeenkoms wat laas naweek daar by die Kaapse Jaagduivels was op die teer en baie van daai manne wat dan saam kom kuier het vandag hierso by die 1660 SummerSlam en die tweede been van daai challenge. Karre is nog steeds besig om uit te kom uit die Kuipe area uit. Sodra almal hier is, gaan ons oomblikie van stilte hê, dat die beamptes hier so gou die nodige goedjies kan doen en die reëlings kan tref met die drywers in die drywersvergadering en daarna sal ons begin met die aksie. My naam is FC Nieuwoud. Ek gaan lekker kuier saam met julle hier vanmiddag by Mega Oval en later sal ons ook gejoin word hier deur Gary Fleming en Frankie Jennis wat al die pad die Kaap uitkom. Hulle is op die oomblik daar besig by die Killarney International Raceway met die Power Series en hulle gaan sodra hulle daar klaar is deurskiet Worcester toe en by ons aansluit hierso. Ons gaan nou so rukkie van die lug af gaan. Geniet die sights and sounds wat julle sien hierso by Mega Oval terwyl die beamptes die nodige dokumentasie met die drywers doen. Al dit bring ons dan tot 'n einde aan die drywersvergadering. En ons gaan al die drywers gou oomblik die kans gee om terug te kom by hulle karre en dan gaan ons 'n minuut van stilte hou vir 'n paar groot geeste wat ons verloor het hier by Mega Oval in Worcester in die algemeen. En daarna gaan ons die bekende Start Your Engines doen, soos wat ons altyd doen hierso by Mega Oval. Maar ons gaan net gou vir eers almal 'n kansie gee. Ons vra ook dan vir almal hier op die paviljoen wanneer ons die oomblik van stilte hou om saam met ons te staan en julle keppies af te haal wanneer ons daai minuut van stilte doen. Terwyl die 1660 challenge drywers terugstap na hulle karre toe. Dames en here, ons gaan vra vir almal hier rondom die baan, op die binnebaan by die karre, om asseblief regop te staan, julle keppies af te haal vir 'n oomblik van stilte vir 'n paar groot geeste wat ons verloor het die afgelope paar maande. 'n Groot gees wat ons almal baie goed geken het was Osaki Joubert, wat vir baie jare aan die stuur was hierso van Kleinplasie Worcester. En ons het hom ongelukkig laas jaar verloor aan die stryd van kanker. En dan ook onlangs oom Alwyn Trieter en oom Neil Rix is ook twee manne wat baie jare se effort ingesit het hierso by Mega Oval. En ongelukkig het ons hulle afgestaan aan COVID. En ons sê vir hulle ook groot, ons dink aan hulle families in hierdie moeilike tyd. So mense, asseblief, hier op die paviljoen staan vir ons, verwyder julle keppies, en dan is 'n minuut van stilte vir Osaki Joubert, Alwyn Trieter en Neil Rix. Ons sê vir julle baie dankie. Reg trouwens, julle kan vir ons inklim in julle karre dat ons kan begin met die aksie hier vir die 2021 1660 SummerSlam. As my kollegas Frankie en Gary Fleming ook dan hier instap en ons net betyds al die pad daar van Kilani af. Het lyk daarom of die drywers min of meer gereed is. So hier gaan ons. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines! 2021 1660 SummerSlam about to start as Dirk Bosman is the first man out. He is in the 1660 class in the 104 golf. We've got Weerman van der Merwe Jr. out there in the 102. Whole gaggle of drivers out there. Marco Gericke. Then we've got Ian Hennen. Francois Miller in the Wingfield Motors 2.1 Tigra. Tristan Bland is out there. 103 cars went into the draw and made it into the draw. Unfortunately, we had a couple of withdrawals. Sergio Abrams, one of the guys that unfortunately had to withdraw from today's proceedings. That motor not being done in time. They worked through the night to get the car ready, and unfortunately it just was not enough. But he is here, and he will be spotting us around the course of the evening and giving us some information from the pit area. Rowan Jordan Poloni in that yellow Sevier Bowers Golf is out there, and just give us a moment to do a bit of a sound check here with my colleagues that have just arrived.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. One. 1, 2, I say. Right, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, with Frankie and Gary just arriving in the nick of time here, I'm going to head down to the infield for the pictures of heat number 1. Like we said, 103 cars went into the draw, and those are all the guys that you see out there today with all the midgets and V8s and everybody else in the back of the pits, all waiting eagerly to get out on track. We're going to start off with the stock rods, a whole big group of them out there. I think it's about 16 of them out in the stock rods. Arad Versaghi, Gideon van Sail, Grant Seister, Jacques Bauer, J.D. van den Berg, Jandre Versaghi, Jandre Wessels, Janine Els, Lloyd Skyf, Leon de Jager, Marco Gericke, Marlene Nel, Nastasia Whitehorn, Petrus Ferreira, Rudy van Noordwijk en Stefan Swart. Soos ons gesê het, ongelukkig Sergio Abrams wat uit is, hy daai enetjie uit. Engine wat nie betyds klaar was vandag nie, en ongelukkig baie hartseer man wat hier so langs die baan staan is Sergio in die stockrod klas. Maar van my kant af, lekker om julle hier saam met ons te hê op Worcester vir die 2021 1660 SummerSlam. Saam met ons hier so Frankie Hennis en Gary Fleming. Julle het al van Frankie gehoor. Goeiemiddag Gary.
Well folks, good day to one and all, and everybody at home watching us. Thanks very much for purchasing the tickets. That's how we get to pay the bills, to be able to carry on with the racing. Vir diegene wat het gemaak het na die baan toe. Het was nog altyd lekker geweest om 'n pitmac te wees. No doubt about it. It's the best job in the world, being a pitmac. It's the only way you can get to all the different racetracks. Iedereen elkeen van julle welkom. Dis lekker. Ons het 'n kans om weer wedrenne aan te bied. Please listen to the instructions from the marshals. and ensure that we are 100% COVID-19 compliant to ensure that we can get follow-up opportunities to be able to go racing at Kleinplasie Mega and all other VUMSA entities throughout South Africa, that we make sure that we are compliant to ensure that everybody gets the necessary go-ahead until such time as the COVID-19 problem is solved. Well, folks, a big thanks to JD van der Berg and all of his helpers that have spent lots and lots of time during the last couple of days for all to get everything done. You can see there's a whole lot of tires that have been planted through both corners. They've made it that the tire just sticks out, and painted the top ends of that white. Won't be like that for long, but still. And that'll give the clerk of the course a much better indication as to anybody that is cutting the corners just a little. A big thanks to the marshals doing duty today. I see Anton's there on the infield, Nicola, Marius, and everybody else on this side. Our regular flag man that always indicates to us the laps to come and laps to go. And then the ladies sitting here behind us that do all the mathematics while trying to watch and enjoy the racing as well, apart from the work that they do behind the scenes to get all the entries in and all the necessary COVID-19 forms. Believe you me, massive amounts of, almost like to say unnecessary paperwork, but it's an evil that we have to live with. So, en iedereen elkeen van die mense, ook die mense wat in die Kuiper vir ons diens doen, they don't even get a chance to see the racing, and the people at the gate as well. I want to say vir die mense baie dankie. So Lloyd Scaife going to be on the pole position right up front. It's always a nice place to be. The 10 car on the front row. On the outside, that's Erhard Versaghi. The 73 on the second row of the grid on the inside is Leon de Jager. Looks like the 9 car of Marco Gericke is going to be pulling in there as well. Then we have Janine Els in the W4. Then we have Sheriff Moody, the Beer Couriers 15 car. On the third row of the grid on the outside, the 462 of Ashandre Versaghi on the fourth row. Then looks like further back we've got the 46, that's the dark purplish color. That's on the inside line. And that is Stefan Swart. I think it's the 18, that's a new look, Genre Vessels with the Golf in there behind that. It looks like the 59, that's the red Golf, that's Marilee Nel. We'll pick up the rest of the cars a little bit further back. Looks like the 118 is in there as well, that's Rudy van Noordwijk. The 7 a little bit further back, that's Jacques Bauer. The 224, that's Petrus Ferreira. Well, he'll be a pretty quick car driver combination, no doubt about that. Coming off the back of the pack, the lady racer, Nastasha Whitehorn. Whoa. What a job that's going to be. How do you come off the back of the pack with a group like this, and then you've got the likes of Lloyd Scaife that's right up front. You've got the likes of JD van der Berg, third row on the outside. You've got Janine Els. You've got Nel in there as well. Marilee Nel. Also pretty quick car driver combination. Petrus Ferreira, the 224. Sorry, Petrus Ferreira. So keep an eye from the back of the pack, the 88 car. How far can she get with this one? The green flag goes down and off the line they come, and Lloyd Scaife's going to get the whole shot. JD van der Berg trying to block that line. The 18 coming around the outside of Genre Wessels.
Right out of turn one, they come now. Hirika moves into that second position. Vasagi. 1-2.
1-2. Right there, we're back on again. Looks like we had a bit of an electrical problem. Looks like a kicked off. So it's Lloyd Scaife that leads out up front. We've got two cars that's standing in front of the pit gate. Two cars standing there, and the yellow flag comes out. The marshal dives out towards the track. Let's hope that there's no contact with any of the cars coming through the corner. Slow down, guys. Slow down, slow down, slow down. There we go. All's well that ends well. And right at the beginning of this race meeting, Frankie, already we have a situation where the cars are not in the order they're supposed to be, and that's where the hard work comes in for the ladies sitting behind us that have to now let the people down on the track know who should be where for the restart.
Well, yes, sadly we've lost Leon de Jager as well in that 73. He's pulled off there onto the infield, so that's the end of heat number 1-2.
All right, it looks like we're going to have a full restart, original positions, but it will be line astern.
1-2. So, here they come out of turn number 2 as...
So line 1-2, 9-2. So line astern, it's going to be Lloyd Scaife leading them out. Then it's the 9 that's in there behind that of Marco Gericke. Then it's Janine Els. Then it's JD van der Berg. Then it's 462 of Genre. Tell you what, Genre Wessels is, Genre Vasagi is going to have to go some from there. Keep an eye on Nastasia Whitehorn. She started at the back of the pack. She's already moved up 3 positions. So let's see how that one goes from there. Down the back main they go. The white flag is being held out. Gives them an opportunity just to catch your breath. JD van der Berg, Sheriff Moody, the 75 car just ahead of the 462 of Genre Vasagi. Well, Janine Els in 3rd position, no slouch whatsoever. They'll also be there and thereabouts. As they work their way, 1-2. So slowly down the back main they go. Well, there's a message that we've heard that the blue Golf, the front wheel is coming loose. Well, we'll soon find out which one it is. Looks like it's the 118. Yep, there the front wheel comes off on the 118 car. That is, oh dear, Van Noordwijk, the left-hand front was go. Oh, and Nastasia Whitehorn has obviously whacked something. She's got, she hit the wheel. So damage on the front of Nastasia's car. Let's hope that she can maybe get back out on track with that one. I don't know if she's heard something or felt something or just can't see. We'll have to leave that up to the clerk of the course. It was no wrongdoing of her own that happened. I don't know if there's repair time that's allowed for something like that. I don't think so under the VUMSA rules. No repair time. Oh, that was a bit of a tight one. The 144 coming off the circuit. So unfortunately, it's only according to the VUMSA rules. Remember, we've got the VUMSA and we've got the MSA. It's two completely different things under the VUMSA rule. Only if it's a first lap incident. And that, in fact, was not a first lap incident. It was a restart. So let's hope that she can get that one going. Well, that's a big knock for her points-wise. One of the top contenders in the 88 car. And not going to be... not being able to go any further.
All right, so 1-2, 1-2, 1-2.
So we get the 118 off the circuit. Left hand front, that's gone. Hopefully they'll be able to get that one sorted out. So this is going to be interesting stuff. Lloyd Scaife leading them around, the 9 car in there behind that of Marco Gericke. Then it's Janine Els. Then it's the 15 of Sheriff Moody. Then it's the 462 of Jandre Versaghi. The 18 car in behind that, that's the white Golf. That's Jandre Wessels. Then the NOL's Engineering 46 is Stefan Swart. Poppy Nell in the 59, then it's the 10 coming through behind that, that's the white Mark 1 Golf, that's Erhard Versaghi. So, let's hope for the best, yeah, one. Let's hope for the best for getting it going on the green flag. Frankie, take him away. So off the line they come, it's going to be a nice pull there with the 4-2-1. From that pole position, Linus Stern into turn number 1 is Janine Els in that 3rd position. She's got a lot of pressure from behind it. Sheriff Moody, the chairman of the Kleinplasie Raceway, right up onto the back of Janine Els. Janine right in there behind the number 9 car of Marco Gericke. Gericke holding on to that just a little bit further back. It is the 462. That is Jandre Versaghi. Jandre Versaghi, the 18 car pulls off onto the infield. Well, that's the end of that race for Jandre Wessels.
Right, so as they head down into turn number 2, it's Lloyd Scaife sits up the MP1. Marco Gericke is in second. Right there behind him is JD van der Berg. Then they come running through. Janine Els is in there. Petrus Versaghi followed there by Stefan Swart, Poppy Nell, Erhard Versaghi. That's at first group of about 7-8 cars. Through on the inside there of Janine Els goes Ferreira. He looks up on the inside of Marco Gericke, but he holds the line as they work their way out of turn number 2. But race lead up front still. Lloyd Scaife followed there by JD van der Berg.
Janine Els finds herself on the outside line and dropping just 1 position down before. Here goes JD van der Berg. JD van der Berg takes the inside line into the pit corner, just drifts it in with that Breedefield Couriers Golf. It's a super quick car driver combination. He moves ahead of the 4-2-1 of Lloyd Scaife, and the white one is Janine Els, the 4-6-2. Coming through behind that, that is Jandre Versaghi. Behind Jandre Versaghi is Poppy Nell. Behind Poppy Nell is the number 10 car of Erhard Versaghi as they work their way down the back main.
Right, so as they exit turn number 2, here they come now. It's JD van der Berg out there in P1. Lloyd Scaife in that 2nd place. He's lost a bit of ground there to van der Berg. And coming up behind them is Ferreira. Right behind Ferreira it's Els. Nell runs a bit wide. Versaghi sits in there behind Nell. That's at first group. Working its way down the back straight into turn number 2. But up front, running further and further down the road, is the number 15 car. The Breedefield Couriers Golf of race leader JD van der Berg, as he works his way out of turn 1, is a half a lap ahead of this 5-way dice for 2nd and 3rd.
Keep going.
So here they come down towards us now, heading down into turn number 1. It's now become a whole straight that is ahead of this 4-way dice now for that 2nd position out of turn number 1. Lloyd Scaife with major pressure on him. Ferreira sits right on his back bumper. Janine Els and Poppy Nell. So the 2 lady racers are sitting P4 and 5 and up on the inside. She has a look on the inside of Versaghi but runs wide. Poppy Nell has also run wide and now right behind them is Erhard Versaghi. Ferreira's on the infield. He's got a problem. He pulls off and that's all done and done. So the dice continues here for that 3rd place. Lucas gone through. Erhard Versaghi has moved up into that 3rd position. The 2 lady racers sitting there now behind him. He's got his nose ahead of Nell and of Els and is pulling away from both of them and is catching up onto the back end of second place man Lloyd Scaife.
Oh, Lloyd Scaife giving it a pretty good run at this stage of the fight, but Errol Fasaki in that 10 golf looking pretty neat, there's no doubt about it. Janine Els staying ahead there of the super duper quick Poppy Nell, 3 laps to go.
Right, here comes your leader past us, heading down into turn number 1. That's J.D. van der Berg. He's got Grant Seister behind him. That's a back marker, but here comes this fight for second place. Oh, right in between the tires. Goes out Fasaki, and here comes Janine Els. Janine Els now having a run on the outside of Fasaki, moves up into that third position. Fasaki drops down into P4. Not a far behind Fasaki is Poppy Nell. Fasaki has a squares up on the inside of Janine Els. And ahead of them is second place man Lloyd Scaife.
Errol Fasaki, climbing over the tires to stay away from contact there with the ER Autoworks car. That's a great battle between the two of them, and Poppy Nell's got a brilliant view of that battle. They make contact, Poppy Nell trying to close the gap and make that a 3-way battle. Janine Els finds herself in an awkward position, but he covers the track pretty neatly. Errol Fasaki having yet another go. Warning flag there for Errol Fasaki as the leaders on the last lap.
Checkered flag comes out for race leader and race winner J.D. van der Berg, Bredevuur Couriers. Second place is Lloyd Scaife. Lloyd Scaife in that second position, working his way out of turn 2 towards the checkered flag. 3, 4 and 5, Janine Els. Right behind Janine Els, Errol Fasaki, and right on his case is Poppy Nell.
Well, lots and lots of cars left on the infield. The 144 of the 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Well, looks like we're going to get the water truck out just to dampen it down just a little. We don't want to put too much water down there. So the car could... 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Right folks, we have a slight problem with the PA system. It is going out continuously over live feed, live stream. So you might hear us come and go on the grandstand. If that's the case, we will continue commentating because the live stream, which is going out live on YouTube worldwide, that is still continuing.
Right. 1 2. Well, next up will be the tap and spin course, the likes of Bronny Dick, Elton Matreus, Francois Burger, Francois van Walsleben, Gerald Alexander, Martin van der Westhuizen, Peter Lucas, and Tian Kluti. Oh, nice to see. We just got a message here from Wade Crimbier. Wade and Brian are in Ireland, in Dublin, and they said they've set up a room just for themselves to be able to watch the racing. So nice to know that even the guys that have moved overseas are watching us. And I know for a fact that LB Alexander and Jared Alexander that have also left on Tuesday evening, 7:15, back to the States. They have also bought their tickets, and they said they will be watching from where they are in America as well.
Well, it's all right, here we go with the tap and spin class. And Bronley Dick is the man that's in pole position. Martin van der Vesta is on his right there with that 12 car. Then we've got the 48 Beetle, that's Francois Berger. Francois Berger right in the house. Then that Datsun that's coming forward. That will be the 88 of Tian Klute. The rest of the cars just beginning to line up as the flag goes down. And away they go. Peter Lucas is in the house as well. Tian Klute has run up on the inside. Klute gets his nose up in P1. Ronnie Dick is there in second place. Here comes Peter Lucas, but Martin van der Westhuizen in the 12 car sitting on the outside. The Beetle coming through as well. That's Francois Berger. Berger moves up to P4. We'll have a look now at P3 on the inside of Martin van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen is sitting right on the outside. He wants a dry line as he works his way past us and heads down into turn number 1. Ronnie Dick is there as well. Here comes the 189 through. That's Elton Matruis. Matruis in the Cortina sitting there in P4. Then it's Berger. Behind Berger, it's Peter Lucas. And at the back, it's the number 10 car of Francois van Velsleben.
Martin van der Westhuizen doing what he does best, sitting right up against the wall, finding that drier line and just blows right around the outside of everybody. He's done it before, he's doing it again. You've got to be very, very accurate to get that right, to ride that close to the wall. As the 189 turns itself inside out, that's Elton Matruis that's turned around and will get it going again.
Right up front, it's still Tian Klute in P1. Martin van der Westhuizen and Bronley Dick in that second and third position. Francois Berger in the Beetle out there in that third position, followed there by Francois van Velsleben. However, out of turn number 1, down the back man they go. It's Klute that gets the Datsun slightly out of line, and look at Bronley Dick. Bronley Dick runs around the outside of van der Westhuizen, so does Berger. Van der Westhuizen in the 12 car got problems down the back straight.
Yeah, he's slaying right down his Martin van der Westhuizen. He's still going, but just the 10 car, Francois van Velsleben. That's a new car for van Velsleben. Looks like a Toyota Corona, if I've got it correct, is it? Yeah, it looks like the old shape Toyota Corona. And he finds himself in lots and lots of open space as Bronley Dick is doing a very good job out there, chased down by Francois Berger.
Well, it's all about those 3 cars working their way out of turn 2 pit corner, making their way down towards us. Tian Klute in the Datsun in P1. Francois Berger in second place in that Beetle. Bronley Dick sitting there in that third position. Oh, it was almost contact in turn 1 between the Datsun and the Beetle as the Beetle of Berger slid sideways. Always made contact with the back, the right rear of the Tian Klute Datsun as the 3 of them put a lap on Elton Matruis working out of turn 2.
Elton Matruis lost it and spun right around at the end of the front, made just 2 laps back. So with 3 laps to go, it's quite a battle up front. Look at the 46. I tell you what, he's having a lovely run, is Francois Berger. That's the yellow Beetle in that second position. And I do believe that he's going to take the lead right now. He goes right around the outside of everybody. So look at that, Francois Berger on his way to a possible maiden. Oh, here comes problems. Bang into the wall goes Elton Matruis, gets turned the opposite way around. There'll be a lot of damage on the front of that Cortina.
Well, Elton Matruis making hard contact with the wall on the outside just after the pit gate. And the full course yellow flags are out. The full course yellow flags out. I think we're going to end this one checkered and yellow. Yes, that means that the Beetle of Francois Berger comes across the line in P1. Second is Tian Klute. Third across the line will be Bronley Dick. He's making his way towards the line. Bronley Dick, he will finish there in that third position with the 188. That's the Datsun 188. Matruis will get to the checkered flag. It's a badly damaged car. The next man on the lead lap will be Peter Lucas in the Mazda 323. Martin van der Westhuizen is determined to bring that 12 Datsun to the line and pick up some minor points.
It might just... Well, it might just be a broken accelerator cable on the 12 car of Martin van der Westhuizen. So let's hope for his sake that it's just a broken accelerator cable or something similar, because it looks like it's just idling around, and yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that somebody picks up a problem like that.
Right, so the tap and spin cars make their way to the pit area, and we want to say hello to everybody out there, wherever you find yourself, be it in Cape Town, be it in South Africa, anywhere in the world that's watching this event from Mega Oval Kleinplasie Showgrounds in Worcester. We welcome you all. It's 4:30 local time here in South Africa, so wherever you find yourself out in the world, we hope that you are enjoying this live event. And this is the emptiest I've ever seen Kleinplasie Showgrounds for a race event, but things are the way they are. There's not a hell of a lot that we can do about it right now. And let's hope in the not too distant future we will be allowed to allow people back to watch our sport. At least we are very thankful and grateful to the powers that be that are allowing us to take part in and be able to do the sport that we love such a lot. Right, the pink stocks coming out there for the first race, 2, 4, 5, 7 ladies out there in the pink stocks. Mia Krichler is in pole position. Popinel sits on the outside, then Mina and Mia Ellis, they are on the second row of the grid. Charlene Anderson also coming through as well there. I see Unita Keen right at the back there. Team Hooligan Racing, the Wamsa flag is up and we're about to go racing as the flag drops. And away we go as they head down into turn number 1. Oh, that's Enna Fasaki in the West Cape Spares Golf. And the problems out there for one of the Ellis ladies, but down the backstride, look at Popinel. She's got the hammer down as she works down into turn number 2 into pit corner. Mia Krichler in that second position. The 2 Ellis lasses are sitting there in P3 and 4, but here comes Unita Keen. Unita Keen coming through as well. It is Mia and then Mina Ellis. They've been dropped down now to P4 and 5. Right behind them are Charlene Anderson and Enna Fasaki.
Oh, a very good drive there by the 24 car. Wow, look at that. Mia Krichler holding on to that second position very nicely, having come from the back of the pack. Anita King is definitely on a flyer, no doubt about it. It's a very clean sounding motor she's got with that rope access W122 car. But Mia Krichler, her best outing for a long time as she runs through there in that third position.
Well, it's all about race leader Popinel working her way out of pit corner to start another lap. Unita Keen is in that second place. That fight is really going on out there now for that third position between Mia Krichler there in P3 and P4 and 5. Mia Ellis followed there by Mina Ellis with Charlene Anderson not far behind them. That is that fight. We're watching the fight between the 24 car. That's the fight for third, fourth and fifth down the back straight. It is a Krichler that sits there in P3 and she's been hunted down by all the Ellis ladies take each other out. That's Mina Ellis that makes contact with Mia Ellis. And in so happening, Charlene Anderson has to slow down and stop as she had nowhere to go.
Well, that'll bring them all back together again, and that'll make for pretty interesting stuff. It'll bring Unita Keen right onto the back of Popinel. It'll take the 24 of Mia Krichler and put her right back there in the game as well. So from pole position with the 24, Mia Krichler in that third place behind 2 very quick car driver combinations in the form of Popinel and Unita Keen that came off the back of the pack. She was actually a long way back before the race started, and she did very well to catch up, go past everybody, and really up into that second position. So Mia Krichler with the 24, she must move up ahead of the blue Tony's car, back into that third position. Popinel will lead them around.
Yeah, the 24 of Mia Krichler working her way back around. She'll have to move into that third position, which she does. She'll pull in there just behind Nita Keen, just ahead of Mia and Mina Ellis. And the clock of the course shows that Mina Ellis has to go to the back of the field. So she must go there behind the West Cape Spares Golf of Enna Fasaki. So Mina Ellis moving right out the way. She lets Fasaki go through. She'll pull the 101 Golf right there behind Enna Fasaki. The two of them are going to have to just play catch up to get to the back of the fifth car of Charlene Anderson. As the white flag comes out, I'll circulate one more time before we go green once again.
Well, that car of Inafasaki, first time out on track, only got completed in the last week. Remember, Inafasaki wrote her car off, and West Cape Spares came to the party, gave her another body, and they said, well, you prepared to do that for us, we will do whatever we need to do to get it done in time. And they've done exactly that, and that car, it's the very first time it's turned a wheel in anger.
All right, we're about to go green once again as the ladies exit pit corner. That lead that Poppy Nell had is gone. She's got Nita Keen in second position right there with her. As Nita Keen climbs on the gas, so does Mia Krichler down into turn number one. Nita Keen goes out, she goes in, she does the out in there on Poppy Nell, but Nell holds the line. As they work their way down the back line, look at the speed that the Poppy Nell Golf has got as they work down into turn number two with Krichler in P3, and then it's Mia Ellis coming through. Behind Mia Ellis, Charlene Anderson, Mina Ellis, and at the back of the field, the number 11 West Cape Spares Golf of Enna Fasaki.
Well, I think it's utterly brilliant drive by Mia Krichler. The first time that we've seen her really back on the pace for a long, long time. She hasn't been happy with the handling of the car and just lost confidence completely. And now really going about it, locking up the brakes as she comes into the corner, carrying some good speed there, closing the line off as well. It looks like she's determined to hold on to that third position. So although Unita Keen and Poppy now is pulling away at the front, a desperate drive there in that 24 car, holding on to that third position as the laps stick away.
Two front runners heading back down into turn number one, Poppy Nell and Nita Keen. First and second, Krichler makes her way down into turn number one. She's opened that inside line for Mia Ellis. Mia Ellis comes through. Mina Ellis says, man, I got to go as well. Krichler's covered the line coming out of turn number one, keeping Mina Ellis right behind her, but Mina Ellis has been kept very honest there by Charlene Anderson as the two leaders come around to start their final lap.
Well, locking up that right-hand wheel under braking, so battling a bit with the brakes on that motor car, but don't forget about the likes of Poppy Nell, hard on the gas down the back straight, and well, if you're going to try and beat your Nita Keen, you've got to be pretty quick. Poppy Nell's exactly that. Poppy Nell takes it away, and your Nita Keen comes through in second.
Oh, there's contact coming out of the pit corner towards a checkered flag between Mia Krichler and Mina Ellis.
And there's damage to the left-hand front wheel on the Mia's car. The camber is completely gone on that left-hand front, so let's hope that the wheel bearing and the hub is okay. It's just the bolts on the top that have moved on the shock. But that car put together by Werner Krichler himself. He knows the ins and outs of the Golfs. He's built a couple of them before. I'm pretty sure he'll be able to sort that one out and reset the wheel alignment and then get Mia back out on circuit again.
Well, it's turning right and it's turning left, so it's doing what it needs to do at this point in time, so it might not be that serious. And I'm sure Werner will have a look at that car in the pits and get it sorted out for the rest of the event. Right, here we come with the midgets. That looks like the B-class midgets, but they'll be heading onto the infield. The A-class midgets will be making their way onto the circuit. So Andre Litzer in the B-class will be waiting on the infield. The moment that the A-class midgets go towards the pits, the B-class guys will be jumping on the track immediately. So we're waiting for a few more of the B-class guys to go park on the infield. Hopefully they will all do so. Right, so right now we see Sean Jordan and Skalk Swart coming through. Andre Schaefer and pulling onto the infield. Yes, that
there's major problems there. You can see the fluid that's laying on the track. He's been dropping a lot of fluid all the way through here. And Andre Schaefer, you can smell the oil from here as well. So definitely an oil cooler or something that's gone. There's a big oil line on the circuit, and that's from the exit of the corner all the way up the front main.
Yeah, so as the midgets come through, there's a huge oil line that's heading into turn number 1. So the A-class midgets are working their way out of turn number 1. There are 4 A-class midgets and the rest of them are all B-class. They will sit there on the infield and they will be called up directly after the A-class race has been done. Right, the white flag is out as we wait for them to head down into turn number 1. The marshal just showing them now to form the stagger position as they exit turn 1. With Sean Jordan and Skalk Swart on the front row of the grid, Anshan Lloyd and Dante de Ronda, they'll occupy that second row as the 4 A-class midgets work their way out of turn number 2 towards the green. Warms the flag goes down. And away we go as they run it down into turn number 1. It's all about Skalk Swart as he exits turn number 1. Second place man now is Dante de Ronda as Sean Jordan ran wide out of turn number 1. And right there behind them in P4 is Anshan Lloyd.
Oh, I tell you what, Skalk Swart just blew around the outside of Sean Jordan and immediately made himself a gap on the rest of the pack. Very, very impressive. Pulling away from the 115 of Dante de Ronda, while Sean's managing to stay there with Dante de Ronda, nothing much between the two of them. Then Anshan Lloyd bringing up the tail end of this group. As we said, the Class B midgets are all standing on the infield. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them in that group. There is 5 in this group. So 4 that's made it out for this group. We lost out on the 5th one, which was Andre Schaefer, who had that oil leak right at the beginning when they pushed the car out onto the circuit. So Skalk Swart, the sponsor of the class, undoubtedly the class of the field today. Look at that handsome drive, very, very smooth, very neat with the extreme panel and spray car leading it out there from the Dante de Ronda just ahead of the Pro-Bro space car of Sean Jordan.
Race leader Skalk Swart working his way out of turn 2 out the pit corner to start another lap as he runs it down into turn 1. He's got a massive lead there over Dante de Ronda and Sean Jordan. They're in that second and third positions as they work their way out of turn number 1. Anshan Lloyd sits out there in P4. Shoes working their way back down into turn number 1. Been chased down hard there by Mr. Extreme Panel and Spray. He's the man that sponsors that class. Skalk Swart, race leader. Down the back main he goes. Second and third have now broken away from each other, with the Ronda securing that second, and that third spot now being secured there by Sean Jordan as the white flag comes out for the final lap.
Last time down the back straight there for Skulkswart, Extreme Panel and Spray, the sponsor of the class as well. Literally from flags to flags, taking it away in a very neat form. Dante Ronda will come through and claim that second position. He's pulled a bit of a gap between himself and the Probro space car there of Sean Udon. And then it is Anshan Lloyd is the next one that comes through behind that. So what a pity that we lost out there on Andre Schaefer. That's a big loss. That's probably one of the quickest car driver combinations out there. If there's anybody that can run with Skulkswart, that is the guy that's going to do it. So let's hope that it's something that they can fix and sort out and get him back out onto the circuit for the second heat.
Alright, so as the A-class midgets work their way back into the pit area, you see that the B-class guys are already making their way onto the track. Quite a few of them out there. We should have Andre Lietze, Francois Boertes, JJ Whitehorn, Jean van Skalkwijk, Skalk Kutsia, Timothy Paris, and Zim Geldenhuis. Right, let's have a look, see who is all out there. There is the 34 of Johan van Skalkwijk. He is out on the track. Andre Lietze is out there. Zim Geldenhuis is out there. The 25 of Francois Boertes is in the house. Timothy Paris is there. JJ Whitehorn in the double six also comes out to join us, and that seems to be the subtotal of them. No, there's one more out there. That's the 888, and that is Skalk Kutsia. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Extreme Panel and Spray B-class midgets that are working their way down the back straight. Right, midgets A and B, sponsored by Extreme Panel and Spray, and JJ Whitehorn. I thought he was going to pull off for a moment there, but all seems to be okay as the B-class guys work their way into turn number one. It is a Whitehorn that is there in a pole position. Skalk Kutsia sits there on his outside. Then it's Johan van Skalkwijk. On Van Skalkwijk's outside, it's Zim Geldenhuis. The third row, Andre Lietze. And on Andre's outside, Timothy Paris and Francois Boertes on his own, the 25 car in row number 4. Right, the Wamsa flag is up. We're going to go green here at Mega Oval as the flag goes down, and away we go. As they run down into turn number 1, it is Skalk Kutsia that gets the run out of turn number 1. JJ Whitehorn sits there in that second position. Watch out for Timothy Paris. He has a look on the outside there of Johan van Skalkwijk, and Paris moves the 27 car up into P3. Across the start-finish line they go. Here comes Andre Lietze. Lietze had a look up there on the inside as well of the 34 of Van Skalkwijk, but stays there behind him in P5. Right behind them it's a 25 of Francois Boertes and the number 10 of Zim Geldenhuis, but the action's heating up there for that second and third position. The 27 in P3 of Timothy Paris going very high and wide, coming out of turn number 2, almost lost that third position there to Jean van Skalkwijk, but up on the inside comes a 25 into P4. That's Francois Boertes. Boertes has now moved up there into that fourth position as JJ Whitehorn retires the double 6 midget onto the infield with some kind of a problem. But down the back man they go, but still Skalk Kutsia that sits there in P1, but not for long, as Timothy Paris takes that P1 away from him as they head down into turn number 1. You might even lose that second position to Francois Boertes, and that's exactly what happens as they work their way down the back main. So Boertes, when they cross the line, will be 3 laps to go, has gone up into that second position, chasing down race leader Timothy Paris Coetzee has dropped down into third. Behind them, it's Van Skalkwijk, Litze and Geldenhuis. There are 2.5 laps left as the leaders work their way out of the Wyntuin corner, turn number 2. Heading back down towards us. It is Timothy Paris heading down into turn 1 pit corner, and visually you can see that the gap between first and second is getting smaller and smaller. Francois Boert, as it sits out there in that second place, is visually closing on race leader Timothy Paris as the white flag comes out for the final lap. There's one more lap for our 2 leaders to do as they work their way out of turn number 1. Down the back line to go, half a lap left as they exit, and or should I say work their way through and exit pit corner towards the checkered flag. Timothy Paris has done more than enough to win this one. Francois Boertes finishes in second. Johan van Skalkwijk comes home in third. Right behind him, Skalk Coetzee, followed by Andre Litze and Zim Geldenhuis. Right, so as the extreme panel and spray midgets work their way back to the pit area, you want to say a big thanks to all our class sponsors. The tap and spin class is sponsored by Rocha McCreed and the people of West Cape Motor and Bucky Spares in Cape Town, Blackheath. A big thanks to Rocha McCreed and the crew there. The junior development, the golf guys are sponsored by Blue Storm Hydraulics. The minis are sponsored by LG Towing. The pink stocks do not at this point in time have a class sponsor. The stock rods, Breederivier Koeris Beperk. The 1660s, Mr. Bessie Bester himself of Bessie Bester Transport. The 2.1s also sponsored by Bessie Bester, that's the Withuis. The hot rods are sponsored by BTC, this Breda Valley Truck Center. Heavy metals discount boards. The AMS VH is sponsored by SKP Bouwcontracteurs. The Midgets A and B Extreme Panel and Spray. The Ninja Midgets is Bredafly Truck Center and Discount Boards. And our big main sponsor for the day, for the event, is Titan Tools. I want to say big thanks to Kuggies and everybody from Titan Tools. They are the main sponsor of this event. And this event is the 1660 Summer Slam. Wow, 1 year ago, when we had the 1660 Summer Slam, there wasn't a place for a mouse around this lovely oval. It's crazy to see that exactly 1 year later, for the 1660 Summer Slam, there's no spectators around this oval. 1 year prior to this, for this very same event, if you looked at that back straight where all those lovely trees are growing, there was hordes and hordes and hordes of spectators. Who could have known then that the big bad wolf was waiting for the world? It's hard sore, but it is the way it is. I'm sure it will come right sometime in the not too distant future. All we have to do is have faith. That's the most important thing, and do what we need to do from our side as people. And I'm sure that the whole world together that way can overcome all of this that we're going through right now. But still, a sad sight, 1660 Summer Slam 1 year down the road. And this is what we got. But, as I said earlier on, a big thanks to all the powers that be of all the different organizations. In this case, all the people from WUMSA, Tim Stevens and Ann Buckus, all the people out there. I know Ann is watching the live event. We want to say from our side, to all of you people, thank you so very much that we can do this Saturday afternoon approaching 5 o'clock. That's what we really love the most. All right, folks, we move on with the Blue Storm Hydraulics Junior Developments. That's the golf class. And then the minis, sponsored by LG Towing. That's that group of cars we got out there on the track. I'll tell you what, those Cope brothers did extremely, extremely well. I see JD the Toy. He's in there with the A-class Golfs. He's going to have to just move in there with these mini drivers. So, we've got Jaden Brandt in the 113. That's the in pole position. Jano Kuchlenberg, MJ van der Westhuizen and Virma van der Merwe. They are the A-class together with Jaco Jacobs. It looks like they're going to change it around and put the junior minis ahead of the more senior junior Golfs. So that's what they are showing. The Golf drivers have to go to the back. The mini drivers are going to have to move to the front. Well, that's the reason why JD the Toy came to stand where he stood, because he believes that he's going to be in front. Here comes Lika van Niekerk, and she needs to stop roundabout now. Here comes Pieter Legrandsie, JD the Toy coming through. Alonso Picard did extremely well last weekend at Cape. Our drivers, Emma Legrandsie coming through. Then Brandon and Bradley Cope, Grant van der Westhuizen and Stian Smith. Those are your LG Towing junior minis. And then the Golfs are sponsored by Blue Storm Hydraulics. A big, big thanks to those. So somehow Mr. Jaden Brandt has to now go around again, because these drivers don't realize that they need to start behind the minis. That is what was decided. So they're going to have to go around and stop there at the back. Stian Smith is going to have to be told by the COC that you have to move forward. But these junior Golf drivers are determined. They want to get through these minis as soon as possible. And they are creeping up onto the back end of the minis and even right in there between them as well. So, who will be the odds-on favorite? Yeah, well, my guess will go to Virma van der Merwe. He'll be quick. Well, they'll all be quick, because he and Jano Kuchlenberg did extremely well last weekend at Cape Town drivers when they came to race there as guest drivers, and they showed exactly what they're made of. We know what they are made of. Jaco Jacobs, Jaden Brandt will also be quick, and certainly MJ van der Westhuizen. In the junior minis, well, that's going to be a difficult to call. The Legrandsie brother and sister combo was pretty quick. We all know that Alonso Picard is very fast as well. Grant van der Westhuizen is a quick driver, and so are Brandon and Bradley Cope in the 38 and 44 minis. Stian Smith came to play at CHD last weekend and didn't have it all go his own way. But they got that 77 Goodwood used motor spares and Harkos Automotive mini sorted out again. So he will slot into his good position, and then behind them, Gary, is this hungry pack of junior / senior Golf drivers.
Well, I hope it's not going to turn into a problem, because obviously these Golfs are pound for pound quicker around the island than what the minis are. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 minis and 5 Golfs coming through behind that. Well, anybody that wants to beat the likes of Virma van der Merwe Jr. is really going to have to hoof it. The likes of Jaco Jacobs, one of the first drivers from the junior development class to move up to a Golf. Jaden Brandt, no slouch out there either. Jano Kuchlenberg also getting pretty quick. And then also MJ's racing. MJ in the 12. MJ van der Westhuizen also getting pretty quick with that Golf. So I think you're going to have, on this wet surface, there's a very good possibility that we're going to have a bit of contact as the Golfs come through the minis.
Well, either way, it's about to go down as they head into pit corner. Very clever, those 3 Golf drivers at the back there. They just decided to hang back and see exactly what happens, but they're going to have to catch up there to Virma van der Merwe. Right, The Wamsa flag goes down and we are racing. What a start off the line there by JD de Toy, and here come the Golfs. MJ van der Westhuizen having a run right up on the outside. Oh, Emma Lagrange already having issues there in turn number 1. She has spun it around, but she gets herself going. Oh, there's issues down the back main, and Brandon Cope gets turned around on the back straight. Jaden de Toy all over the place. It's pretty wet out there. Oh, but Bradley Cope going into the side of him. Look at MJ van der Westhuizen. He wants the dirt, and he's right on the outside. And MJ doing a Martin van der Westhuizen move by riding around everybody on the dry line.
Yeah, my dad can do it, so can I. And both of the Cope boys have pulled off onto the infield. The 38 and the 44 knock on the left-hand front of the 44 car, and that's taken him out of it. So MJ van der Westhuizen doing a Martin van der Westhuizen right around the outside. It was up, dust and disappear. I must say, JD doing a brilliant job in the 119 Mini. Then Jaco Jacobs, the very first of the development drivers that arrived here with a Golf a good couple of months and almost a year and more ago. And then in there behind him, the new kid on the block, PR Services, that is Willem van der Merwe Jr., very, very impressive. And then Jano Kuchelenberg as well, also a very impressive young driver, and he's working his way through with the Motordeck Stickland Golf, not that far behind the second place Golf of Yamaji. All problems there for the Motordeck Stickland Golf. Slid right up towards the wall, climbed on the brakes pretty hard. It's all about MJ van der Westhuizen's cleaning up, but I must say JD de Toy is doing an utterly amazing job up front there with that Mini.
Yeah, he's trying as hard as he can. He rode right up against the wall and dived down right in front there of Jaco Jacobs and right in front of Willem van der Merwe Jr. He runs very high. That Mini is all over the place there in the Wyntuin corner. Down the back main, these two Golfs go, leading their class and leading overall first and second as they exit pit corner. Coming out of a pit corner now, heading towards us, it's Lika van Niekerk. That's got the LG Towing Golf in a bit of a knot there. Third overall, and in class is Jano Kuchelenberg leading the junior minis as JD de Toy. Pieter Lagrange is second, and Alonso Pickard is third in that class as the leaders, the overall leaders, come back towards us once again. Jaco Jacobs and Willem van der Merwe.
Well, it looks like the Jano Kuchelenberg car is really battling under braking. The way that car's set up, when he climbs on the brakes, it just pulls the nose away towards the outside, and that's made him very, very non-confident in the motor car, and now he's taking it very, very gingerly to make sure he doesn't hang that car up. He's had it into the wall heavily once before, doesn't want to have that kind of situation happen again, and rather trying to play safe with a full course yellow. JD on the far side, turned towards the wall and standing side on. Let's hope that everybody gets through there without any problems.
Yeah, that looks like Jaco Jacobs has got a problem on the back straight. I don't see Jaco Jacobs out on track, so Jaco Jacobs has got a bit of an issue out there. Well, there was so much action out there, we missed the actual overall leaders. This young man in the number 12, MJ is racing, and that is MJ van der Westhuizen. So now this whole field has slowed down. Jaco Jacobs did extremely well. He was involved in a hell of a fight out there with Willem van der Merwe. And all of a sudden they're pushing that, the Golf of his, that 911 Golf onto the infield. So everybody will now slow it down. So that massive lead that Van der Westhuizen had is now completely gone, because Jano Kuchelenberg in second position will sneak up there behind him. Jaden Brandt coming through as well, but here comes the 102 of Van der Merwe Jr.
Oh, they're going to have to get down on the track and get their positions sorted out, because they're just literally riding around in a pack now. With so many positional changes having taken place, you can't expect the youngsters to know where exactly they're supposed to stand. So we'll get them into their correct positions. Probably find some MJ van der Westhuizen, then it should be Wim van der Merwe Jr., I think then probably, I think it's going to be Craig. And then I think Kuchlenberg behind that. Kuchlenberg did just about stop up against the wall earlier on, and I think that was a change of position. The red flag comes out.
Yeah, the youngsters all over the place. They're not too sure where they are, and you can't blame them. They're trying to do what they do best. And it's now for the powers that be. Philip van Rooyen is our man. That's the COC. And if my facts are right, I think he comes from Klagsdorp or Kroonstad, somewhere over there. Yep, from Kroonstad. And he's been, I think this is about the third time that he's been involved in COCing over here. He helped us out last week in a Cape of Drivers as well. And I must say, a pretty decent job done there by Philip.
Vierma Jr. will come in behind the 12 of MJ. Then it will probably be Brunt and then Kuchelenberg, or the opposite way around. Looks like could be Peter Lagranci that might move into that position. He's done pretty well for himself. So Peter Lagranci finds himself in that third position. It looks like it could be Lieke van Niekerk that's supposed to be going forward as well. There's a fair amount of liquid that's underneath that LG towing car of Lieke van Niekerk. Let's hope that it's not a major problem. We can get Lieke forward. So 3 LG towing cars out there. Emma Lagranci, Peter Lagranci, and then Lieke van Niekerk. Lieke van Niekerk off onto the infield. Not sure why that is. Looks like the 911 of Jaco Jacobs is going to be coming back out onto the circuit as well. So let's hope he can get that car going and get him back out onto the, probably start from the back of the pack if he can get it started. But that's not looking too good.
Right, so they're going to get them all sorted out sooner than later. Remember, those A-class Golfs, if I can call it that, are a lot quicker than the B-class Minis. And they get themselves in there very, very quickly. Well, I see that Jaco Jacobs has been escorted around. And he has been offered outside assistance. So if my facts are right, they're going to send him back to the infield. But that choice and that call's not ours to make. That is for the powers that be to make. Yes, they're going to push the Skip Waste Management and JB Bodyworks Golf back onto the infield. Sadly, Jaco Jacobs, the rule says no outside assistance. He was assisted there. And he goes back onto the infield. It would be lovely to let the youngster take part. Of course it would be, but the rules are the rules. He steps out the car, takes his helmet off, so unfortunately for him, that is the end of his opening heat. But we will see him back as the race day goes on. The breakdown service is taking the 22 Mini of Grant van der Westhuizen to the infield. It's parked off the infield well. He's going to have to go back onto the infield again because he just got helped there by one of the breakdowns. And looks like it's Anton van Niekerk that's saying, sorry young man, love to let you go back out on track again, but unfortunately buddy, the rules are the rules. We'll see there that Peter Lagrange has also been sent, has also been taken to the infield. So a lot of cars on the infield. The Copes and Smith on the infield as well. Right, so we go green once again here at Mega Oval. Down into turn number 1. MJ van der Westhuizen. He's going to hang around on that dryer line. The circuit is busy drying out. Wimmer van der Merwe is in second place. So we've got a new leader in the junior minis. That's Emma Lagrange down the back main. I think the highest she's ever ended was second in her class. She'd love to get a maiden win in the mini category, but she sits there right behind the golfer Wimmer van der Merwe. JD de Toy is in there. Then Jana Kuchlenberg, Jaden Brandt, and the number 8 of Alonso Picard.
Oh, Emma Lagrange really pushing the edges with that one. Made her TV debut, if you want to call it that, on Second Gear Talk Show on Thursday night. A very, very respectful young lass. She is in boarding school, and she's there from Monday to Friday. Saturday she goes racing. Sunday she spends with her family, and then back to the study books again. So a lovely young lass, and I think she's on her way to a maiden victory.
Yeah, definitely a maiden class victory here for Emma Lagrange. But up front it's all about this young man in the number 12 golf, MJ van der Westhuizen, with Wimmer van der Merwe Jr. in that second position, leading class and sitting third overall in the mini is Emma Lagrange. She's getting further and further away from JD de Toy. That is there in that second position in class. Jaden Brandt right up against the wall with a 113, and here comes the Motorlex, the Klunt Golf of Jana Kuchlenberg. Jano's getting closer and closer to the 113 as the white flag comes out for the last lap of Jaden Brandt.
Well, I must say, JD de Toy's had a pretty good run, no doubt about it. But I must say, Van der Westhuizen, MJ van der Westhuizen says, my dad can do it, I can do it. Look at that, a lovely victory. Well done, MJ, staying ahead of this man, this young man, very, very quick. The PR Services car of Wimmer van der Merwe Jr. Emma Lagrange, maiden victory. Give her a nice round of applause. The LG Towing lady racer ahead of JD de Toy. Then it's Brunt, then it's Kuchlenberg coming through behind that, and then Sassy Lassie in the number 8 ball car coming through behind that. Oh, a lot of cars standing on the infield, Frankie. Look at that, none less than 5 that didn't make it towards the end of this race.
Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. So Lika van Niekerk didn't make it. The Cope brothers didn't make it. Peter Lagrange didn't make it. Stian Smith didn't make it. And Jaco Jacobs, but he's gone back to the pit area already, is Jaco Jacobs. As Emma Lagrange offering to do what she does best, the LG towing services. She says, let me help, but look at this train that's been taken back to the pit area. So the driver of that Jeep has decided, man, I'm going to take a train of 5 cars back to the pits at once.
I think there'll be a couple of daddies that are saying, you know what, that bumper, it's not welded all the way around. Let's hope that it holds. But it worked. 5 tackle 1, Jeep 1, Minis none. Well, looks like we're going to be running with the 2.1s and the hot rods together. Hot rods will be Elro Viljoen, Francois Smith, Henk Els, Peter Swanepoel, Tian Low, and Jacques Lutz. I take it that Jacques Lutz Jr. 2.1 modified saloons, Alistair Simpson, Arlen van Willig, Eugene de Wet, Francois Miller, Johan van Dijk, JB Duplessis Jr., Peter Niemand, Tasjes van Tonder, Theo Loopse, and Tian Kaluti as well. So a very impressive group of motor cars, lots and lots of money standing here on the track in front of us. Peter Swanepoel with the number 10 car, looks like he's going to be pole.
Well, folks, here we go. Butterfly Truck Center Hot Rods and the Vittes 2.1 modifieds all together. Hot Rods and 2.1s all together. The flag is up and here we go. And the flag is down. And they squirt down into turn number 1. At Peter Swanepoel, there goes high and goes wide. Henk Els comes through with him. Francois Smith is in that pack as well as they go down the back main. Then Elro Viljoen is right in there. On the outside, he's Tiana Low and coming through now, he's JP Jr.
Oh, Tiana Low losing out a good number of places up on the inside of him as they work their way past us. Well, it's the Worcester Gearbox Center car of Henk Els doing a lovely job. Then it's Francois Smith. Tiana Low spun in the top corner. In the Vaintain corner, it's Tiana Low and he's not getting that car started. The yellow flag comes out. Slow it all down. Wow, what an education so far. Amazing stuff. I tell you what, Henk Els in the Worcester Gearbox Center car. Then it's Francois Smith. Then it is the 10 car of Peter Swanepoel. Then it's Elro Viljoen. Then it is ex-South African champion JP Jr. Then it's Theo Loopse. Then the 66 car, that is Alistair Simpson. Then in behind that, multiple South African regional club title holder in the PR Services Titan Tools car, the 444, that's Tasjes van Tonder, the Wingfield Motors car of Francois Miller. Then it's Peter Niemand in the 101. Wow, what can I say? What a batch of top runners that we have here. Tian Low being the reason for the stoppage. So Tian Low by right should then restart from the back of the pack, but that car driver combination, believe you me, when he is on song, very few in South Africa that can run with the likes of Tian Low.
Right, so Henk Els and Francois Smith with Peter Swanepoel, that's the first three coming through. Elro Viljoen is in there as well, JP Jr. Then we got the 74 coming through there, and that is Theo Loopse in that 74. Right behind him is Alistair Simpson. Then Tasjes van Tonder and Francois Miller. Peter Niemand is in there as well, together with Tian Low. And Johan van Dijk will start at the back of the field as the green flag is up. And away we go once again as the 2.1s and Hot Rods work their way out of turn number 1. Heading down onto the back main, that's Henk Els from Francois Smith. First and second, then here comes Swanee, and right there with Swanee is Elro Viljoen.
Elro Viljoen sitting there in that third position. They got JP Jr., Theo Loopse, Alistair Simpson, Tasjes van Tonder, Francois Muller, and Tian Low in there behind that. Peter Niemand dropping just a little bit off the back of the pack. Tian Low surprisingly battling with that 777 car, but looking very impressive. Right up front, the Worcester Gearbox Center car of Henk Els against this kind of competition to actually just pull away at the front of the pack. That's absolutely amazing. Keep an eye on JP Jr. We'll have a look on the inside line as we've got a car stopped on the back straight. Well, Luke is going to get that one going. That will not affect the rest of the cars. And Elro Viljoen dropping right down the pack.
Double out there for Elro Viljoen coming out the Vaintain corner. He was in the top 4-5 and he's now dropped right down to the tail end of the field as Tian Low pulls the 777 motor car there onto the infield. But up front it's all about Worcester Gearbox Centers, Henk Els, as he sits out there in P1, Peter Swanepoel is in that third position. Second is Francois Smith. Right there with third place, man, Swanee. He is JP Jr. JP Jr. sits overall in about P4, but is leading his class down the back main with Theo Loubser getting it wrong. Here comes Alistair Simpson, and right behind Simpson, Patrice Van Tonder. That's a lovely fight out of pit corner.
Oh, it's all about Engels in the oh, Francois Smith doing a very decent job in the 80 cars. He works his way down the back main. The likes of Peter Swanepoel just don't have an answer for him. Here comes JB Jr. in the 88 car. He's starting to really get on the pace now with his front runners and trying to apply some pressure from behind. Alistair Simpson getting the back number going by Tashes Van Tonder having a look up on the inside line as they go out of the Vaintain corner. Tashes Van Tonder in the 444 down the back main. He's got off. Taking the back bumper off as he tried to close the line was Alistair Simpson, but Tashes Van Tonder now up that one position. They'll go around the outside one golf of Arnold Van Willick. Now can Tashes Van Tonder go and fetch JP Jr.
Oh, there's body pass coming off the 101 of Peter Niemand as he works his way down towards our scene at turn number 1. As a matter of fact, he was driving over somebody else's parts. However, no problems up front for the man in car number 56. Worcester Gearbox Centre, race leader Hank Els, not a far behind him in second place. He's the number 80 car of Francois Smith. Right behind him, he's the 10 of Peter Swanepoel. Behind him, he's the 88 of JP Jr. JP Jr. is also leading the 2.1 modified class, and right behind him, second in class, he's a 444 Titan Tools Fiesta of Tashes Van Tonder, and Van Tonder right there with JP Jr.
As we said, can Van Tonder go and fetch JP Jr.? Well, JP Jr. got himself stuck there behind Peter Swanepoel. Peter Swanepoel moves towards the outside line with 2 more laps to go. He'll drop in there, head of Alistair Simpson in behind the 444. Down the back lane they go. Tashes Van Tonder in the Audi, right up there with JP Jr. They're coming up down right to the Niemand. That's a back marker. And the 3 of them are going to be literally side by side almost as they work their way down the front main. Don't forget about the man up front at Worcester Gearbox Centre car with Hank Els behind the steering wheel is a giant killer in this one.
The white flag comes out for the final lap for race leader Hank Els. Peter, as well as Francois Miller coming through as well, but look at this lovely fight happening out there for P3 and 4, and that's for first and second in the 2.1 modified class. That's between JP Jr. and Tashes Van Tonder, but the checkered flag will come out for Hank Els. He comes home in P1. Second across the line will be Francois Smith. 3 and 4, first and second in class is JP Jr. followed there by Tashes Van Tonder, and third in class right behind them is the 66 of Alistair Simpson.
Wow, 2.1 modified civilians going in there with the hot rods. That made for some interesting stuff. Well, Peter Swanepoel did not make it to the end with a 10 car. Definitely something was not right there towards the end, and you could see he was battling where he was on the pace initially. You could see all of a sudden it was, this car's not doing what it's supposed to do. Battling right from the beginning with a 777 car was Tian Low, multiple title holder. And he tried to drive around the problem and pick up some points, but undoubtedly it was just not going to work for him. I see there is marks on the left-hand front tire, so I think that he might have actually made contact with the wall and or somebody at some point. But there's definitely suspension problems with that motor car, and let's hope he can get it sorted out, because that car is vicious under acceleration. It's really an amazing car driver combination, and I'd love to see him back out on the circuit.
Well, I'll tell you, absolutely amazing stuff. Folks, as we run through the calendar for you people at home, we will be going to the Vescus Oval in Saldanha for the first time in about 17, 18 years for the opening race event at Saldanha. Man, it's great to be able to go to that part of the world, but also on the 6th is Oudtshoorn Motor Club. They're also having an event out there on the 6th. And sure, I'll tell you what, that's going to be a big one out. I know they're basically involved there. They want to do some kind of a V8 challenge out there in Oudtshoorn at the Red Rock Raceway, Oudtshoorn Motor Club. So that's going to be happening on the 6th together with Mega Oval, with Vescus Oval, I do apologize, on the 6th. And then on the 13th, 1 weekend later, we go to Killarney International Raceway for the second round of the Cape Hall Drivers event. And I'm led to believe, Gaza, that that's going to be a WAMSA Regional Championship, the 13th of March at Cape Hall Drivers.
Oh, that's great stuff. And then
Tar Regional.
That's correct. And then the interesting one comes up on the 20th. On the 20th, we're back at Killarney International, and that's going to be a full national event. All national classes will be on the 20th down at Killarney International Raceway. That'll be the GTCs, the Mobile 1 V8s, the Polo Cup, the 1600s. What else was there amongst that lot? Oh, you name it, all the top class. Oh, the ZX10 Masters. The Superbikes are going to be out there as well. And I think that's going to be an amazing event to be able to watch live as well. Remember, the Killarney International Raceway, they do their live footage at no cost. They try and cover the cost of that themselves. But they've got a lot more entries, so they can still make a plan with it, as opposed to all the oval tracks where the numbers is a whole heap tighter and you need to try and use that income to be able to still run a race event. Folks on the grandstand, please keep your masks on. Ek sien as baie mense wat nie eet of drink en julle sit sonder julle maskers. Asseblief mense, sit almal julle maskers aan.
Right, here we go with the V8s, the SKP bouwcontracteurs AMS, the V8s, that's De Wet, that's making his way out onto the circuit with that car of his. We're waiting for the rest of them to come out onto the track. Roger Youngs is the next man that works his way out. JD Tritter also working his way out the pit gate, the 112 of Manfred Ull, and they're going to be joined by the Heavy Metals. Heavy Metals sponsored by Discount Boards. So the Heavy Metals and the V8s will be out on track together. The Heavy Metals, the Discount Boards, Heavy Metals, and the V8s SKP bouwcontracteurs.
Billy Gemma says in the CV Bowers car, and then also Chuppy in the other of the CV Bowers cars. Looks like they're going to line up straight away on the grid. There comes the 23 of Gerdus van der Westhuizen, also in the LG towing colours and livery. The 108 coming up onto the line. That is Michael Swart, Hendrik Vos, Peter Himman, the 47 of Tola Trisky, the SA1 of Vjema van der Merwe. Chef's panel and spray painting, the only sponsorship on that motor car. Hendrik Jr. in the 43. That's Hendrik Vos Jr. And then coming off the back of the pack will be the V8s, JJ De Wet, the Englishman himself, Roger Youngs, JD Tritter, and then probably the man to catch out there, Manfred Ull in the 112. So they'll have to come through the heavy metal class. The two CV Bowers cars at the front. Francois Smith going to lead them out. He's got his stablemate in there behind him. Vjema van der Merwe going to be coming from a long way back in this pack. Peter Himans right in there as well. Out into the back main they go. The 97 of Leon de Swart having a pretty good run down the back straight. Into turn number 2 they go. Vierma van der Merwe's already closing in on that front group of cars. CV Bowers leading them out. It's Francois Smith. It is Hammersace in that second position. Then it is the SWAT in there behind that. The white with the green rims. That's Peter Himman. Then the SA title holder. The 3 Series BMW with the black front fenders. That is Vierma van der Merwe Senior. You saw his son out there earlier on. That's him. That's head there of the black 3 Series BMW. And that going through the middle of the pit corner. That is Hendrik Vos.
Right, we have trouble out there in turn number 2 with JD Tritter that spun himself around. But he's got himself all up and running once again. So we'll have a look-see as the field worked their way down the back man. Tola Trusky in the 47 also had a spin in the Valentine corner, but Lucas right there behind him. Francois Smits is right out there behind him, followed there by Willie Germesays. Then behind them it's a lovely fight going on there with Leon de Swart. Here comes Vierma van der Merwe through on the inside of Peter Himman, and right behind them is the 99 boxy BMW of Hendrik Vos as they exit turn number 1. Leading the VA class is JJ de Vet. He sits out there in P1. Second in that class is a 112 of Manfredul, followed there by Roger Youngs and JD Tritter.
Vierma van der Merwe working his way through the pack, making a bit of contact there with de Swart in the 97 car. De Swart goes wide, Hendrik Vos comes through. Hendrik Vos having a look on the outside line of Peter Himman as they go down into the Valentine corner, makes up that position pretty neatly. So the V8 spread out all around the circuit. Oh, we've got a spinner. That's de Vos. That's Hendrik Vos that's standing side on the far side of the circuit. It brings out the full course yellow. We'll have to get them all back together again in their original position. So the leader will be Francois Smit in the CV Bowers 80 car. Then there will be Swanepoel in there behind. Swanepoel will be Vierma van der Merwe. And then I think behind Vierma van der Merwe, who knows, could be most anything from there on out. Manfred was passing cars left, right and center. I take it that he is the lead of V8 at this stage of the fight. We'll let them come around and try and get them into the correct order.
Right, so as they work their way out of the Valentine corner, turn number 2, the man that sits out there in P1, Xavier Bowers, that's Francois Smit. Second place will be Willie Germesays. And SA1 title holder, Vierma van der Merwe coming through as well. Peter Himman is out there. Lovely to see that Hendrik Vos Jr. is out there in the heavy metal class in the dolphin shape BMW as well. He has moved away from the junior development class as Fossey Jr. and he's driving that 43 BMW sitting there just behind the 2-0 of Peter Himman.
Oh, look, I think they're pretty close to the order that they need to be in. I think it's just 1 or 2 little changes that they will need to make.
47 must come out.
Yeah, looks like the 47 will be moved out. Germesays in that second position. The PR Services, Jeff's Panel and Spray, SA1 title holder, Vierma van der Merwe in that third position. Beautiful Truck Center and Peter Himman in that sixth position. See the vets there with a V8 as well. Off the line they come, they're quite spread out. So can Vierma van der Merwe make a plan and get onto the tail end of Germesays? He's worked his way through the pack pretty decently. Finds himself on the tail end of Germesays. Now Germesays has a look around the outside of the 47 of Tola Trusky. Wow, up on the inside line trying to make that one stick as Vierma van der Merwe. Well, he had a look, but unfortunately touching the tires, that slowed him down a bit. And you'll have to have another go. Germesays makes a mistake, runs it wide, and Vierma van der Merwe goes up into that second position. Peter Himman, the next man coming through, and he's got 2 V8s bearing down on his back bumper.
Right, here comes race leader Francois Smit heading into turn number 1. Second overall is Wema van der Merwe in the class, followed there by Willie Germeshuis and Pieter Riemann. And we have a change in the lead in the V8 class. The 112 of Manfredoel has gone into the lead there, taking that lead away from JJ de Wet as those two V8s work their way down the back main. Third in the V8 class is the 26 of Roger Youngs, and fourth currently is the number 6 of JD Trita. But your overall race leader, the 80 BMW, making his way out of turn 2. That is Francois Smit working his way down into turn number 1. Second, Wema van der Merwe in the SA1. And third, the number 100 BMW of Willie Germeshuis.
Oh, the Englishman Roger Young's out there and having a rave of a time. He's actually driving very well. Is Roger Young's having a one-on-one there with JD Trita. JD picked the right line as the 47 car comes back onto the circuit right in front of the oncoming traffic. There's Stora Trisky that managed to just sneak in there and not lose too much ground. The white flag is going to be coming out in the not too distant future, and I do believe that'll be for the 80 car when he comes around. Then that is Francois Smit.
Coming out of turn number 2 now, the Valentine corner is your race leader, Francois Smit. Or should I say, Francois Smit's making his way out of turn number 1, going down the back main. Second position is the guy that I saw. That was Willie Germeshuis. He sits second in class, leading the 8-cylinder class, and sitting third overall is the 112 of Manfredoel, followed there by JJ de Wet. He muscles his way up on the inside of the discount boards. BMW of Pieter Riemann. They, of course, in two different classes. Riemann in the heavy metal class and de Wet in the V8s.
Oh, Francois Smit pretty much dissecting the pack, and he now gets the white flag. And Wema van der Merwe has closed up very well and come through the traffic very well, although he's not managed to get around the 97 car of Leander Swart. And that is the difference between being able to get onto the back of the 80 car of Francois Smit or not. So Francois Smit pretty much in a class of his own in this one. Francois Smit takes the win. Second will be Wema van der Merwe. Third will be Willie Germeshuis. I do believe probably Manfredoel then from de Wet would be the call on the V8s. I think it would be Pieter Riemann would probably be third in class, from JD Trita third in class, Roger Young's fourth in class, and then well, behind that I'm not too sure. We'll leave it for the ladies to sort that one out. Undoubtedly Francois Smit in a class of his own in this one.
Yeah, Francois Smit winning this one with Willie Germeshuis finishing in that second position. To me it looked like as if Pieter Riemann finished third in the heavy metals. The 8-cylinder class was won by Manfredoel in P1. Second was JJ de Wet, and third was the number 6 of JD Trita. So that was the discount boards heavy metals and the SKP Bouwcontracteurs 8 cylinders.
Folks, please keep your masks on. I see a lot of the youngsters that have just taken their masks off. Asseblief mense, sit julle maskers aan. Young man with a red cap on. Yes, you. Alright, this is the first of the 1660s. So it's JP Jr. and that's a cadet that was last campaigned on Tigerberg Raceway a long time back. That car's been standing for a period of time. Then it's Jackie Jr. That's the rebuilt Exa body. In there behind that, the PR Services Titan Tools car of Tertius van Tonder. Then the man that sponsors this round, Jaco Kirchner, in the Titan Tools car on the front row of the grid. Kuchis is good to go alongside JP Jr. In there behind that is Francois Engelbrecht. Then the very quick car is Adrian de Geers.
Right, so we're going to have JP Jr. and here, Jaco Kirchner. Kuchis, the man that sponsored this event, Jackie Jr. Then we have got Francois Engelbrecht right in there behind them. I'm trying to see that is Tertius van Tonder. Adrian de Geers is in there. Valhalla Meyer is in the house as well. Former KPL drivers, Andre de Toy. They're going to just hold them because Gavin Fleming must be in this group as well. They're going to give him a chance to get out on the track. So he's going to be out in this gap as well. They're just holding the pack so long. There was a bit of an admin error, so Gavin was running back to the pits, so they're holding the group to give him a gap to come out onto the circuit. Richard Maunda is in this pack. Francois van Rijn is there. Kwasi Veyers is in the house. Right on his outside, Dirkie Bosman. Both Van Tonders are there as we wait for the rest of them to come through. It looks like Chris Etzebeth in the 96. I'm trying to have a look from here. Exactly. Oh, that's Nicholas Van Tonder. That's in that car. Thank you. I see the 27 on the left-hand side window. So we're just waiting for everybody just to get sorted out first. The drivers have been put on temporary hold. The COCs are just waiting for them to give Gavin a chance to get the 22 Golf out onto the circuit, and then we will get this one underway. Francois van Rijn busy moving forward. I think he might have a bit of an issue. Let's hope not. He is one of the main role players in here. Adrian de Geers is calling for assistance there, so the clerk of the course can go to the number 21 Golf. Anton, asseblief. Anton, 21 drivers soek jou daar. Asseblief, as COCs. So it looks like as if Francois van Rijn is just shifting out. I think the 22 and the 82 was mixed. So he's just going to come to the front of the field. Van Rijn is not in the right grid slot. So he's definitely in this race as Francois van Rijn. We thought that there might have been a bit of a problem between the 82 and the 22, but no issues. The 82 has to be there. There's activity at the pit gate. And Gavin Fleming pops out of pit gate onto the circuit with a 22 car. Now they'll have to put him in his right grid slot. Man, this young man have to run to get to the pits, but they realized that there was a little bit of issue, so do what's right, hold him, or hold the group, and then give him chance to come out with these other drivers in this group. This is going to be a hectic group. That two cousins are in this one, JP Jr. and Jackie Jr. Jaco Kirchner, my word, Francois Engelbrecht. Tertius van Tonder. Francois van Rijn, Kwesi Vyas is in there, Nicholas van Tonder. Little Tertius the third. Ruan Jordan in the 81 as we watch them circulate down the back straight. Right, the full course yellow flag has come out, and under yellow there's contact in the pit corner involving that lovely car of Andre de Toy from the Cape Al drivers, and we'll have a look-see. Was also involved from here. Cannot see from here. I think it might be Dirkie Bosman. Yes, it is Dirkie Bosman that's involved in that little situation. Let's hope that both those cars are going to be okay. So let's have a look-see now. We'll hit the reset button and we'll do this one all over again. Dirkie Bosman is on the go. I'll see if I can pick up the inside of that car. It doesn't look too bad, the 104. Andre de Toy from Cape Al drivers also busy working his way through in the Torque lubricants. Lovely looking Opel Corsa there of the man from Cape Al drivers, also one of CHD's committee members. Is Andre de Toy in that lovely looking number 17 Torque lubricants Opel Corsa. So the field circulating down the back straight. Looks like JP Jr. From what I can make out from here, that looks like an Opel Kadett that he is campaigning in the 88 car. That car was driven by Richard Schmidt, and that car is now in the hands of JP Jr. So the red flag is out. They're going to stop this one. They're going to reset this whole lot. Everybody else was involved in a situation. Everything has been reset and calmed down. We're going to get this one going pretty soon. Right, we're just getting the right grid positions. Titan Tools, Westcape Spares and Tiger Book Pools and PR Services on the side of the Team G Golf of Gavin Fleming. He'll be in his right grid slot now. JP June at one stage of the game thought that he was in the pole position, all of a sudden to find out that Van Rijn is there in a P1, but Mr. Titan Tools racing himself, Jaco Kuggies Kirchner, he's right there on the front row with the Titan Tools Racing and the PR Services Polo Right behind him is the Master Parts, Polo Parts of Francois Engelbrecht. He did very, very well at CHD last week, and so did Jaco Kirchner. As a matter of fact, they came to race in the tar versus dirt at Cape Old Drivers Cologne International Motor Raceway last week, Saturday. Tashius van Tonder was in he did the best of all of the tar cars. It was right in the mix of things, of the dirt cars. Was right in the mix of things with the tar cars. So we'll have a look-see. Richard Schmidt was the driver that drove that 88 Cadet. And I see it's now in the hands of JP Jr. Mariette Brandt raced that motor car before Richard Schmidt. Right, so now we have a look-see. Everybody getting off the line. And the unsportsmanlike conduct flag has been given and shown to all the drivers. So they're all racing under the unsportsmanlike conduct flag, under that warning flag. Any one of these drivers step out of line, the COC can, if they want to, issue them a black flag. Let's hope that none of that happens as the field circulate out of pit corner. Right, everybody's all bunched up nicely. The Wamsa flag goes down and away we go. As they run down into turn number one. But they all get out of turn number one safely. It's Francois van Rijn, JP Jr. and Jaco Kirchner out of turn number one. Then it's Francois Engelbrecht right there with Engelbrecht. He's a Jockey Jr. tucked in there behind Jockey Jr. He's Tashius van Tonder, Valhalla Meyer coming through, Richard Monder. And running around the outside of Richard Monder is Kwesi Weyers. Weyers right in there as well, and there's a contact between Nicholas van Tonder and Richard Monder coming out of turn number one. Van Tonder picking up Monder. There's more contact coming out of pit corner between Valhalla Meyer and Francois van Rijn. Demoting Francois van Rijn down to fourth last out on track. But down the back main goes JP Jr. setting out there in P1 with the Van Rijn, with the Engelbrecht in that second place. Here comes Jaco Kirchner. Kuggies goes high. Kuggies makes a bit of a mistake. That opens the gate there for Tashius van Tonder. Right behind them is Kwesi Weyers and Jockey Jr. Going down the back main. Richard Monder back on track again, but he must be about a lap or so down. Francois van Rijn also having issues out there. The 104 coming through there. That is Dirkie Bosman, and coming through with him is Adrian de Geers. They both made the move there on the 58 of Valhalla Meyer. But up front it's all about the 88 and the 61, P1 and P2 of JP Jr. and Francois Engelbrecht. Heading down into turn number one. Then behind them we've got Tashius van Tonder. Van Tonder coming through behind Van Tonder. Jaco Kirchner, Kwesi Weyers and Jockey Jr. Have a look at those six cars. That's broken away at the sharp end of the field. Nicholas van Tonder is being overtaken there by little Tashius the third as he works his way down into turn number one. Nicholas van Tonder now gets eaten up there by as the full course yellow flag comes out. Trouble right in front of us involving Valhalla Meyer. Oh, and Jaco Kirchner. Oh man, he never knew what was going on. He broke the front left hand side suspension. Kuggies will be miffed about that. Gavin Fleming coming through, man, he almost went into the 58 car that's right up against the wall here of Valhalla Meyer. The red flag has come out. This race has been stopped. Oh, that is such bad luck for Kuggies in the number 4 Titan Tools Racing Polo. He came in very, very hard, drifted the car to the outside. He could have pulled towards the inside and avoided the accident, but he could not have known that it was clear on the inside. He probably thought that there was cars there and thought to himself, well, I really now have nowhere to go, and I can only squeeze it up between the wall and the 58, which he did. But that front left-hand side suspension of the number 4, Titan Tools Racing Polo, is not in good shape. Well, Cook is pretty unhappy about that, but yeah, geez, that's the name of the game, eh? Let's hope that they can get that sorted out, that it's not too serious, maybe just something pulled loose. Lower control arm could be damaged there. The CV joint, we don't know how bad. The shock is damaged. So I'm looking at the 58 garage, just showing me the steering wheel of the 58 car. The Valhalla just turns all the way around, so that steering rack is broken.
Well, I think that that steering rack actually broke, and that's why he went into the wall, because it was a very strange way that the car handled, and all of a sudden turned in the opposite direction. So I think that steering rack linkage actually broke, and that's what turned him towards the wall. And yeah, now it's not just the steering rack, there's a whole lot more damage than just that on the motor car.
Well, he's got...
Well, let's hope that everybody can make it through to the end of this race. They've stood a long time idling and circulating around the track. Let's hope that the clerk of the course amends the amount of laps so that everybody can make it through to the end.
Well, some seriously damage to the 58 of Valhalla May. A lot of water down on the circuit there from that 58 Golf as they take that car to the infield. But I think the biggest loser here is poor Jaco Kirchner. That's completely broken off on the front left-hand side. Adrian de Geers also pulling the 21 Golf onto the infield. I think a lot of these guys could be suffering from overheating issues. They were standing on the line pretty long, waiting for the 22 car to come out. So the white flag is out. Let's go, says our COC to JP Jr., to Francois Engelbrecht, Tassus van Tonder, Kwesi Weyers, Jockey Jr., Little Tassus van Tonder, Dirkie Bosman, Nicholas van Tonder, Gavin Fleming, Andre de Toy, and it's a second chance now for Richard Maunda, as he was spun out in turn 1 by the 27 of Nicholas van Tonder. So with that yellow, it puts him back into play once again. Green flag goes down, and we are underway once again as the first group of the 1660s make their way down onto that back straight. Down the back main they go. This is the Bessie Bester Transport 1660 Modifieds. Right up front there, P1, JP Jr. right on his case there. Francois Engelbrecht with Tassus van Tonder being hassled there by Kwesi Weyers. Right there with Kwesi Weyers as they're rubbing each other coming out of turn number 1. He's Jockey Jr., Tassus the third. Right there behind him is Dirkie Bosman, and catching that group there is the double 2 of Gavin Fleming. Out of a pit corner they come now as they work their way down onto the home straight, and Fleming is certainly closing up on the 104 of Dirkie Bosman as that group run down the back main. Fleming is closing the gap there on the 104, but Weyers has a look up on the inside of Van Tonder, but Van Tonder keeps that door firmly shut in his face as they exit. Oh, there's a major contact there with Jockey Jr. climbing onto the Kwesi Weyers car, and that has put Jockey Jr. right out of play. However, no issues up front for JP Jr. That car standing right on the track, and that brings out the full course yellow flags with Jockey Jr. standing on the track right on the racing line. Well, the car's coming out at turn number 1. Jockey Jr. just climbed onto the right-hand side of the 7-0 of Kwesi Weyers. Jockey gets the car going once again. Let's see if that thing will handle. We'll have a look and see. But now, that whole pack is brought together once again with JP Duplessis Jr. working his way down the back straight, and right behind him is Francois Engelbrecht, Tertius van Tonder, Kwesi Weyers, Tertius van Tonder the third, Dirkie Bosman, and Gavin Fleming. Now, Jockey Jr., I think he wants that place back, but I don't think he'll be allowed. Remember, he was the cause of the incident. He'll have to go and stand right behind the Alpha Sud, the number 74 of Richard Maunda. I like that COC stance there with the arms folded saying, come try me. I love that one. Philip, I love that one, buddy. I like that one. Right, so here we go. Once again, Martin has got the green flag and he'll send them away now as the flag goes down. And off we go. Back down into turn number one. It's a group of 7 cars working their way down the back main. That's Duplessis that sits out there in P1. Here comes Engelbrecht. Oh, there's a bit of nudging going there into turn one. Engelbrecht on Duplessis. Van Tonder sits there in that third place, followed by Kwesi Weyers in P4. 5, 6, and 7 as Tertius the third. Dirkie Bosman and Gavin Fleming. P8 as Jockey Jr. It's all about that group down the back straight. They race now towards the pit corner as Andre de Toy pulls a 17 off the field. 3 more laps to go as they work their way back down into turn number one. That's a lovely fight out there. Look at Weyers. He had a squiz on the outside of the Titan Tools Fiesta of Tertius van Tonder. Van Tonder held that line. Weyers late on the brakes in the corner there, followed by Van Tonder the third. Dirkie Bosman and Gavin Fleming. Gavin Fleming right on the case there of Dirkie Bosman as they work their way out of turn number one. Down the back line they go. Fleming right there with the 104. Down the back line they go. There's not much between them. The white flag will come out for the start of the final lap as they exit the pit corner and work their way back down into turn number one. Out of turn one, the Weinstein turn. Down the back line they go. Fleming has a look up on the inside there of the 104 of Dirkie Bosman. He's got the inside line and Gavin should move up to P6. The flag comes out. That's Duplessis, Engelbrecht, Van Tonder, Weyers, and behind Weyers it was Tertius the third. Gavin Fleming got to the flag just ahead there of Dirkie Bosman, followed by Jockey Jr. and by Richard Maunda. Well, sadly we had problems out there for Adrian de Geers. For Ruan Jordan, he never really got that 81 car going. Ruan Jordan, hopefully he'll get that thing going out there. Francois van Rijn, and then the Torque Lubricants Opel Corsa of Capel drivers, Andre de Toy. Right, folks, that is not all of them. There is another group of 1660s. Remember, this is the 1660 SummerSlam. Remember, folks, this is the 1660 SummerSlam. And there is another group of 1660s that will be making their way out onto the circuit. Right, folks, remember you've got A, B, and C group. This was Group A and B together. Group C coming out. I want to say big thanks to this man, Arvid de Bruin, also taking the photos together with commentating colleague, Mr. FC Nivert of Rage Racing and Rage Productions. A big thanks to Aubrey of Cloud9 Photography and to FC of Rage Racing and Rage Productions. He'll be joining us in the commentary box for the second heat and the finals of the evening. Sure, I tell you what, has been absolutely hectic so far. We're waiting for the final group to come out. Group C will be coming out for the 1660s, and that will conclude heat number 1. All right, folks, there has been a reshuffle. Classes B and C must race, but they will be coming out a bit later on. Remember, at the 2.1 versus Hot Rod event we had here in December, and the beginning of December, they raced in 3 groups. As a matter of fact, last weekend at the Cape L drivers in the 1660s, they also had groups A, B, and C, so we're doing exactly the same thing this weekend. It looks like we're going to have the Ninja Midgets coming out. The Ninja Midgets are sponsored by Breda Filet Truck Center and by Discount Boards. Right, this young man, Franco Trita, came to Cape L drivers last week. Little Franco Trita. They went out 3 times. He won all 3 of them, Franco Trita. He did extremely well. Right, little Franco Trita, as I said earlier on, he won all the races last week at Cape L drivers. This young man coming towards us, Jean Roberts, in the 15. He didn't do bad himself last week at Cape L drivers. Marius Smith did extremely well. I don't see the 88 there, the 20. He's standing there in the pit area, and that is little JP Himan. So JP Himan will be joining Jean Roberts and the 69 of Franco Trita.
Well, Frankie, I'm trying to picture you in one of these little go-karts, but I just can't picture it.
I'm speaking under correction. I don't know. I think they've got 60cc Coma engines in, if I'm not mistaken. The Coma engines that was run many years ago with the 60cc GP Junior karts at the normal karting track. So, yep, they do have the little Coma engines in. And they're pretty nifty little engines. They just don't give up these little Coma engines. As little JP Himan makes his way to the circuit. Pity that we don't have little Marius Smith here today. Would have been awesome to have him out with the 88. As they make their way off the line. Little Franco Trita. Waar gaat Franco? Oh, well, I'll just wait for him to come around. Well, let's see what happens. There's only 3 of them out there. And away they go, but that's a little bit unfair because poor Franco Trita's got a half a lap there on these guys. But at the end of the day, it's all about the youngsters. They're having fun out there. There's 3 of them, so you know what, let them just have fun. And but this little Coma motor of Franco Trita, my goodness, but they are really battling out there. The track is pretty corrugated. You can see that, not too sure which one of them is battling down the back main, if it is Roberts or if it is Trita, because they look, it could be JP Haman. That is JP Haman, yes, he's the one that's battling out, but no problems for Franco Trita, my goodness. He sits out there in P1, second is Jean Roberts, third is JP Haman. That is there in that third place. Oh, it's bouncing around. And remember that these little carts do not have any form of a suspension whatsoever. So you feel everything that youngster is feeling, each and every single bump that he's going over. The only way that you don't feel it is if you're traveling the speed that Franco Trita is traveling. You literally just glide over those bumps. But Jean Roberts, trust me, he's feeling the hammering, and so is JP Haman on the back straight.
That push vehicle that's on the far side of the circuit by the discount board's sign writing, we need that further away from the track, please. And the parents also move far away from the track. We know you want to encourage the youngster and let him know that dad's out there and supporting him, but we need to keep the parents as far from the track as possible. And then folks, we have had queries about people not wearing their masks. Asseblief mense, julle wat op die paviljoens en reg rondom die baan trek asseblief julle maskers oor julle neus. Everybody, but everybody, please, we need you to keep your masks on at all times. As heel wat mense wat sit met hulle maskers onder hulle ken. Meneer met die swart keppie op my regterkant, asseblief meneer, sit jou masker op.
But I'll tell you what, this young man is doing extremely well. He is floating that 69 as the white flag comes out for Franco Trita. He sits out there in P1. Second, he's a number 15 of Jean Roberts. And third is this young man, JP Haman, making his way into turn number 1. So the checkered flag will come out. When the flag comes out, it'll be 69 P1, 15 P2, 20 P3. As look at that, this young man just climbs on the gas and the 15 spins itself around. And Franco Trita wins this one, sponsored by Breedevallei Truck Center and Discount Boards. And it's the 15 of Jean Roberts that finishes in that second position and coming home third. I'll tell you what, he was battling out there, this young man, but well done to little JP Haman.
Breerivier Courier Stakrods uit vir hulle tweede eiden met Gideon van Zyl, die man op paalposisie en baie bly om te sien Natasha Whitehorn wat daai nommer 88 van haar uitgesorteer kon kry na daai harde impak met Rudy van Noordwyk in die eerste eiden. Gepraat van Rudy van Noordwyk ook uit op die baan in die 118. Dan is daar vir Grant Seister, Stefan Swart, Jacques Bouwer, Petrus Ferreira, JD van der Berg, Leon Swart. Dan is daar so vir Janine Els, gevolg daar deur Erhard Versaghi en Lloyd Skuif, die man wat op paalposisie weggespring het in die eerste eiden. So kom ons kyk wat gebeur hier so in die tweede ronde van die Breerivier Couriers Stakrods.
Well, keep an eye on JD van der Berg, 5th row on the outside. That's going to be one of the quickest cars there. Unfortunately, Natasha Whitehorn is no result from heat number 1, so she's going to have to try and pick up a win out of this, and she probably will. The 144 of Gideon van Zyl getting a punt from behind as they go up onto the line. It's Petrus that comes up on that inside line. JD van der Berg gets stuck on the outside, loses out lots and lots of space. This is what Natasha Whitehorn needs, is to get just that bit of a gap. But I'll tell you what, Petrus is right in there in that third position. In there behind that, the 462 of Jandre Versaghi. Then it's van Noordwyk, it's in the Janine Els doing a very decent job so far.
Ja, allemaal van Lloyd baie, maar dis Lloyd Skuif wat baie wyd hardloop en dit los hy deur waarwyd oop vir Leon Swart en JD van der Berg wat deurkom daar aan die binnekant van hom en dit bring saam met hulle daar vir Janine Els, gevolg daar deur Stefan Swart. Stefan wat hier deurkom in die nommer 46 en Erhard Versaghi van die baan af daar in die Kuip draai. Maar intussen is Natasha Whitehorn besig om verder en verder weg te trek van die res van die pak af met Gideon van Zyl, Petrus Ferreira en Versaghi daar in die vierde posisie.
Well, Gideon van Zyl, it wasn't that quick off the line initially. He's doing a very decent job. Gideon van Zyl, look at that. He's got lots of toe out on the left-hand back wheel, chucks it into the corner. He's got the 462 of Jandre Versaghi in there behind him. Then it's Petrus is the next one coming through there, Petrus Ferreira. JD van der Berg going around the outside of the 72 car, and that's going to bring him into play now. Now he's got open space in front of him. So can JD van der Berg close down on the back of Petrus Ferreira?
Maar die rond is wat stadig maar seker aftel daar, so is het Gideon van Zyl wat sy hande vol het daar met Jandre Versaghi en Petrus Ferreira daar achterom. Dan JD van der Berg wat baie gesukkel het in die begin van hierdie eiden. Hy is daar agter hulle met Leon de Jager, Stefan Swart, Lloyd Skuif, Janine Els as Versaghi deurkom in die binnekant van Zyl. Van Zyl wat probeer toemaak daar so in die 144, maar hy maak bietjie kontak met Jandre Versaghi in die wyntuin draai. Hy glip weer deur die binnekant daai 1444 wat deurglip tweede posisie toe met Jandre Versaghi nou in die moeilikheid van Petrus Ferreira is daar reg by hom.
Jandre Versaghi got a bit of a bump from behind there from the 144 of Gideon van Zyl. That turned him towards the outside of the circuit. He feathered the accelerator, but just lightly touched the wall, but I don't think he'll take kindly to that one. I think if he can get past Petrus Ferreira, he'll be well onto the back bumper of Gideon van Zyl. Look at JD van der Berg. Remember, we posed the question, will he be able to close the gap to the 462? Yes, he has. He's right on the back of the 462 of Jandre Versaghi. Then in front of that, Petrus Ferreira. Then the 144 of Gideon van Zyl.
Ja, Gideon van Zyl in die 144 en kontak tussen Van der Berg en Jandre Versaghi. Mis net daar Tian Lou se kar as JD van der Berg kontak gemaak het daar met Jandre Versaghi en hom aangestuur het veld toe. Leon de Jager baie wyd en harde kontak met die muur in die 73. Maar gelukkig lyk dit, ja, daai linker voorwiel het definitief teruggeskuif op die Jager se kar.
Yeah, that car's not going to go much further. That left-hand front lower control arm has gotten bent. Ferreira up on the inside. Remember I said if he can get to Petrus Ferreira, he will. And he did exactly that. So the 144 of Gideon van Zyl gets past there by Petrus Ferreira. JD van der Berg all over the back of Gideon van Zyl as they work their way out. Oh, the 10 car all of a sudden goes slower and it's in the middle of the track. They'll have to move towards the inside or the outside, just staying there on the racing line. Very lucky that everybody went through and there was no contact with anybody.
Ja, geen kontak daar, soos Erhard Versaghi, probleem ook die Grant Seister in die 143, wat lyk my liggies kontak gemaak het met die muur. Maar intussen is daar 'n ewige stryd vir derde posisie tussen Gideon van Zyl en JD van der Berg. En dis van der Berg wat deurglip daarso om die derde plek te neem in die nommer 15 Golf. Gideon van Zyl gooi hom heel dwars, maar dit is die 46 van Stefan Swart wat nou gaan begin druk toepas daarso.
JD van der Berg doing a brilliant job, but don't forget about the lady up front, the 88 car, Nastasha Whitehorn. She's up, dusted and disappeared with 3 laps to go. Next one through is Petrus Ferreira. That's him coming through past the pit gate now. Already up into that 3rd place. JD van der Berg, then the 144 of Gideon van Sale has got Lloyd Scaife that's just made contact, heavy contact there in fact with I think it was the 78 car, and well, that's dropped him a long way back.
Baie rook wat uitkom daar in die kar van Grand Science, die 143 Petrus Ferreira en die 224 wat se kar ook baie begin rook en baie wyd gaan Jean-André Visagi, gaan dit uit die muur uit, ja hy doen, die 462 daar van Jean-André Visagi, baie gelukkig in daai ene, maar die laaste ronde begin nou vir ons voorloper, in die nummer 88 is Nastasha Whitehorn, in die tweede posisie sover, die 224 van Petrus Ferreira en die nummer 15 van JD van der Berg.
Well, I tell you what, it's been a very good drive for JD van der Berg, coming from a long way back, but I tell you what, Nastasha Whitehorn, no result in heat 1, number 1, heat number 2, cleaning up without any problem whatsoever. It's going to be Petrus Ferreira that comes through in 2nd, JD van der Berg in 3rd, Gideon van Sale in 4th. I do think the next one after that would probably, I think, be Janine Els, and then the 462 of Jean-André Visagi coming through behind that. So what was to my mind the 2 quickest possible car driver combinations for the day, Nastasha Whitehorn and JD van der Berg. Nastasha a 0 for hitting a wheel that came off another motor car, and now starting at the front and cleaning up. JD van der Berg, 5th row on the outside, does a brilliant job, works his way right up into that 3rd position.
Yeah, well, Gary, what a comeback story that was for Nastasha Whitehorn. Seeing that car during heat number 1, especially looking at it through the lens as she was parked up on the infield with the bonnet and the fenders all pointing in different directions, you could literally see how dejected she was looking at the car. And it's a little miracle actually that they got that car fixed back out on track in time for this heat. So yeah, well done there to Nastasha Whitehorn. But if you look to your right, Mr. Fleming, there's a gentleman standing there that should have been out with these guys, Mr. Sergio Abrams. And they worked right through the night this whole morning trying to get that Golf of his sorted out. But unfortunately, after blowing a top gasket at Killarney last weekend, couldn't get the car back done in time. They were still working on it this afternoon. And unfortunately just couldn't get it started in time.
Well, seeing we always do the inside line on Second Gear Talk Show, let me just give you the inside line on this one. Sergio Abrams redid the sub-assembly, but couldn't get the head done in time. So he came to me and said, do you have a head? So I said, yes, I do. And I grabbed the head, which as far as I could remember was one that I got from a Killarney main circuit racer. Gave him the head, and then during the course of Friday afternoon, looking for bits and pieces for Gavin's car, came across another head that was wrapped up and realized that that was the head that I should have actually given to him. The one that I did give him was the 2-litre head from Gavin Fleming's old car. So they put that head on already. They started it up, and there was problems with the valves on number 2 cylinder. So at 11:45 last night, came to fetch the other head, which I believed was a good head, which I'd never yet used. And this morning, 7 o'clock, they took the old head off and put that one on. But unfortunately, the end result just didn't work out the way that they wanted. And the compression ratio just way too low, because that head comes from a motor that was used with a turbo on it, so there was literally very minimal compression, and they decided no, it's not worth it messing up a new sub-assembly. So being one of the front runners in the points, unfortunately he finds himself sidelined for this one, but I'm pretty sure he's going to join us next Saturday on the 6th when we go down to Vescus.
Right, this is a friendly call for the people on the grandstands that all of you that are allowed to be here, can you please put your masks on and try and social distance as much as possible? And I know it's not nice, I know it's not easy, I know nobody wants to do it, we all understand, but the situation is globally the way it is. There's nothing that we can do about it just yet. So we need to please abide by the rules and regulations. Ons vra almal asseblief baie mooi net om hulle maskers op te sit. Ek weet dit is nie lekker nie, maar die reëls is die reëls en kom ons hou daarby. Dankie. Well, it's going to get interesting now because the tap and spin cars are going to come out and they are sponsored by Westcape Spares in Blackheath in Cape Town. And we also want to say a big thanks to Westcape Spares. They are also now on board with a 24 pink rod of Mia Krichler. Rosha McCreed gave Werner a call and said we can refer to that as the Westcape Spares Golf. The stickers will be made. So once again, another car that has been sponsored by Westcape, and they look after so many cars out there. So we want to say a big thanks to them. They're also spinning this, listen to me. Well, yes, they do spin this, guys. They are also sponsoring the tap and spin. So you see, that's where the spinning part comes from. The tap and spin class, which is going to come out shortly. And with this track, it's been watered down. It should be pretty interesting to watch the tap and spin drivers out there. Right, FC, here we go with the West Cape Spares tap and spin. Tian Klute is the man that's on the front row of the grid with Bronley Dick that sits there on his outside. Peter Lucas.
Well, Bronley Dick's actually behind him. It's Elton Matroos sitting next to him.
Sorry, the 189, yes. Matroos, then Bronley Dick behind him. Peter Lucas is there, Francois Burger and Martin van der Westhuizen.
Ja, Martin van der Westhuizen daar, maar is die vlag wat val en weg is die manne op 'n natbaan en dit is die nommer 88 Datsun van Klute wat heel dwars gaan en van die baan af tol daar in die wyntuin draai op die natbaan daarso. Hy is van die baan af so kom ons kyk, ja, hy kom weer terug daar so in die eerste posisie en dan is dit Bronley Dick in die 188 wat daar in die tweede posisie sit, maar aan die buitekant Frankie is dit Francois Burger.
Francois Burger in the Beetle running around the outside. Here comes Elton Matroos. Peter Lucas sits right there on his outside with Martin van der Westhuizen. Well, van der Westhuizen will obviously go and look up on the outside like he did out there in heat number 1, but the water truck has watered the circuit from the in to the out, so that line that he used out there in the opening tap and spin race is not going to work for him. Down the back main goes Tian Klute into pit corner, being caught there by the Beetle of Francois Burger.
Ja, Burger wat baie haastig lyk en dan nommer 48 Beetle as hy hom heel dwars gooi hier uit die kuip en draai uit. En hy sit daar in die tweede posisie, dan is dit Bronley Dick in die 188 Toyota wat bietjie wyd hardloop. En dis Martin van der Westhuizen wat daar agter hom inskuif en dan probeer oplyn vir 'n bietjie van 'n tap and spin, maar hy sit nog steeds aan die buitekant. In die 5de posisie Pieter Lucas in die 999 en Elton Matroos, die man wat hier deurkom in die 189 in die laaste posisie. Maar Frankie hou hulle dop daar in die agterste pylvlak op, stadig maar seker. Francois Burger wat nader en nader kruip aan Klute.
Yeah, Francois Burger getting closer there to Tian Klute. Tian getting that Datsun sideways, and so is Francois Burger in the Beetle. It's Matroos that has spun there on the back straight all on his own. In P3 we have got Bronley Dick being caught there by the Datsun GX number 12, which is understeering heavily there towards the wall due to circuit conditions of Martin van der Westhuizen. And right behind him, battling as well, is the Mazda 323 of Peter Lucas.
Ja, Lucas wat sit daar in die 5de posisie in die Mazda 323. Maar dit is die twee voorste manne hier in die Datsun en die Beetle wat nou daar by die agterste man Elton Matroos verby gaan. Dus Tian Klute in die eerste posisie gaan 'n bietjie kontak maak en ietsie veroorsaak hierso. Nee, hy los hom uit, maar is Burger wat homself heel dwars gooi in die Beetle en van die baan aftol daarso.
Well, almost having a bit of a problem there was Francois Burger, and Van der Westhuizen came out of the pit corner with 3 more laps to go, almost put that Datsun GX away, but he survived it. Elton Matroos with the Ford Cortina battling out there in these wet conditions, but no problem up front for the Datsun of Tian Klute, working his way down the back straight. Second place man coming through is that yellow 48 Beetle of Francois Burger. Third belongs to Bronley Dick. Fourth to Martin van der Westhuizen, and fifth to Peter Lucas.
Ja, Peter Lucas, die man wat sit daar in die 5de posisie. Maar Tian Klute wat die pak nog lei, Burger wat baie lyne vat uit die kuipedraai uit hier so met die Beetle. As hy alles probeer om die Datsun van Tian Klute te jaag. Met Elton Matroos rond paar rondes agter by die ander manne is Bronley Dick wat deurkom in die 188 in die 3de posisie met Martin van der Westhuizen se nommer 12 Datsun wat nie so gesond klink daarso in die 4de posisie nie, en dan die Mazda 323 van Pieter Lucas.
Right, the white flag will come out now for the final lap for this man, Tian Klute, and for Francois Burger sitting P1 and 2. Bronley Dick there in that 3rd position. 4th is Van der Westhuizen. 5th is Lucas. 6 is Matroos as they work their way down into turn number 1. Here comes Martin van der Westhuizen in that 12 GX Datsun, but the checkered flag is out. Here come your 2 leaders, Tian Klute and Francois Burger. That gets it sideways. Klute comes home in P1. Well, this is a dice for second place. Will he come into second? Yes, I think he will. Just wheel spinning towards the line, and Francois Burger comes home second, just ahead there of Bronley Dick. Next man across the line on the lead lap will be the number 12 of Martin van der Westhuizen, followed there by Peter Lucas and Elton Matroos.
Just shows you how quickly you can go from hero to zero. Burger deciding he's going to give it his all. Oh, and Tiaan Klute almost takes out Jean Zaban, the pit gate, as he tries to get into the pits on this very, very wet circuit. And yeah, as I was saying, you can go from hero to zero so quickly up there. But yeah, brilliant race there for Tiaan Klute. And Fransjo Burger just making it in second position, and Bronley Dick finishing in third in the 188 Toyota Corolla.
All right, here we go. Looks like Hooligan Racing is going to be up front. Jonita King. And then it's going to be Charlene Anderson. And then Ina Fasagi. Behind that will be Mia Ellis. Poppy Nell in there behind that with a PR Services and CDC sponsored car. The second of the Ellis Lasses, that's Mina Ellis in the Tony's car. And then the 24 car, which will be bedecked with Westcape Spare stickers at the next event. I believe I was supposed to bring them through today, but they weren't brought through to me, so unfortunately we couldn't do it. Bit of heavy damage to the suspension on the left-hand front of that car. I believe Vanna has got it fixed. He says if it handles, carry on driving. If it doesn't feel right, rather pull off. So let's see if she's confident with it. But surely the smart money's got to be Frankie on Poppy now.
Right, the WMSA flag is up and away we go with the second heat in the pink stocks down into turn number one. That's Nita Keen right behind her, Charlene Anderson. Then Mina Ellis coming through as well. So that's Mia Ellis. Then on the outside is Popinel, followed there by Anna Fasagi. Popinel going very high and wide. Then it's Mina Ellis, followed there by Mia Krichler. Oh, and understeering heavy due to track conditions. He's race leader, Nita Keen. Lap number one in the bag. They are really battling out there. Charlene Anderson, Poppy Nell, then Mia Ellis in that fourth position, followed there by Anna Fasagi, Mina Ellis and Mia Krichler. But race leader down the back main, drifting that golf out there is Jonita Keen.
I must say, when I say the smart money's got to be on Poppy Nell, I actually didn't think a little bit further. Jonita Keen starting on the front of the grid. Well, you're going to have to go some. If you're going to want to catch up to Hooligan Racing, Jonita Keen, a rope access direct 112 car of Jonita Keen, battling a bit to get it to turn in. It understeers going into the corner, but then she gets pretty good drive coming out of the corner. So what she loses going in actually sets her up very, very neatly for coming out of the corner, and that is maintaining the gap between herself and Poppy Nell. It's all about who's going to make the least mistakes between those two.
Moving up into third is Mia Ellis, getting her nose ahead there of Charlene Anderson as they exit the pit turn. Not on the case of Charlene Anderson now is Anna Fasagi in the Westcape Spares Golf. Then Mina Ellis sits in there behind her, and clearly you can see that Mia Krichler is battling out there with that 24 Westcape Spares Golf. It's not handling well. There is steering and suspension damage as Nita Keen gets herself in a bit of a knot, and that will bring Popinel a whole lot closer to race leader Nita Keen.
As I said, it's going to be between those two a case of who makes the least amount of mistakes. It's a very, very tricky surface to ride on. If you go too close to the inside, it just washes away. If you go too far towards the outside, there's too much loose and it just runs away underneath you. Put on your foot on the accelerator, it's a little bit too hard. It picks up wheel spin and goes nowhere. Don't put your foot down hard enough and you just don't get the drive coming out of the corner. So it's a win some, lose some situation. Soft hands, smooth on the accelerator, smooth on the brakes, the least amount of sawing away at the steering wheel, and consistency. And the two of them are the best of the whole pack out there, and that's why they're lying in first and second position, although the Tony's car in third place is also coming along very, very well.
Yeah, that's Mia Ellis, that's there in that third position. P4, Charlene Anderson. P5, Anna Fasagi. P6 is Mina Ellis, and Mia Krikler sits out there in P7, but keep in mind that 24 Golf is not handling at all as the two leaders work their way down the backstraight into turn 2, pit corner. The white flag will come out. They'll circulate one more time. Unita Keen and Popinel, P1 and 2, starting their final lap, heading down into turn number 1. Mia Ellis in the Tony's Golf there in that third position as the leading duo has got a half a lap to go before they see the checkered flag.
Masterly drive there by Juanita King. A brilliant drive by Popinel. Both of them doing exceptionally well. Can show some of the lads how to go around a wet track. Well done, Juanita King. Bangs on the roof. Popinel in the 59 coming through in second. Well, I tell you what, the Tony's car was also very well driven there by Mia Ellis. Charlene Anderson will be coming through next. Comes through nice and gingerly and smoothly with the Busy Bee sponsored car, then the West Cape Spares of Fasagi, and then the second Ellis vehicle coming through behind that. And then, well, they got it fixed, but it's not right. It's the 24 car of Mia Krichler.
Extreme Panel and Spray, Midgets A en B. En soos in die eerste eiden gaan ons eerste die A-klas manne hê. En bly om te sien dat André Schäfer het sy probleem uitgesorteer daarso wat hy gehad het in die eerste eiden. Daai kar van hom wat verskriklik baie olie gestort het op die baan in die eerste eiden, maar dit lyk my dat daai probleem uitgesorteer, want die nommer 10 is weer terug op die baan, daar in die tweede posisie. Ons het verdamtyd ronde in die nommer 115, die nommer 10 van André Schäfer, aan sy buitekant die nommer 4 daar van Skalk Chucky Swart, en dan nommer 49, 'n man wat onlangs ook verloof geraak het, is Sean Jordan, en dan Anshin Lloyd in die 121. Dit is jou A-klas midgets uit op die baan. En vir die van julle wat nie weet wat 'n A-klas of die verskil is tussen hierdie karre nie, meeste van die karre wat jy nou daar op die baan sien, is chrome molly rame, wat bietjie ligter is as die ouens wat daar op die binnebaan staan, en dan het hulle ook natuurlik jou Heli brand quick change diwe in sonder 'n gearbox en al daai goedjies. So die kar is baie ligter as die A-klas, die B-klas karre wat jy op die binnebaan sien. B-klas ouens natuurlik staal rame met diff en gearbox in daai kar. Die B-klas manne wat daar is daar. Maar die Woomsa vlag is gereed hier vir hulle en weg is hulle met Lloyd. De ronde en Schäfer dadelik vir die lyn af met Skalk Swart wat sit daar in die derde posisie. André Schäfer wat 'n bietjie uitbeheerheid is daar in die kuipedraai in. Maar kyk vir Skalk Swart aan die buitekant gaan sit hy daar van Lloyd en skiet op na die derde posisie toe. En is André Schäfer wat sit in die tweede plek, maar dan tyd de ronde wat van hierdie kans gebruik maak om weg te kom van die pak af daar in die 115. Gevolg deur André Schäfer, Skalk Swart en dan Sean Jordan wat opspring in die vierde posisie in.
Well, making his way down the back man is race leader Dante de Ronde. Second is André Schäfer. Remember that André had a DNS out there in heat number 1. He did not start. He sits now with a 10 car in second position. Right behind him in P3 is the number 4 midget of Skalk Swart. Down the back man they go. De Ronde P1, Schäfer P2, Swart P3, Sean Jordan P4, and Anshin Lloyd in P5. That's your top 5 and only 5 A-class midgets out there. As De Ronde works his way out of turn 1, followed there by André Schäfer, but closing on Schäfer is the number 4 of Skalk Swart.
Ja, Skalk Swart wat stadig maar seker besig is om daar vir André Schäfer te vang. As hulle die been draai en kyk net hoe krimp daai spasie tussen Schäfer en Swart. As hulle die pylvlak afkom met Skalk Swart wat binnekort 'n skuif gemaak. Skalk Swart aan die binnekant deur. Maar lyk my 'n probleem daar vir André Schäfer. 'n Groot probleem vir Schäfer as hy heeltemal van die pas afklim en gaan nou terugval in 'n posisie verloor daar aan Sean Jordan. Maar intussen is hierdie man aan die voorkant, die 115 van Dante de Ronde in die eerste posisie, gevolg daar deur die nommer 4 van Skalk Swart, dan die 49 van Sean Jordan, die 10 van André Schäfer en die 121 van Anshin Lloyd.
And it's all about the man up front in the 115, race leader Dante de Ronde. Oh my goodness, it's a horrible sounding number 10 midget of André Schäfer. That's going to circulate. He knows if he finishes this race, he'll finish in P5 and get points for that. But right up front, working his way towards a checkered flag is race winner Dante de Ronde. He comes home in P1. Skalk Swart will finish in second. Third across the line is this man in the 49. Sean Jordan. Fifth position will go to Anshin Lloyd, and in P4, and in P5 will go to an ailing number 10 midget of André Schäfer.
Dit was dan die A-klas karre geweest, soos ons gesê het vroeër, die A-klas wat eerste ry dan die B-klas. En dan natuurlik ook 'n ander groot verskil, dis net hier by Mega wat die ouens met die B-klas karre ook op die vetwiele ry. Elders in die land, bo in die noorde, die Woomsa B-klas karre wat natuurlik ook op die maar padtyres ry. Dit is ook dan die groot verskil tussen daai klas, die A en die B-klas midgets. Maar met die A-klasse wat nou gaan aftrek, as Sean Jordan heeltemal die pad bietjie byste raak daar, is dit die B-klas ouens wat op die baan trek met François Botes in daai pragtige nuwe kleurskema van hom, daai nommer 25 aan die voorkant, agter hom die 34 daar van Jean van Skalkwyk, dan is vir Skalk Coetzee in die 888, die 42 daarso is André Litse, Nommer 27, Timmy Parry en Zim Geldenhuys wat bietjie rondom Talie gaan speel in die agterste pylvlak.
Right, here they come towards us now. Francois Bottas, Timothy Paris, Johan van Schalkwijk, Andre Lietse, Schalk Coetzee in the 888, and then the number 10 of Zim Geldenhuys. Zim had a lot of fun, FC, together with Andre Lietse last weekend at Cape Old Drivers, where they had those two midgets right in there with those big V8 sprint cars.
Yeah, the two of them were really giving the V8 Sprints a run for their money, especially coming out of the big corner down by Quarry Corner side. Coming out of that corner, you could really see the two of them playing around with Mornay Herald coming out of that corner, and then just that V8 Sprint car just having that little bit more power coming down the straight, and that's where he managed to keep them at bay. But yeah, Zim Geldenhuys, Andre Lietse are two of the guys that tried to go and race at as many tracks as they possibly can, and they have a lot of fun while doing it out there. These are, they might not always have the fastest equipment out there, but these are true racers. They're doing it for the love of the sport, and they want to go and support everyone and every track.
Yeah, it's not always about the fastest, it's about having cars that are reliable. Those are two very reliable motor cars, and they go and have fun wherever they go. So Zim Geldenhuys, I think he sees them coming down the back main. He's going to just keep out the way and allow them to catch up with him. Yes, he's looking over his shoulder, so he's waiting for the other B-class midgets to catch up with him as they come past us now. Francois Bottas, Timothy Paris, Andre Lietse, Johan van Schalkwijk, and Schalk Coetzee followed there by Zim Geldenhuys. He's now decided he wants to catch them. Would have been wiser just to wait for them, but I think it's difficult to see in that midget. You can't really turn yourself around too much, so we probably opted for the B plan to rather go and chase them down and pull in there by the 888 of Schalk Coetzee.
Yeah, the warms-up flag goes up high, and let's see what they do when it goes down. It's Francois Bottas, Timmy Paris, Andre Lietse, Jean van Schalkwijk. A nice wet track out there as Zim Geldenhuys chases them from the back. But it is now Francois Bottas that leads them around the island in that number 25. He was chasing Timmy Paris in heat number 1, and now it's the other way around with Timmy Paris really having to work hard to try and stay with that number 25.
Right, it's Francois Bottas followed there by Timothy Paris. Then it's Johan van Schalkwijk in that third place. He's got Andre Lietse and Schalk Coetzee right there by them, and catching the three of them is the 10 of Zim Geldenhuys. As they work their way out of turn 1, going down the back main, the two leaders heading back into turn number 1, namely Francois Bottas P1, Timmy Paris in that second place, but a lovely fight going on here for third between Johan van Schalkwijk, Andre Lietse, Schalk Coetzee and Zim Geldenhuys.
Ja, Zim Geldenhuys wat nou begin vang daar van agteraf, maar dit is Andre Lotse wat vas sit daar agter. Jean van Schalkwijk gaan in daai buitelyn probeer kry, net nie die krag neergesit nie, en begin bietjie rondspring daar so in die pylvlak met Schalk Coetzee agter hom in die 888 en dan Zim Geldenhuys, maar Jean van Schalkwijk wat nou baie druk gaan begin kry van daai 3 manne agter hom as hulle almal probeer om verby hom te kom daarso, maar intussen is Francois Bottas besig om hulle te vang met die nommer 25 met Timmy Paris en die nommer 27 in die tweede posisie.
Well, Francois Bottas is going to see a sight that he doesn't want to see. 4 guys fighting out for P3 and they're right in front of him. He wants to get clear of them. He's not too sure how far second place man Timothy Paris is there behind him. So he gets past the first one, Zim Geldenhuys, with 3 more laps to go. Tucks in there behind Schalk Coetzee. Going down the back main, he has to be very careful going past Coetzee, Lietse and van Schalkwijk.
Ja, van Schalkwijk wat daai hele trein aan die gang hou daarso deur die wyntuin draai, as 'n bietjie buitehardloop amper die deur oopmaak vir Andre Lietse, maar dis Francois Bottas wat die brawe lyn vat aan die buitekant as Andre Lietse besig is om ook 'n skuif te probeer maak daarop van Schalkwijk, maar Bottas sê ek gaan nie wag vir julle nie. Hy sit sy voet neer en amper gelyk soos ligte kontak tussen Francois Bottas en Jean van Schalkwijk.
Right, the white flag comes out. 1 more lap to go for race leader Francois Bottas, and for the man in a second position, Timothy Paris. They secured P1 and P2, but that third place is not secure yet. Lietse will surely have a go somewhere at Van Skalkwyk as a checkered flag comes out. Well done. Francois Botha's P1. Timothy Perry will finish second. And Van Skalkwyk has done enough to finish third. Litzer behind him, followed there by Kutsia and Geldenhuys.
Right, so it's going to be the juniors that's going to be out there now. This is going to be a pretty interesting one, just like heat number 1. I must say it's lovely to watch all the youngsters out there having fun. So it's going to be Jaco Jacobs in the 911, alongside him Willem van der Merwe Jr. Then it is MJ van der Westhuizen. On the outside of that is Jana Kuchlenberg in the Motordeck Stickland car. Then it's Jaden Brunt on the third row on the inside. Then on the outside of that is the first of the Cope boys, with both of the Copes not making it at all. They are twins. And Brandon and Bradley Cope. Brandon in the 38 and Bradley in the 44. Emma Lagranci did so well in heat number 1, picked up a maiden victory with the pink LG Towing Mini. She starts off the back of the pack there with JD DeToy. Unfortunately, Emma's brother is not having the same kind of happiness here today. Car not doing everything he wants her to do. Well, let's see, can Jaco Jacobs come out tops with the goals? He was the fastest golf out there for an extended period of time. Well, the other guys have now definitely caught up to him. Emma Lagranci pouring a bit of smoke out the back. Willem van der Merwe down the back straight. It is MJ van der Westhuizen in that second plate. There's Jaco Jacobs. Then it is Brunt in the 113, and then Jana Kuchlenberg.
While I'm keeping an eye there on the B-class minis, and they are being led there by Bradley Cope. Bradley Cope from Brandon Cope, JD DeToy, Grant van der Westhuizen, Peter Lagranci sits here right at the back. Emma is just ahead of the ball. Emma Lagranci nailing the back of Grant van der Westhuizen. Behind her, it's Alonso Pickard, but up front, oh, there's contact. Slight contact there between MJ van der Westhuizen, Willem van der Merwe second. Then right behind them, it's Jaco Jacobs. You got a DNF out there in race number 1, followed there by Jaden Brunt And Janu Kuchlenberg, and this mini war raging coming out of turn 1, being led there by Brandon Cope.
Yeah, well, JD's going to get, comes across the front of Bradley, and that takes JD off onto the infield. A bit of a wild ride there coming across the front of the Cope lad. Emma de Grancy just keeps the hammer down. She's built up lots and lots of confidence, and she's quite keen to try and pick up another victory. Well, a very irritated JD de Toy takes the 119 back out onto the circuit.
Well, MJ van der Westhuizen, Wiema van der Merwe, Jaco Jacobs, Jaden Brandt, and Janu Kuchlenberg, they lead the A-class. Have a look at this B-class. Here comes Brandon Cope. He sits out there in P1. Right behind him, Emma Lagrancy, Pieter Lagrancy, Bradley Cope. Now Grant van der Westhuizen on the outside of Bradley Cope. Right there behind them is Alonso Pickard. Lagrancy, van der Westhuizen goes wide. Alonso Pickard shoves a nose up on the inside, but the 22 runs around and sits on the outside there of Bradley Cope.
Oh, Emma de Grancy's got the hammer down. She's not giving up whatsoever. She's running harder and harder and harder into the corners. Let's hope it doesn't count against her. There she climbs on the gas about a third of the way into the corner and just waits for it eventually to bite. And that's bringing the two LG towing cars closer and closer to one another.
Well, Grant van der Westhuizen tried to have a look up on the inside of Pieter Lagrancy. He sits right there behind his sister Emma Lagrancy, but leading the junior minis out of turn number 1, the Wyntuin corner. He's Brandon Cope. Brandon Cope making his way down the back main in the mini category, with Emma and Pieter Lagrancy second and third, and Grant van der Westhuizen form the brother and sister combination make contact going into turn 2.
Oh, that brings the 22 back into play. That is Grant van der Westhuizen, and he now splits the two Lagrancy kids. So brother and sister out there together. Oh, MJ van der Westhuizen turns it completely sideways. Let's hope everybody gets through there, except for the last one. Jaden Brandt whacks him in the right-hand back door. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. They almost all made it through there. So I tell you what, Van der Westhuizen having a very good ride out there. Checker and the yellow coming through together. We'll leave it to the ladies here behind us to try and sort out exactly who ended up where with that one. Quite a mix-up, but I must say the Cope boys going pretty well. A lot of damage there to the right rear door of the Van der Westhuizen car, but I think it's just the door panel itself, nothing else, so that's quite fine. It's not an expensive one to fix that.
Well, they did finish this one under yellow, so I would presume that they would go one lap back, but that's for the clerk of the course to decide. Looks like they're going to go one lap back, which means that everybody would then be reinstated in the positions that they were before the checkered flag came out under the full course yellow.
Folks, please keep your masks on at all times. Asseblief mense, is al manier wat ons weer permitte gaan kry. We have to keep the masks on. Asseblief. Ons vra bitter mooi mense. Ieder en elkeen van julle, even you young man. I won't say the name. Well, to the best of my mind, should be hot rods and 2.1 modified saloons that will come out together. A big thanks to all the class sponsors that have come on board for today. The Tap and Spins, Westcape Spares, Junior Development Golfs is Blue Storm Hydraulics. The Minis is LG Towing. Pink Stocks, we need a sponsor there. So if you'd like to get your name out there, Pink Stocks, that's a class to join up with. Stock rods, Breer Rivier Coolers, the 1660s is Bessie Bester Transport. The 2.1s also Bessie Bester, but in the name of De Wittes. The hot rods, Breer Rivier Truck Center. The heavy metals discount boards, the V8s, SKP, Bow Contracteurs. The midgets A and B Extreme Panel and Spray, the Ninja Midgets, Breer Rivier Truck Center and discounts boards. And yeah, I think that is the lot except for the day sponsor. And the day sponsor, one of the most unlucky people out there today. That is Jaco Kuchner, and that's Titan Tools doing the sponsorship of the whole day's event. Henkels on the front row of the grid. On the outside of him is Leo Lopi. Inside behind that is Francois Smit. Then it is, I think it is Manuk. No, it's Van Vullig in the 327. Then behind that is the 55 of Francois Muller. The 66 RAW Projects car of Alistair Simpson. Then it's Tasjes van Tonder on the fourth row on the inside. On the outside of that is Theo Loopscher. Fifth row on the inside, JB Du Plessis Jr. And then Peter Niemand that comes in there behind him. The other one I couldn't remember of that name earlier on. That was Johan van Dijk, X1660 Guru from Kleinplasie Mega. This is going to be a good one. Coming off the front row of the grid, Henkels FC, take him away.
Woensdag vlag wat val en is Francois Smit met 'n briljante dag vir die middag. As dit die binnenkant van Henkels mag gaan, Henkels daai posisie opgee. Nie heeltemal nie, maar Smit sê nee, ek wil hierdie posisie hê. Dis Francois Chuppy Smit wat opskuif daar in die eerste posisie en gevolg deur Henkels, Elro Viljoen. Dan is daar vir Francois Muller, Tertius van Tonder en aan die buitekant Alistair Simpson van Tonder met JP Du Plessis reg agter hulle.
Oh, I tell you what, this is a brilliant piece of driving at this stage. The fight by Francois Smit. Look at that, Henkels is right in there with him. Leo Lopi's coming through in that third place. It's going to be Tasjes van Tonder that brings the Audi through. Oh, Alistair Simpson dives up in front of JB Jr. Gets a bit of a nudge from behind saying, come on, stick it up on the inside of the windshield trial there and I'll follow you through. Francois Miller's not going to be dusted that easily. Well, they make contact. It's Alistair Simpson and Francois Miller. JB Jr. has a dive up on the inside line. Leo Lopi coming under a lot of pressure now from the Titan Tools car of Tasjes van Tonder.
Francois Smit is leading the pack in the number 80, followed by the 56 there of Henkels and the 242 of Elro Viljoen. Then it's the first of the 2.1 modifieds chasing them. It's the 444 of Tasjes van Tonder with Alistair Simpson in the 66 behind them. Then it's the 88 of JP Du Plessis Jr., followed by the 55 there of Francois Miller with Theo Loopscher, Peter Niemand, Arlen van Willing and Johan van Dijk back at the back. But look at Tasjes van Tonder in the 444, hassling the 242 there of Elro Viljoen. He gets his nose up on the inside, just not enough power to get up alongside that rotary powered Corsa of Viljoen as he stays there behind him in third position with Alistair Simpson trying everything to catch up to Van Tonder.
Viljoen started to apply serious pressure now. He's going to have to really go some because he's got Tasjes van Tonder the second all over his back bumper. Francois doing a lovely job. Francois Smit at the front of the pack holding off the winner of heat number 1, which is Henkels. Getting going again is Johan van Dijk right in the middle of the track. The whole pack going to be coming past around the outside of him. He now splits that leading group. They all have to go all the way around the outside as he tries to pick up pace. Probably problems with that motor car for Johan van Dijk. He now brings it up in behind Alistair Simpson.
Tasjes van Tonder wat inskuif daar reg langs Elro Viljoen en sy kom net die kyk draai, maar is Viljoen wat net genoeg krag kan hê as hy routery uit om vas te klou in daai derde posisie. Maar almal van hulle is besig om vir Francois Smit te vang en druk toe te pas op die nommer 80 daar van Francois Smit. Gaan Francois hulle kan hou as hulle hierdie kyk draai inkom. Klim bietjie op die briekie daar met Henkels die tweede plek, Elro Viljoen derde, dan Tasjes van Tonder, Alistair Simpson, gevolg daar deur JP Du Plessis Jr. Dan is dit Francois Miller in die 55, Theo Loopscher, Peter Niemand en Johan van Dijk agter. Maar kontak tussen die 444 van Tonder en die 242 daar van Elro Viljoen as van Tonder enige kans probeer soek om deur te glip daarso. Want Gary, Alistair Simpson is besig om al hoe nader te kom.
Alistair Simpson now starting to close the gap as Tasjes van Tonder eventually makes it past. Leo Lopez now up into that third position behind race winner from race number 1, Henkels. Can Tasjes van Tonder apply just a little bit more pressure onto the back of Henkels? He's all over that right-hand back wheel. They're not getting dropped at this stage of the fight. Arlen van Willig with a Golf. It's going to be passed now by our lead car. That is Francois Smit. Van Willig will realize that they're coming up behind him. Does he stay on the inside line and force them all to go around the outside? Wow, Arlen van Willig now splits that leading group. I don't think Henkels will be very chuffed with that at all. Henkels going to go around the outside, just nibbles that back bumper. Tages van Tonder and Lulupi goes through there as well.
Ja, en dat is de Simpson wat ek kry, maar probleme vir Henk Els. As Simpson net nie daar deurskuur om verby te gaan na probleme vir Henk Els, maar die geruite vlag gaan nou uitkom hierso vir die nommer 80 van François Smit in die eerste plek. Tweede wat gaan na die 444 van Tertius van Tonder, dan Elroo Viljoen in die derde plek, Alistair Simpson, JP Du Plessis Jr., François Miller, Theo Loubser, Pieter Niemand en dan Arlen van Willing en Henk Els. Hy moet net nader kom, hy kan dit toch maak oor die lyn. Kom, is amper daar. En Els wil dan die geruite vlag kry. Nie seker wat daar fout gegaan het vir Henk Els nie. Maar hy het die hele tyd daar agter François Smit gesit. Maar Smit het genoeg gedoen in hierdie ene om weg te stap met daai wen. Met Tertius van Tonder tweede en Elroo Viljoen in die derde posisie.
Well, Henkels' motor sounds quite fine, but he's lost all drive on that motor car. So something that's gone on the gearbox and or the diff. And he parks that just off the track. Mense asseblief, hou julle maskers aan as mense wat op die paviljoen sit wat net prontuit weier om hulle maskers aan te sit. Asseblief mense, ons vra julle bitter mooi. We want to make sure that we can get the permission to be able to get another permit to be able to ride, and if we don't comply, it's going to be a long time till we can get to race again. Well, looks like the heavy metals will be going out with the V8s. We'll have to get somebody to move the Worcester gearbox center car of Henk Els, and we can move that one away from the circuit as well. Just wait for the tow vehicle or push vehicle that can come back out and help us. All right, here we go. The heavy metals coming out onto the circuit, and always great to see the heavy metals. It's Tolla in the 47. Alongside that is Wim van der Merwe. Inside behind that is Pieter Human. The 108 alongside him is Michael Swart. Behind that in the 23 on the inside is Gerdus van der Westhuizen. Then it's Hendrik Vos with a black 3 Series Beamer on the outside. Then it looks like that is Germes De Swart on the outside of him, then François Smit, and then on the outside of that X Hendricks Jr. Yep, with the E36 BMW. So that's as far as Henk Els can go, and it looks like Johan van Dijk's decided he can't go any further. Takes his overall off, and we can get his size 10 feet out of that overall. He'll just chuck it inside the car. He says, that's it. That's as far as I'm going with this car tonight. And he's going to be sitting back and watching the races. So François Smit coming off the back of the pack. He's going to have one hell of a job to get to the front from there. There's a couple of very quick motor cars that's near the front, and with Wim van der Merwe starting at the front, François Smit starting at the back, I think it's going to be an almost impossible task for François Smit to win this one.
Right, here we go with the 4 V8s and all the heavy metals behind them. The white flag is out, so it's Manfred Uhl from JD Triter, Roger Youngs and JJ de Wet. They are the 4 V8s. Then behind them, the heavy metals coming through. Tola Trusky is the man that sits there in pole position with Wema van der Merwe on his outside. Michael Swart and Pieter Riemann. Then it's Gerdus van der Westhuizen on his outside. Hendrik Vos. Look at those 2 yellow BMWs coming through there. Willie Germeshuis, Francois Miller, Leon de Swart is there as well. And Hendrik Vos Jr. as the flag goes down. We're racing down into turn number 1. The V8s go. Manfred Uhl comes out there in P1 with JD Triter there in that second place. Followed there now and chasing him hard is JJ de Wet, followed there by Roger Youngs. Then behind them, here come the first 4 heavy metals out of turn 2. SA champ, Wema van der Merwe, Tola Trosky, Pieter Riemann, and Hendrik Vos as they race down into turn 1, chasing after the V8s.
Tola Trusky doing a very decent job in that second position. He was on the front row of the grid when they pulled off. Held on very, very neatly to the tail end there of Wema van der Merwe. Wema van der Merwe, the lead car behind the V8s, and slowly but surely pulling away there from Tola Trusky. But Tola Trusky quick enough to hold out the likes of a Discount Boards E36 BMW of Pieter Riemann. Then in behind there is Hendrik Vos. And Hendrik Vos, no slouch whatsoever, but coming through from behind that with open ground in front of him is Francois Smith and Germeshuis as well.
Big motor blow up or something went heavily wrong there. That sounded like a motor that went there on the 112 of Manfred Uhl. That thing went bang big time going into turn number 1. Sorry, Gary.
Wow, I just heard the bang, but I didn't see it. I know that you were looking in that direction at that point, so that's probably going to be good night nurse to that one for the rest of the night. Yeah, that could be a kind of an expensive one. Roger Youngs' car not sounding very good at this stage of the fight, but still circulating.
Well, this will now bunch up the entire V8 and heavy metal field. Overall leader now is, see Pieter Riemann has parked the BMW on the infield. Overall leader is JD Triter from JJ de Wet and Roger Youngs. They sit first, second and third overall and in class P4, and leading the heavy metals is Wema van der Merwe. Tola Trusky is in there behind him with Hendrik Vos. They are the first 3, but however, Lucas sits in P4 and 5, the 80 of Francois Smith and the 100 of Willie Germeshuis. Keep an eye on Francois and Willie. They are sitting P4 and 5 in the heavy metals, and they are right there behind Wema van der Merwe, Tola Trusky and Hendrik Vos. Right there with them is the Ford Sapphire of Leon de Swart. Then it's Michael Swart coming through, Gerdus van der Westhuizen, and the new kid on the block, Hendrik Vos Jr.
Well, I must say, very impressive with Tola Trusky in that second position. A very impressive drive by him so far, holding on to the back of Wema van der Merwe. But he does now have Hendrik Vos in there behind him with the 3 Series BMW. And then he's got Francois Smith and Willie Germeshuis, followed through by de Swart, Henny de Swart in the 97. So far so good for Tola Trusky, but can he hold on to that position with 3, 4 very quick cars right in there behind him?
Right, they've removed the Manfred Uhl car off the track. We're about to go green once again. Full course yellow out the way. Martin has got the green flag and will send them on their way as the flag goes down, and away we go once again. And Roger Youngs just dived there in front of Wema van der Merwe. Young is going high and going wide. Van der Merwe wants to go through, but he's not quite sure exactly what's going to happen next, but he's going to have to make a move pretty soon. Look at Francois Smith. Francois Smith sits on that back bumper of Hendrik Vos.
Francois Smith nibbling away at the back bumper there of Hendrik Vos. Tola Trusky really putting up some good pace amongst these BMWs. Francois Smith has a look up on the inside of Hendrik Vos. Hendrik tries to close that line down. Gets better drive coming out of the corner, but I think, they make contact with one another. Right front on left back. And that brings Francois Smith just a little bit closer to the back of Tola Trisky.
Well, through goes Francois Smith. And through with him goes Willie Hermes. He's having a look as well. He gets his nose ahead there, and Fossey almost went into the wall, going down the back main. However, the front runners are working their way out of turn number 1. Those are your 3 V8s. JD Tritter down the back main, followed there by JJ de Wet and Roger Youngs. P4 and P1 in the heavy metals. He's Vierma van der Merwe. He's getting away from the Ford Sierra of Tola Trusky that sits in that second place right behind Tola Trusky. Here come the Xavier Bouwers BMW team of Francois Smith and Willie Hermes, and they all gone past. Well, the one has gone past Tola Trusky. That is Francois Smith. Now watch out for Willie Hermes. He'll have a look up on the inside of Trisky, and looming in there behind them is the 99 of Hendrik Vos.
There was a small little gap between the tyres and Tola Trisky. Francois Smith threaded the needle very, very neatly. Tola Trisky all over the back of him and not letting him get away whatsoever. Very, very impressive. Roger Young spins in the middle of the corner. The pack is coming through. Let's hope that everybody misses him. And making very light contact there was Hendrik Vos, as the Englishman stands on the middle of the corner. The rest of the cars coming through. Let's hope that everybody can get around there without any further damage at all. Yep, so far so good.
Well, full course yellow with Roger Young spinning the number 26 New Era Flexi in turn 2, the Wyntuin corner. There was slight contact between himself and Hendrik Vos. Hendrik just touched him under braking, so it doesn't look like any harm was done to any of the 2 motor cars. As a matter of fact, Roger Youngs is going to help himself get underway. Got that car fired up, so Uncle Roger will just keep on going. So we are officially under full course yellow, and those 2 yellow BMWs are looming there with the Ford Sierra of Tola Trusky, and these 2 teammates, Xavier Bouwer teammates, Francois Smith and Willie Hermes, making their way down that back straight. Right there with them was Fossey. He'll just tuck in there behind the 100, yes, of Willie Hermes. So all is well, that ends well. Leon de Swart, they all seem to be on their right positions. Vierma van der Merwe, Francois Smith, Tola, Willie, followed there by Hendrik and Leon. Yes, that group is okay. So they are now officially under the white flag. They are all where they need to be, but have a look at Vierma van der Merwe. He leads class. He is keeping Roger Youngs to the outside. He wants to have a go, not only just to lead the class, but to tuck in there behind JJ de Wet as they exit the Wyntuin corner.
Green flag is ready to go, and on the gas they climb, and de Wet has a look on the outside of Tritter. Vierma van der Merwe leading out from Francois Smith. Let's hope that that one doesn't turn to tears. Both of them very, very competitive drivers. Both of them believe they can win this one. Tola Trisky holding out Hermes. Hendrik Vos having a look around the outside of Hermes and ducks back in behind him.
Heading back down into turn number 1 goes race leader JD Tritter, JJ de Wet in that second position, followed there by Vierma van der Merwe, and right there with him is Francois Smith. They're sitting in P3 and 4, but they P1 and 2 in class. Here comes Willie Hermes. Hermes tucks in there behind the 26 V8 of Roger Youngs as they head down into turn number 1. Tola Trusky is right there ahead of Hendrik Vos, and Fossey is trying to find a way around Trusky, and looming in there behind Vos is the Sapphire of Leon de Swart.
JD Tritter doing a lovely job up front, holding out De Vet. De Vet has found himself in a one-way battle with a straight 6 BMW that's in there behind him. Wim van der Merwe giving the 8-cylinder a run for his money. In fact, even sticks his nose up on the inside. So the reigning SA1 title holder Wim van der Merwe doing a lovely job and really making that little BMW very, very quick around the track. It's Francois Smit from Mercedes, then it's Roger Youngs, then Tola Trisky finds himself down under a lot of pressure from Hendrik Vos. That's all over his back bumper.
The white flag comes out for the last lap here for JD Tritter, for Wim van der Merwe, and for JJ De Vet as they head into turn number 1. But here come the 2 yellow BMWs of Francois Smit and Willie Mercedes, and Willie Mercedes drives around him on the outside going into turn number 1. The checkered flag is out and JD Tritter wins this one. Wim van der Merwe wins his class. De Vet comes home in 3rd and 2nd in class. Here comes Willie Mercedes to the line as there's a bit of a pile up there in turn 1. Roger Youngs finishes. Hendrik Vos gets to the line, so does Leon de Swart. And problems out there for the 47 of Tola Trisky, the Ford Sierra of Tola Trisky there in turn 2, the Vaintain corner.
Well, 2 people that did very well but didn't make it to the end was Tola Trisky. In general, you can't make a Ford V6 run with a 3 Series BMW. You just can't get the same kind of power out of them in general. So a valiant effort and probably one of the top Ford V6 contenders out there in Tola Trisky. A very, very good drive with the DFC sponsored car. And then with a half a lap to go, Francois Smit just turned off and parked the car on the infield. He didn't even try and complete the lap. It looked like he was running shotgun for Willie Mercedes, but obviously something was just not right with that motor car. Mercedes just dusted him around the outside and took the position over, 2nd place in there behind Wim van der Merwe. So whatever's wrong with that motor car, he's not prepared to drive it any further, parks it in the infield and says, right, that's the end of that. Pity about Peter Himman with a discount boards car. He was going very, very well, was Peter Himman. And right on the end, it just didn't work out for him. Discount boards, PR services, and it's a man that does a lot for this club as well, Peter Himman. So really a big pity with that nice looking bead locks on the back and front rims on that motor car. A very impressive looking motor car. Nice sticker job on that one. But yeah, mechanically it just didn't make it for this one.
Right, folks, here we go with the 1660s. This is Group B and C. That's coming out there on the track, sponsored by Bessie Bester Transport.
So Chris Etzebeth in pole position, alongside him Nicholas van Tonder. Then it's Henko Hansen and Kwesi Veyers. Then it's Ian Henning, and on the outside of that is Tashius van Tonder. In there behind Tashius van Tonder is Jockey Jr. On the inside of Jockey Jr., it looks like that is the 18 car on his inside.
try and pick up with that is for you in the 18. No, don't see the 18 on my list at all, so I'm not sure who that is. Oh, maybe that's Christian Esterhazy. It could be a 19. Yeah, so that is a 19, not the 18. So some pretty quick car driver combinations out there. Keep an eye on Andre, second from the back of the pack. Arne Hoogaard, that's the name I was trying to come on. Arne Hoogaard and Francois van Rijn coming off the back of the pack, but with Chris Etzebeth up front, and then Nicholas van Tonder, and then also the likes of Kwesi Veyers. Henning is right there. Oh, turning sideways. That I think was Henko Hansen. That's the first corner incident. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. Ian Henning was on the go there already. The yellow flags is out. Slow it down, guys. Slow it all down. Slow it all down.
Well, we are under full course yellow. They need to slow it right down. Well, drivers very eager out there, and they're not looking at the flags, and one can understand that. Kwesi Veyers going down the back straight there. He just wants to get this thing done as the field makes its way around. Henko Hansen in the wall. Oh, put himself away into the wall. Something just broke there. I think a CV.
That's normally if a CV goes,
yeah.
That's what happens.
CV just broke and it just plucked itself towards the left-hand side into the wall. Red flag has been called for.
Yeah, that looked very much like a CV that just broke on the Henko Hansen car. So, yeah, bad luck for him. So the 96 that's up front in the pole position, he's not going to give that spot away very easily. That is Chris Etzebeth. Nicholas van Tonder, I'm not sure who that car belongs to. I think it could be one of the cars that actually belongs to Etzebeth. They find themselves alongside one another. The 9, Bessie Bester Exa, that is a body that I think they only got about 3-4 days ago and built everything over into that motor car for Jacques Jr. It's not easy to get all the settings right just straight off, so you can't expect that that car driver combination is going to be as quick as the previous one. Got to give them a bit of chance to tweak the little bits and pieces. But Ian Henning with the Dyser Properties yellow, what is that, a Ford Laser. Sure, that car does some massive revs. Very, very well driven, very hard drive.
Left rear flat tire for Kwesi Veyers, and we see that the race officials are going to give Kwesi Veyers 5 minutes to sort out the left rear flat tire.
Well, the way I understand it is that there can only be repair time under the Woomsa rules for a first lap incident, not thereafter. And that obviously, I would take it, logic says to me, if it's not your own error that creates that situation. So 5 minutes awarded to get that sorted out. Should they not be able to get it done inside of 5 minutes, when they do get the car back on the ground, it'll be removed to the infield and the race will carry on from there. So that's just about exactly what Nicholas van Tonder and Chris Etzebeth needed to just settle the nerves just a little bit. Oh, left-hand front pushed right back on the Henko Hansen car, so that's lower control arm, that's CV. And when the car does like what it did with him, that's normally if the left-hand side brakes and it pulls only on the right-hand side wheel, it just turns itself straight towards the wall, and there's nothing much that you can do at that stage of the fight. So that's going to be 2 sets of CVs and a lower control arm. Hopefully the shock is alright, hopefully the rim is alright, and I think that's the last we're going to see of that car for tonight's racing. Let's call that the dead car park area in the middle of the grass. I think that's as far as he's going to go. But this is going to be pretty interesting stuff. If we have a look, we've got the 444 Titan Tools car in the middle of the pack, pretty much in the third row of the grid. That's going to be Tashius van Tonder. One of the quickest out there on his inside is Ian Henning. One of the quickest out there is JP Jr. and Jackie Jr. on the outside of him. albeit the fact that just in front of that, if they get the wheel done in time, will be Kwesi Veyers. I think he's got about 12 or 13 SA titles. Looks like they're going to make it in time. Then a very competitive Nicholas van Tonder and a very accomplished Chris Etzebeth in that pole position, and he won't give any position away to anybody. Doesn't matter what your name is, doesn't matter what your heritage is. He fancies himself as being pretty quick with that motor car, and he is pretty quick with that motor car, is Chris Etzebeth. That's still to say nothing about any others that is coming through behind. Ex-champion Francois van Rijn is in there as well, and Hougaard is also coming from further back in the pack. So a lot of very quick motor cars, Frankie, in this group.
Very quick motor cars up there in this group, and I see that I think Ian Henning is probably also one of the favorites to well, I was having a look there at 144, that's Dirkie Binneman that's in that car. So lovely to see Dirk Binneman make a return again. We didn't see him at CHD last weekend, and lovely to see him back out there. Yes, and he is under the A prefix, so he is part of the KPL drivers. So Chris Etzebeth and Nicholas van Tonder on the front row of the grid. Ian Henning on his outside is Kwesi Veyers. That's the first two rows as the flag goes down, and away they go. Tacitus van Tonder coming through as well, and so is Jockey Jr. as they head down into turn number one, and the whole shot goes to Kwesi Veyers. Down the back main, Veyers gets a hammer down, running away hard there from Etzebeth in second. Van Tonder sits on the outside, right behind them it's Ian Henning, Tacitus van Tonder and Jockey Jr. That's a top group coming through right in there. Behind them is the 28, and right in there, that's Tristan Bland. Tristan Bland out there in the 28, and right in there behind him coming through on the inside of Bland is Arno Hougaard.
Well, I tell you what, some of the big hitters, getting tipped there from behind and straightening it out. That's Jacques Jr. He managed to come right there. It was Nicholas van Tonder that touched him. Well, it's going to be a bang into the side of Ian Henning. That was Chris Etzebeth into the side of Henning. So Kwesi Veyers up, dust and disappeared. Tacitus van Tonder up, dust and disappeared from pole position. Chris Etzebeth run wide. Ian Henning comes up on the inside. He brings with him Jockey Jr. and Nicholas van Tonder. Hougaard coming with to come and play, and he brings Van Rijn with him as well.
Well, down the back main they go. Nicholas van Tonder just got nudged there by Chris Etzebeth. Now Hougaard goes and sits on the outside of Etzebeth. That's a fight there towards the back of the field. Coming out there with them is the number 82 of Francois van Rijn as they race down into turn number one. But down the back main goes race leader Kwesi Veyers, followed by Tacitus van Tonder in second. Third position belongs to Ian Henning. P4 is Jockey Jr. P5 is Nicholas van Tonder, and right there behind them is Arno Hougaard. Right there behind Arno Hougaard, Chris Etzebeth and Francois van Rijn as that whole group works its way out of turn number one, and it's a lovely fight there between Etzebeth and van Rijn coming out of turn one.
Van Rijn, the ex-class champion from a couple of seasons back, on the outside of Etzebeth. He's had a lot of cars that's passed him, but he's still going as hard as what he possibly can with that. I think that's the ex-Van Dijk car that he's actually driving with. But don't forget about Kwesi Veyers. He's just driven away into tomorrow, and he's not exactly getting away from Tacitus van Tonder. Tacitus in the Titan Tools PR Services car in that second place. Jockey Jr. with a car that took 4 days to build everything over into that body. Ian Henning is right in there behind him. Ian Henning's putting lots of pressure on Jockey Jr. out in the back main.
Well, Veyers and van Tonder set out in P1 and P2, but behind them coming out of the pit corner, there's a lovely fight going on here for that third position. Currently being held there by that blue Nissan Nexa of Jockey Jr. He's been hassled there by the yellow Ford Laser of Ian Henning as they work their way down the back main, not far behind them. We have got Nicholas van Tonder and Arno Hougaard. That's a lovely dice between the four of them fighting it out for P3, 4, 5 and 6. Heading down into turn one. Oh, that's a big blow up. That seems like a huge problem out there for Ian Henning. The lot of smoke coming up, that Ford Laser.
That's the end of that motor. Well, he's driven it very, very hard and revved it very, very high for a long time. You can see that oil or water line that's down there on the surface of the track. You'll have to bring that one in onto the infield. Nowhere more to go with that one. So it's all about Kwesi Veyers. He's definitely the quickest man out there, although the oil flag is now out and Tasjes van Tonder has closed down quite a bit onto Kwesi Veyers. So Kwesi's going to have to go some if he wants to stay ahead of Tasjes. They come up behind Richard Maunder, and slowly but surely Tasjes van Tonder is closing down on Kwesi Veyers.
Kwesi Veyers has been attacked there with 3 laps to go by the PR Services and Titan Tools Racing Ford Fiesta of Tasjes van Tonder. They put a lap there on the Alpha Sud of Richard Maunder. As they head down the back main, he's not really closing on him because he opens 2-3 car lengths there on Van Tonder. Heading down the back main, that's P1 and 2. Making the way into turn number 1. P number 3 will be the Nissan Exa of Jockey Jr. Then this fight going on here for 4th position is between Arno Hougaard, Nicholas Van Tonder and Francois van Rijn. Those 3 working their way out of turn 1.
White flag coming out for the leaders. It's going to be touch and go, but I think Kwesi's done enough. Tasjes has closed up on him, but I don't think he can do any more than close down to the back of Kwesi Veyers. Kwesi's got good drivers to come out into the back main for the last time. The PR Services Titan Tools car, they're excellent in the hands there of Tasjes van Tonder, but it's going to be Kwesi Veyers from Tasjes van Tonder. Next to will be Jacques du Plessis Jr. in the Bessie Bester Motors sponsored car. Then it's going to be Arno Hougaard, and then I think it's Nicholas Van Tonder with Francois van Rijn coming through behind that. Frankie, the way the track is now, the racing's getting very, very quick.
Yeah, the speed in that cars are very, very quick. The last man to cross the line on the lead lap was Chris Etzebeth. Dirk Binneman also finishing his race, but sure, JP Jr. parking the cadet on the infield. Well, I think I said a big blow up there on Henning. I got a funny feeling that might just have been an oil pipe or something that came off there, and that's a lot of smoke because oil getting onto the engine and onto the track, because he's driving that thing back to the pit area. So I'm guessing that it could just be an oil hose, oil pipe that came off. And if that's the case, he should be okay, or hopefully should be okay.
Well, let's hope there's no major damage to that motor at all, because it's a very high revving motor and he's not scared to throw that car around at all.
Right, these Ninja Midgets sponsored by Breda Filet Truck Center and Discount Boards. And that young man on track on the 69, Franco Trita, he won the opening heat. John Roberts finished there in second, and young JP Heeman finished in that 3rd position. They've taken that wing aerofoil off the top of the 20 of JP Heeman. So we've got 3 of them out there: Franco Trita, John Roberts and JP Heeman. Right, here they come towards us now. These little Ninja Midgets, and little Franco Trita in that 69 gets the hammer down and disappears down the highway from Jean Roberts. That's in that 2nd place, going a lot quicker. Is Jean Roberts, and battling going into turn 2 is the 2-0 of JP Heeman. But I'll tell you what, FC, this Ninja Midget of Franco Trita, man, this thing flies around the oval.
Yeah, well, Franco's had the honour of honing his skills over the last couple of years over at the Old Bredasdorp Raceway, which has now actually gotten a new name. It's now called Suidpunt Ovalbaan, along with the Cape Agulhas Speedway club that they're hosting there for all kinds of motorsport. But yeah, that's where Franco honed his skills over the last couple of years, where this class was started down here in the Cape region. Of course, these classes very, very popular up north, and they run their regional and national championships up there every year. And yeah, Franco Trita, knowing where he's come from, this light he's grown quite a lot, and you can just see the speed he's carrying around the circuit. He's not as afraid as in the beginning anymore. He's even drifting it coming around the Vaintain corner.
Yeah, I noticed he got that number 69 Ninja Midget absolutely sideways, coming around to lap second place man, Sean Roberts. He doesn't give a damn. I don't think they even lift off. He just goes flat box through the pit corner, flat out down the back straight. Pity we can't hear him down there in the Vaintain corner, but judging by the speed, he's not even lifting off that throttle, bringing that 69 Ninja Midget flat out. Yeah, you can hear that. He is just hammering that thing as he works his way down into turn number 1. Jean Roberts in second and JP Heeman in third.
Ja, die jong mannetjies wat nou vir die eerste keer in die klas begin deelneem hierdie seisoen, dit is natuurlik die klein Roberts en klein Heeman, wat uit is in die nummer 15 en nummer 20 karre. Die wit vlag wat uitkom hier vir Franco Trita. Natuurlijk een van sy grootste vriende, ou Marius Smit Jr. Ook baie, baie goed in hierdie klas. En ongelukkig, lyk my probleme opgetel, kon het nie maak vir hierdie naweek nie, maar hulle het wel saam gery laas naweek daar by die Kaapse Jagduivels, en die twee wat altyd lekker mekaar opkuil op die baan waar kan hulle ry. Maar die geruite vlag wat nou gaan uitkom vir die nummer 69 as hy deur die Vaintain draai kom nou. Gee maar lekker aan 'n klap hierdie jong mannetjie, lekker gery. Dit is Franco Trita wat deurkom in die nummer 69 om eerste klaar te maak. Nummer 2 gaan wees die nummer 15 van John Roberts, jong mannetjie John Roberts wat klaar maak daar in die tweede posisie. En dan die derde plek mannetjie is die jong Heeman wat gaan klaar maak daar in die derde plek. As hy die jong span wat hulle self geniet daar uit op die baan met Franco Trita wat homself getol het daar in die Vaintain draai. So sal graag wil sien of Pa Fafa Trita 'n draffie gaan insit. Los hom, hy kan self. Net so. Maar die stootvoertuig wat ingaan om te gaan help daar. En John
stootvoet is what you call a one cylinder, one plug.
En John Roberts wat net besluit, hy wil nie van die baan af nie. Hy geniet homself te veel. Maar dit bring ons dan na die einde van ons tweede eiden toe. En sover soos wat ek weet, moet daar nog 'n 1660 eiden gery word. Een of ander tyd en dan sal ons met die finale in al die klasse ook begin. Maar nou so 'n kort breekie, terwyl ons net die dames 'n kansie gee om al die punte en goedjies hier uit te werk, die beamptes om gou badkamer toe te hardloop en dan sal ons terug wees met die aksie.
Right, can we get those 3 Ninja midget drivers? It's time for their prize giving. Right, so if my facts are right, in 3rd position it will be little JP Heeman. 2nd will go to Sean Roberts, and your Ninja Midget winner for the evening. Well done, little Franco Trita. So well done to those 3 youngsters. Franco in P1, Jean in P2, and JD in 3rd. Sorry, JP in 3rd. They're not quite sure what they're supposed to do next. Well done, guys. All stars of the future. Right, it's time for the next group of 1660 modifieds to come out. Remember, we had Group A and B. Then we had Group B and C. Now it's Group A and Group C that will run together. And then at the end of it, we'll have the finals where everybody is together.
X equals Y and Z times T.
Yeah, X equals Y and Z times T squared to the power of...
pi.
I was going to say 22 over 7 pi. Yes, you're quite right. Right, here we go. Here we go with that Group A and Group C of the 1660s. Our live stream people are back. Big thanks to Chris and the whole team. They're doing the live streaming here for us today. And they're situated directly behind the commentary team and the lap scorers. And we're just waiting for that second bunch of 1660 modified drivers to make their way out on the track. A big thanks to our sponsors for the day. Titan Tools, the main sponsor of today's race event. Mr. Jaco Kirchner and everybody else there at Titan Tools. A big thanks to Titan Tools. Tap and Spin class, Westcape Spares in Blackheath. Junior Developments, the Minis, LG Towing, and the Golf, Blue Storm Hydraulics. Stock Rods, Bredefield Couriers Beperk, 1660s. This group that's coming up now, Bessie Bester Transport in Brackenfell, and the 2.1s also Bessie Bester, the Vittes. Hot Rods, Bredefilet Truck Center, Heavy Metals, Discount Boards, V8, Escarpia, Bow Contracteurs. Midgets A and B, Extreme Panel and Spray, and the Ninja Midgets, Bredefilet Truck Center, and Discount Boards. That's our sponsors. Pink Rods don't have a sponsor right now at this point in time. And once again, a big thanks to the event sponsor for the day, Titan Tools. A big thanks to Jaco Kirchner, Kuchis, and everybody at Titan Tools. Right, FC, here we go. Little Tassus van Tonder, the third, is the first driver out in this second group. Turkey Bosman is out there with the 104. Here comes Gavin Fleming in the 22. Behind him is a 21 of Adrian de Geers. That's the first 4 cars out on the track. We're waiting for the next car to come out, Francois Engelbrecht. That's the first 5 cars out there on track so long as we wait for the rest of them to start making their way out onto the circuit. They're going to have to get a move on in the pits. They lag in behind. These guys have only got 5 cars on track so far.
Oh, well, Frank, you got to remember, half of these guys literally raced like 5 minutes ago in that B and C group race. So a lot of the guys quickly just putting some more fuel in, checking the tire pressures, making sure everything's still in one piece, and they're going to be coming out pretty soon. But as you said, soos jy gesê het, ters, die derde ters, nou pole posisie.
Ja.
Achterom die 104 van Dirk Bosman. Dan Team G, nummer 22 daarso is Gavin Fleming met sy rente crowd. Dan het ons daar vir Adrian de Gees in die 21, nummer 61 natuurlik François Engelbrecht, man wat baie goed gedoen het laas naweek daar by die Kaapse Jaagduivels met daai einste polo van hom, en dan agterom het ons daar, laat ek my, dit is Chris Etzebeth wat daar uitkom. En dan Roan Jordan wat staan daar in die Kuiperhek met die nummer 81. Ja, Roan Jordan wat uitkom daar in die CW Bouwers, nummer 81, geel golf.
Right, Arnu Hoogaard making his way out onto the track. Chris Etzebeth is also out there. He's just standing out there behind Francois Engelbrecht. Tristan Bland's supposed to come out in this group as well, but he's got a problem with gears. And looks like Paul Westhuizen and the team in the pits are just trying to get that car into second gear and get that out there. He had a bit of a problem. Remember, he went pretty wild into turn number 1 and also made contact with 1 or 2 drivers out there. He really tried hard and overdrove the car. And as FC was saying, a lot of these guys just came into the pits after their race before the Ninja Midgets came out. So this is Tristan Bland. They got that car sorted out. And it's in gear, so it means he'll be idling around. He won't be able to stop in the Goodwood used motor spares and GEO fiberglass Golf. He'll just circulate around and then pull away with the pack the moment they get released off the line. So FC is still quite a few more cars that we're waiting for to come out onto the track so far. We're sitting there with Ruan Jordan in the 81, Opaloni himself in the 81, then Tertius van Tonder the third. Arno Hoogaard is in there, Dirkie Bosman, Gavin Fleming, Adrian de Gees, Francois Engelbrecht, Tristan Bland coming out of turn 2, and the 96 on track of Chris Etzebeth.
Dirk Binneman wat nou sy weg daar uit die kuip uitmaak. Die manne het net kans nodig gehad om weer 'n bietjie sous in te gooi. Het lyk asof dit die veld gaan wees vir hierdie derde einde van die 1660 challenge. Maar die rooi vlag wat uit is daar by Roan Jordan se kar wat lyk my probleme gee. So die manne in die stootvoertuig. As julle vir ons asseblief daar by Roan Jordan kan uitkom.
Right, the pit gate is now officially closed, and we're going to get this one underway. Tassus van Tonder III in pole position, sitting there on his outside is Arno Hougaard. Right behind him we've got Dirkie Bosman. Cruising through now is Tristan Bland. On the inside behind Dirkie Bosman is Gavin Fleming. Behind him is Adrian de Gees. On his outside, right behind him is Francois Engelbrecht. Then Dirkie Binneman in the 144, also in that group as well is Chris Etzebeth and Ruan Jordan. Hopefully he'll be okay. I see the Jeep Cherokee support vehicle has moved back onto the infield. Yeah, here comes Ruan Jordan as this group of 1660 cars move off the line. Well, Ruan Jordan all of a sudden just doesn't seem to have a whole gearbox full of neutrals at this point in time, and he pulls the 81 car onto the infield.
Maar die Woemsa vlag wat nou omhoog gaan hierso vir die derde wedren van die 1660s. Die vlag val weg as hulle is Kleinplasie wat hulle van die lyn afvat met Arno Hougaard. Hier kom Tristan Bland, Dirk Binneman, Gavin Fleming. Almal van hulle daar so in die eerste draai in. Maar dit is Tersius van Tonder die derde wat hulle mooi hou daar deur die wyntuin draai. Hier kom Dirk Binneman deur aan die binnekant. Hy skuif op na die tweede posisie toe. Hy bring saam met hom deur daar vir Gavin Fleming in agter Arno Hougaard, maar kontak tussen Hougaard en Binneman. Bosman. Maar hulle hou dit almal baie mooi netjies deur die kuip draai. Dis van Tonder, Bosman, Hougaard, de Gees en dan Gavin Fleming.
Making their way out of turn number 1 down the back lane. That's Tassus van Tonder III. Right behind him is Dirkie Binneman. Hougaard sits out. Oh, they're heavy on the brake. This light coming through there. Sorry, Bosman is the man that's sitting in that second place. Then Hougaard sitting in there behind him, followed there by Adrian de Gees, Francois Engelbrecht. Side by side is Tristan Bland and Gavin Fleming working their way out of turn number 1. Right behind them is Chris Etzebeth. Down the back lane they race now towards turn number 2. Look at that Constantina. There's a lot of rubbing as racing going on there as they exit turn 2. But it's Van Tonder III. It sits out in P1, followed there by Dirkie Bosman. Bosman rubs him up hard, and right in there behind him in P3, also touching him is Arno Hougaard.
A lot of bumping and nudging going on as Hougaard goes bang into Bosman, into pit corner. The clerk of the course is going to keep an eye on this and gives the unsportsmanlike conduct flag to Hougaard there as he's being pressurized there by Adrian de Gees, Francois Engelbrecht. Then we've got Tristan Bland in there, followed by Gavin Fleming, Chris Etzebeth and Dirk Binneman at the back of the field. But in the meantime, it's problems there as for de Gees, as Francois Engelbrecht is going to try to make a move on de Gees.
coming out of turn number 2, racing down towards turn number 1. Down into turn 1 they go now. Tashes van Tonder with Dirkie Bosman in there behind him, followed by Arno Hougaard. Then down the back man they run. It's Adrian de Geers, and right behind him is Francois Engelbrecht. Those 5 are pulling. Oh, there's big contact there between Engelbrecht and de Geers. Somehow they both survive. That brings Gavin Fleming into play. Right there behind him is Tristan Bland. Bland rubs Fleming up going into turn number 1. And right behind them is Chris Etzebeth. De Geers is spat out towards the wall as this group is now making its way out of the pit corner.
But the main fight is still at the front here between Tertius van Tonder and the triple 4. He's being chased hard there by the 104 of Dirk Bosman, who's being harassed there by the 87 of Arno Hougaard. But Francois Engelbrecht has now joined that gaggle up front for that top 4 positions as they're going to fight it out coming into pit corner.
And a hell of a dice going on behind them for P5, 6 and 7 making its way out of pit corner. Gavin Fleming, Tristan Bland, and now joining them is Chris Etzebeth as well. So it's 4 of them fighting for first, second, third and fourth. And now Fleming pulls away there from Bland. Bland's been hassled there by Etzebeth as they run down into turn number 2. But up front it's all about Van Tonder. The third followed there by Bosman. Hougaard, and right behind Hougaard is Van Rijn. Gavin Fleming has now worked his way up into P5. He's trying to get away from Tristan Bland, who's now been mugged there by Chris Etzebeth as they run down into pit corner with 3 laps to go.
3 laps to go, and that P5 position's hot, but up front it's even hotter with Van Tonder, Bosman, Hougaard and Engelbrecht with nothing between the 4 of them. Separating them, it's a bunch of rubbing is racing there as Hougaard gets his nose up on the inside, but Bosman gets the hammer down coming out of Vaintain. It is Van Tonder leading them, pulling a slight gap with Dirk Bosman in trouble as Hougaard is all over that back bumper and he's being pressurized by Francois Engelbrecht.
Yeah, and coming to play as well is Gavin Fleming and Tristan Bland. Both Fleming and Bland are in that group as well. It's a hell of a fight coming out of turn 1. 5, 6 of the best going down the back line. Bland's getting left behind. Tristan Bland gets left behind. That's the top 5 making their way out with 1 more lap to go. Down into turn number 1, Van Tonder, Bosman, Hougaard, Engelbrecht and Fleming. That's your top 5 coming out of turn 1, followed there by Tristan Bland and Chris Etzebeth.
Problems for Hougaard as Engelbrecht dives around the outside and jumps into P3. But Hougaard's not going to take this lying it down. The ticket flag is waiting for Tertius van Tonder, the 3rd in 1st, Dirk Bosman 2nd, Francois Engelbrecht in 3rd, followed by Arno Hougaard in 4th, Gavin Fleming 5th, Tristan Bland coming home in 6th, followed there by Dirk Binneman and bringing in the rear, the 96 of Chris Etzebeth. Man, oh man, oh man. 6 of the best out there. What can we say? Well done to the young man himself, Tertius van Tonder the 3rd, bringing home a brilliant win, absorbing all of that pressure from some of the fastest 1660 drivers out there. Dirk Bosman, brilliant to take all that pressure from Hougaard. Hougaard unfortunately losing out in the last couple of laps to blindingly quick Francois Engelbrecht.
Well, here we go. Heats 1 and 2 are done. We now head at 8:30, which is pretty good, into the finals of this event. The 1660 SummerSlam. It's been brilliant stuff so far in the 1660 SummerSlam. Well, let's have a look-see. They will end the show for us, the 1660. This time, there are no groups A, B, and C. When all the points have been tallied by the ladies here behind us, when that group comes out to end the show for us, every single one of them that's still in the game will be out on the track for that 1660 final. And of course the 1660s is sponsored by Bessie Bester Transport in Brackenfell. Once again, a big thanks to Titan Tools. They are the sponsor of the main event. And guys, here we go with the Bredevoort Couriers Beperk Stock Rod Finals.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. Sheriff Moody, JD van der Berg, highest point scorer, Lloyd Scaife on the outside of row number 1. Second row is Janine Els, and then I think it's Vasahi that's alongside. Well, having had no result in heat number 1, the 88 Stasha Whitehorn finds herself on the third row on the outside. So that's going to make for a pretty interesting drive from there in behind that. I see the 46 is in there as well. Beatrice Ferreira on the inside line this time around. The 462 going to be coming off the tail end of the field.
Bredevoort Courier Stockrods, JD van der Berg op posisie aan sy buitekant, Lloyd Scaife wat 'n uitstekende eerste uiting gehad het. Agter hulle is dit die nommer 4 daar van Janine Els. En aan haar buitekant lyk dit my is dit Erhard Versaghi, Grant Seister, Nastasia Whitehorn, almal van hulle in daarso, die Woomsa vlag is gereed. En weg is hulle met Van der Berg dadelik vir die lyn af daar met Lloyd Scaife aan sy buitekant. Hier kom Els, Versaghi en Whitehorn en Stefan Swart wat ook daar in het is, maar kontak daarso tussen 'n klomp van hulle as hulle in die buitentyddraai ingaan. Maar is Nastasia Whitehorn wat opskuif na die derde posisie toe. Aan haar buitekant is dit Janine Els met is dit Jean-Dre? Nee, dis Petrus Ferreira wat inskuif in die 5de plek.
Petrus Ferreira in that 5th position and comes out pretty wide out of the corner. Janine Els and Nastasia Whitehorn, the two lady racers lying there in 3rd and 4th. Lloyd Scaife, it started off on the front row of the grid, is doing a good job at this stage of the fight, but I think Nastasia Whitehorn might just have the right turn of speed to put him under a lot of pressure.
Ja, Lloyd Scaife wat nou baie druk gaan vat daar van Nastasia Whitehorn af, maar JD van der Berg aan die voorkant in daai nommer 15 golf wat nie op hom laat wag om soveel as moontlik spasie tussen homself en die res van die pak te sit nie. Hy wil so vinnig as moontlik wegkom van hulle af en hy weet hoe langer Nastasia Whitehorn agter Lloyd Scaife kan bly, hoe veiliger gaan hy wees daar aan die voorkant. Agter Nastasia is dit die nommer 4 daar van Janine Els, gevolg deur Petrus Ferreira. Dan is dit die 46 daar van Stefan Swart, gevolg deur Jean-Dre Versaghi, Erhard Versaghi. Dan het ons vir Leon de Jager, Rudy van Noordwijk, Grant Seister en Jacques Bouwer aan die agterkant van die veld.
Oh, JD van der Berg's doing it all right. He got the highest points. He started in pole position, is up, dusted and disappeared. Lloyd Scaife from that 2nd position. His biggest competition right now is the lady racer, Nastasia Whitehorn. Problems in heat number 1, no result. Did a win in heat number 2. Did pretty well in heat number 3. Now having a one-on-one to try and pick up that 2nd position. Janine Els, probably one of her best races in a long time. She sits in a very decent 4th position.
Ja, Janine Els wat in 'n baie goeie 4de posisie sit daar agter Nastasia Whitehorn. Sy het vir Stefan Swart daar agter haar met Jean-Dre Versaghi en Petrus Ferreira kort op hulle hakke. Maar Nastasia Whitehorn met alles probeer sy kry aan neus in die binnekant van Lloyd Scaife. Gaan sy laat op die brieke wees. Kyk hoe versnel sy daar so in die pylvlak af. Laat op die brieke gaan sy. En is Whitehorn wat opskuif na die 2de posisie toe voor Lloyd Scaife, Janine Els, Stefan Swart en dan het ons daar vir Jean-Dre Versaghi.
Stefan Swart deciding it's now or never. He's got to go. If he doesn't go now, he's going to run out of that. Stefan Swart in there behind Janine Els. Out into the back main they go. Janine Els now starting to put some pressure onto the back of Scaife. Scaife breaks pretty early. Janine Els closes right up on the back of Lloyd Scaife. That releases Nastasia Whitehorn into an open piece of track. Now Lloyd Scaife is going to have Stefan and Janine Els all over the back bumper. The pressure starting to count. Lloyd Scaife, the pressure starting to count. Here Janine Els comes up on the inside. Which way does Smith go? Smith sits on the outside line. Well, you can't block both of them. All you can do is ride faster than them. Otherwise, they're going to get past you.
Lloyd Scaife wat baie druk absorbeer daar van Janine Els af. Els wat probeer vasklou aan daai binneste lyn. Sy daar neus aan die binnekant in, daar's 'n bietjie binne die bande daar aan die uitgang van die wyntuin draai, maar nou sy aan die binnekant van hom. Sy glip deur, laat op die brieke gaan al twee en deur kom Jandre Visagie ook, maar hy maak liggies kontak met Lloyd Skuif as Els baie wyd hardloop en is 'n hele gemors hier deur die draai as Skuif binne te skiet. Visagie wat deurkom, Petrus Ferreira, Stefan Swart, almal van hulle wat daar probeer beklei vir dieselfde stukkie grond.
Oh, brilliant drive there by Janine Els. It's probably one of the best meetings I've seen her do for a long time. The only person that can pretty much give her a hard run now will be Petrus Ferreira. Petrus Ferreira, oh! Somebody going slow down the back lane, stopping on the outside. That's Visagie. They're standing on the outside of the track. Hopefully, the clerk of the course will determine it's safe and let the race carry on from there. They've got to make a call one way or another. I would tend to think it's reasonably safe, but it is driver side on.
Met Janine Els wat staan daar aan die ingang van die Kuipedraai. Meeste van die drywers het al gesien en is bewus daarvan. Hierdie titelstryd gaan nog aan. Hier en harde kontak daar tussen Ferreira en Lloyd Skuif. As Ferreira uitgeskiet word daar na die muur toe. Maar agter Skuif is dit Stefan Swart daar met Leon de Jager kort op sy hakke. Petrus Ferreira wat gaan wil terugbeklei om daardie posisie terug te kry in die 2-2-4, maar hy hardloop baie wyd hier uit die Kuipedraai uit. As Leon de Jager dan nou ook verby hom skuif en nou sit Rudy van Noordwyk op sy hakke.
Yeah, Rudy van Noordwijk's right there. Stefan Swart is now going to have a go at the back end of Lloyd Skuif. Oh, right around the outside of Lloyd Skuif. Look at that. Stefan Swart does a brilliant piece of driving and gets through there with the Inner Welsh engineering car. So, riding away from everybody and everything is Nastasia Whitehorn. Then it is Petrus Ferreira. Wow, look at that contact going down the back straight. Let's hope the marshals will wake up to what's happening there. And that was Stefan Swart that goes back out onto the track.
Leon de Jager gaan nie te gelukkig wees met daai ene nie. Die waarskuwing vlag wat uitkom vir Petrus Ferreira, maar die geruite vlag wat val vir JD van der Berg in die eerste plek. Nastasia Whitehorn wat deurkom in die tweede posisie. In die derde plek gaan dit wees Jandre Visagie wat hier deurkom, gevolg deur Janine Els, Stefan Swart, Lloyd Skuif. Dan is dit Rudy van Noordwyk, Petrus Ferreira, Leon de Jager. En ek moet op verskoning vra, ek het vroeër gesê dis Janine Els wat staan daar in die Kuipedraai, maar dis eintlik Erhard Visagie.
I also said at first Janine Els, because from here with that amount of light, it looked like it was her. That was Visagie that was standing down that side. And, well, the clerk of the course had to make a call. Is it safe? Isn't it safe? The chances of being hit there is pretty little. And you don't want to mess up the race for everybody else. If you leave the car there and it's involved in an incident, then, yeah, you're going to get nailed for it. If you stop the race every time you've got a 50-50 like that, you get nailed for that as well. So it's just one of those calls that you've got to make and hope that you've made the right decision. Well, this time it was the right decision.
Yeah, I think they left it up to make sure that all the drivers at least saw it was there, and everybody made sure that they knew it was there, and nobody tried any tricky business going into pit corner. Couple of interesting moves going through Wyntuin corner, but hey, that's racing.
Well, here we go with the tap and spin class final as out of turn number 1, Bronley Dick leads him out of turn 1 with Tiaan Klute in that second position. Peter Lucas sits out there in third place. Oh, there's a lot of sparks and flames and all sorts of things coming out the bottom of the Elton Matruis Cortina, but it's all about Bronley Dick heading down into turn number 1. Right behind him it is Tiaan Klute, behind him is Peter Lucas, and in fourth position Martin van der Westhuizen.
Ja, is nie 'n baie gelukkige voor daai van Matruis en hy haal homself uit heeltemal op sy eie daar in die Wyntuin draai. Maar dit is die eerste keer wat hierdie manne droë baan kry vanaand en die wedren gaan aan hierso en dit wys net wat se verskil 'n droë baan maak vir hierdie karre, want op hierdie stadium van die stryd is Bronley Dick die man om te vang aan die voorkant met daai Toyota van hom en hy word gejaag daar deur die man met heel aankondig gekraai het, Tiaan Klute daar in die tweede posisie, maar kyk vir Peter Lucas in die derde posisie.
Peter Lucas sitting out there in that third position. He's been chased down there by the man in P4 with the Datsun GX, Martin van der Westhuizen. Francois Burger sits out there in P5. It's a lonely P5 with that Volkswagen Beetle really battling to catch up there to van der Westhuizen in P4. However, the top 3 are working their way out of the pit corner. Bronley Dick sitting out there in P1 with 3 more laps to go. Tiaan Klute in that second place, and right there on his case in the Mazda 323 in third position is Peter Lucas.
Ja, maar probleme daar so as Bronley Dick vasgevang word. As in Peter Lucas wat deurspring aan die binnekant af van Tiaan Klute en hy neem hy tweede posisie oor. Hier gaan nou bietjie aksie kom, lyk dit my as Elton Matruis probeer om aksie te maak met die manne daarso in die Cortina, maar dit net hier reg kry. Die Martin van der Westhuizen met daar agter hom gaan deurkom in die Datsun, maar hou daai voorste 3 manne dop. Dis tussen Bronley Dick, Peter Lucas en Tiaan Klute.
Well, I'll tell you something. I'm going to go with Peter Lucas. He's driving extremely well. However, this is the white flag. 1 more lap to go as they work their way past the start-finish line into turn number 1. Will Bronley Dick pull this one off, or will Lucas have a go? Lucas bangs into the back and Lucas takes himself out the equation. And I just said I had the smart money on Peter Lucas, and he goes and messes it all up. Well done to this man. Bronley Dick comes home in P1, second across the line will be Tiaan Klute. That will promote into third position Martin van der Westhuizen.
And through comes the man who's kicking himself tonight. Peter Lucas was in such a brilliant position and threw it all away, trying to make that maneuver into the Wyntuin corner. Tried to take out Bronley Dick, ended up stuck in the mud himself. And now they're tapping after the race is finished.
Right, the lady racers back out there on circuit. Popinel, highest point scorer. The first of the Ellis cars coming in behind that. And then, here we go, Hooligan Racing, Unita King, rope access direct, the 112 car on the outside of Popinel. Well, those two are undoubtedly the two quickest out there, although Charlene Anderson is no slouch. Inufasagi in the Westcape Spares car. That's a whole new rebuild after she wrote her car off. And Westcape Spares, Roshan and the guys made that body available. And, well, they did a beautiful job of spraying and cleaning that body up. And now starting to get going with all the settings on that car to get it back up to pace where the old one was.
Wumza flag up high here for the ladies as they come round the corner, and away they go with Popinel and Joanita Keen taking it off the line. They bring with them their Mia Ellis trying to get a nose in between the two of them, but it is Keen that gets the run down through the corner there and up and down the back straight they go. Joanita Keen in P1, Popinel in P2, followed by Mia Ellis.
Joanita Keen has been very impressive tonight, very smooth. And a very mature drive. If you think Anita Keen was a little girl when she started racing, now she's a young lady, and she's really getting a very class act together. Their car's always nice and neat, well prepared, driven very smooth and calm. And well, it's all starting to pay off now. The years of hard work and practice and preparation. She now finds herself as on the night tonight, probably the fastest car driver combination. Popinel, no slouch whatsoever. To stay ahead of her, you got to be on song.
Yeah, definitely. And as we said earlier in the tap and spin class, track conditions also playing a big role in the wetter circuit. It is Popinel that's the one to catch out there. But as the track starts to harden out and dry out, Joanita Keen upping the pace by a lot up in the lead there. They're being chased down by Mia Ellis in P3 with Charlene Anderson down in P4 and Inafisagi in P5.
Yeah, I must say Charlene Anderson doing a pretty decent job as well. Been very much in the mid-pack the whole day and not being dusted by that front group. Joanita Keen hasn't managed to get away from Popinel, and the first of the Ellis cars, the Tony's Golf there in third position, also closing up. I think Joanita's pacing herself to not make any mistakes, but she's going to have to keep the hammer down on this last lap because Popinel is in there for the ride. Popinel is in with a chance for a win, and she's going to give it everything going down into the last corner.
Yeah, Popinel deciding that now it's now or never, and decided to go for it. She's upping the pace massively, climbing right onto the back bumper there of Joanita Keen coming through pit corner. The checkered flag is waiting for them. Who's it going to be? It's Joanita Keen in P1, Popinel in P2, Mia Ellis coming home in P3, Charlene Anderson and Inafisagi bringing in the rear of the field.
Well, that's the highest point scorer. The two highest point scorer was those two goals alongside one another. Lots of good sportsmanship between the two of them, showing one another a big thumbs up. But I must say, Joanita King doing an excellent job there, holding out Popinel for the win in the end in the final. Folks, remember, next week, Saturday, we'll be making history 16 years down the line. We're off to the Vesca side of the world, and I think there's going to be a good couple of Kleinplasie cars that's going to be going down that side. Obviously, a lot of the guys waiting to see is it all in one piece by the end of tonight. And there's not that many cars that have picked up non-fixable within a week damage, if you want to call it like that, coin a phrase. And I think you're going to find a lot of the guys are going to go down. So iedereen elkeen van julle wat by die huis sit, baie dankie dat julle kaartjies gekoop het vir vanaand. Ons is nog nie klaar met al die finale, en onthou as julle van julle favorite drivers wil sien volgende naweek, dan moet julle 'n kaartjie koop vir die wedren by Vescas Ovaalbaan. Frankie Yennis and myself, Gazza, will be in the house. FC Nieuwoud will be going down, doing the necessary photography, and then joining us after heat number 1. And a lot of the marshals and the ladies behind us will be going down there as well to go and help out. So a large contingency of Kleinplasie Mega will be going down the Vescas Road next week, Saturday. So lots and lots of good racing going to be happening in the not too distant future. Definitely not one to be missed.
Well, this is the Extreme Panel and Spray A and B class midget finals. First the A class and then the B class. The B class midgets are already standing in the infield. Excuse me, FC Niva just making a joke on my left hand side. FC has come up with a word for the day. Normally it's either Gary or myself that come up with the weird ones. And FC normally comes up with the fancy ones, but FC, your word for the day.
Duwe.
Die duwe.
Die B-klas midgets met die duwe.
Met die duwe. Well, here we go. And Skalk Swart is the man that's on pole position with Dante de Ronde there, FC, on his outside. That's the front row of the grid.
Ja, Chucky wil kom speel vanaand hier so met daai nommer 4 van hom. Die Woomsa vlag wat gereed staan hier vir hulle en weg is hulle. Dis Skalk wat dadelik die voortou nie, my bring saam met hom daar vir Dante de Ronde, maar André Schuyfer laat nie op hom wag nie. Hy spring in daar voor Sean Jordan. Hulle mis mekaar net, maar kyk vir Schuyfer aan die binnekant weer van de Ronde en nou glip hy aan die binnekant van Swart. Gaan hulle mekaar los? En André Schuyfer verloor hom op sy eie daarso. That was definitely bound to happen. Gaan hulle die wedren stop, hy gaan stop daar so in die geel vlag gaan uitkom.
Well, one can understand it's a very frustrated André Schuyfer. He had a DNS in race 1, he had a DNF in race number 2. He wants to get that thing going. It's just not working out for him this evening. And he went into turn 2, the Valentine corner, like the proverbial bat out of hell. And I was watching him going through and I thought to myself, man, this isn't going to last. And UFC could just see that it was going to happen.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I think before these midget drivers get into their cars, you know, the wives and the girlfriends and the mistresses and whatever in the pits unscrew the top of their heads, take their brains out and screw it back on and just say, go. And that was, yeah, you could see them going into Valentine corner. That was definitely going to end in tears. And luckily, there was no touching and no damage to any of the cars there.
Well, he's lucky. He gets a second chance at it. He gave it a feel out going past us. He's hoofing it down the back main, sliding it through the Valentine corner. So the 10 midget seems to be okay. Well, he's given it a bit of a thorough workout, so hopefully it will be okay as he goes down the back straight. And he'll catch up there and be on the third row with alongside Anshin Lloyd.
Skalk Swart, literally the only driver watching the flag there as they came out of the corner, the only one not accelerating, all the others jumping onto the gas and wanting to start this one when it was clearly the white flag being shown out there. Next time round, it will be guns a-blazing for these guys. Skalk Swart, Chucky, the man on pole position on his outside, Dante de Ronde, with Sean Jordan, the man on P3 behind de Ronde is his sister. That is Anshin Lloyd, and then we've got André Schuyfer in P5. Woomsa flag up high, Frankie Innes, you take him off the line.
Right, let's see what happens as the flag goes down and away we go. As they head down into turn number 1, that is Skalk Swart from Dante de Ronde from Sean Jordan, and problems out there in turn number 1 once again for André Schuyfer.
Ja, André Schuyfer wat hom gaan parkeer daar so op die binnebaan. Hy gaan homself probeer start en nou gaan hy reg voor die ander in gaan as hy maar die gang kan kry, maar het lyk my hier kom die jammer van hulle, die Skalk Swart wat deurkom, Dante de Ronde, Sean Jordan, gevolg daar deur Anshin Lloyd en dan kry Schuyfer hom aan die gang en skuif in daar in die 5de posisie in. Maar intussen is Skalk Swart besig om verder en verder weg te trek van die pak af met 'n motor wat baie grof begin klink. Met Dante de Ronde in die tweede plek en Sean Jordan derde.
Well, heading down the back main, it's all about that man out there in P1, Skalkswart. Heading down into turn number 1. Dante de Ronde sitting out there in that second position, being chased down hard there by Sean Jordan and Ante Lloyd. And it's an absolutely determined Andre Schaefer be on the lead lap or a lap down. That doesn't make a difference. He wants to get that number 10 car to the checkered flag.
Andre Schaefer really overdriving that car where most everybody slows down going into pit corner. Schaefer is actually busy laying down rubber onto the track as he goes through a pit corner. It doesn't seem to be working at this stage. The white flag is out. The checkered flag will now come out for your race leader. Number 4, Skalkswart taking the checkered flag. And, Dante de Ronde coming in second, followed by Sean Jordan as Andre Schaefer is just destroying American Racer tires at the exit of pit corner and decides to can it and does not finish this race. So P1 going to Skalkswart, Dante de Ronde finishing in second place, followed by Sean Jordan and Anshan Lloyd. But that is not a happy Andre Schaefer at all.
No, I think that's a very, very, very miffed Andre Schaefer, to be quite honest with you. It just didn't work out for him this evening. He overdrove it in the final to try and get it to the checkered flag. It didn't quite work out for him. He gets a DNS, a DNF and a DMF and 0 points for the evening. And probably the driver in the pits that's the most unhappy.
Yeah,
that's the only word that I may use over
I can
worldwide
tell you
viewing.
the only thing he's achieved here tonight is basically almost destroy a couple of American Racer tires.
Yeah,
the way he's been entering into pit corner here, while everybody slacks off going in here, he's been laying down layers of rubber. You could physically see the black marks going in, and that would just completely destroy those tires by overdriving it like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, he isn't happy, and one can understand why. It just didn't work out for him tonight. So we move on to the extreme panel and spray B-class midgets. Johan van Schalkwijk is making his way towards us. Here comes Timothy Paris and Francois Boertes, Andre Lietze, Skalk Koetse, and then the number 10 of Zim Geldenhuys.
Yeah, we've only lost JJ Whitehorn in this one. I remember them coming out of Vaintain corner and JJ's car just made a horrible noise and he parked it on the inside. But 6 of them out there: Timmy Paris, Francois Boertes, Jean van Schalkwijk. Then we've got Skalk Koetse, Andre Lietze and Zim Geldenhuys. Let's see what happens with the Windsor flag going up now. Who's going to come out tops? Will it be Paris or Boertes? Away they go. And it is Francois Boertes that gets a brilliant start and slots in ahead there of Timmy Paris. Then is Jean van Schalkwijk, Skalk Koetse, followed there by Andre Lietze and Zim Geldenhuys. And that's how they slot in at the start of this. But look, Frankie, Timmy Paris on the inside of Francois Boertes.
Well, I'll tell you what, this can be amazing. What can end in tears? I'm opting for amazing, that's for sure. As they work their way out of turn number 1, and Boertes does not like the fact that he's been overtaken there by Timmy Paris. Down the back by Mego, Paris sits in P1, Boertes sits in that second position. Johan van Schalkwijk is there in that third place. He's trying to get away from Skalk Koetse, Andre Lietze and Zim Geldenhuys.
Die manne wat hard beklei daar vir die 4de, 5de en 6de posisies met Skalk Koetse en Andre Lotse wat het uitbeklei daar vir daai posisie. Maar intussen is dit Timmy Paris voor die nummer 27 wat 'n bietjie verder wegtrek van Boertes af. In die tweede plek dan sien die 34 van Jean van Schalkwijk. Maar Skalk Koetse in die 888 wat dit glad nie rustig kan vat nie, want Andre Lotse is op soek na 'n pad deur met daai 42 van hom. Hy's reg op hy agterbuffer. Hy kry net nie die kans om die eerste aan te kry nie. En dan Zim Geldenhuys wat wag vir 'n fout daar agter hulle. En Andre Lotse wat hom amper tol en op sy sy laat beland daar, maar hy hou dit aan die gang en hy skuif na die laaste posisie toe. Agter is Zim Geldenhuys gelukkig op sy wiele gehou daarso vir Andre Lotse. Maar die wit vlag wat nou gaan uitkom hier vir Timmy Paris in die eerste plek. Francois Boertes tweede. Daar is dit Johan van Schalkwijk wat hier deurkom in die derde posisie in die nummer 34, gevolg hier deur Skalk Koetse, Zim Geldenhuys en Andre Lotse. Maar die geruite vlag word gereed gemaak hier so vir Timmy Paris, wat 'n uitstekende wedren het hier vanaand. En hy nommer 27, dis Paris wat eerste klaar maak, gevolg deur François Botha tweede. Dan het ons vir Johan van Skalkwyk in die nommer 34, gevolg daar deur Skalkkoetsee in die 888. Zim Geldenhuys in die 5de plek met die 42 Frank Drakkerskar daar van André Lietse. So just a message from the pit area from Henko Hansen. Rear axle bent, nose totally bent, but Westcape said we're fixing this coming week. Oh, and the steering rack broke and the CVs are off. So a lot of damage there for Henko Hansen, but the guys at Westcape Spares will be sorting that out for him. But next up on track is the junior developments. Martin van der Westhuizen out in the number 12 with Janu Kuchlenberg in the number 15 coming out next. And then we've got the gaggle of minis behind them.
Well, Emma Lecrancy has already had one victory. I think she'll fancy possibly winning this one as well. JD de Toy right in there behind her. But it's, wow, the two big guns are going to be standing at the front. Willem van der Merwe Jr. and van der Westhuizen Jr. Then Kuchlenberg, and alongside Kuchlenberg is another very, very quick motor car as well in Jaco Jacobs. So Emma Lecrancy, the highest point scorer. And then look at that, it is Sassy Lassie that's on the front row of the grid with the minis as well. Now she likes the harder surface with more grip. It somehow just seems to suit her driving style. JD de Toy is right in there as well on the second row of the grid. Van der Westhuizen in there behind that, the two Cope twins as well. So here we go. Frankie, take them off the line.
Right, this is the junior finals. The Wamsa flag goes down and away we go. As they run down into turn number 1. MJ van der Westhuizen on the inside. Wema van der Merwe on his outside. Jaco Jacobs coming through right behind them. We have got Janu Kuchlenberg down the back line. Here comes Emma Lecrancy. She's sitting in P5, but P1 in class. With JD de Toy right in there. He goes a touch high. And that might open the gap there for Grant van der Westhuizen. Then Brandon Cope coming through. Right behind Brandon Cope, Alonso Picard, Peter Lecrancy. And at the back of the field, it's Bradley Cope.
Well, trailing a bit of smoke there is Emma Lecrancy, my guest at Second Gear Talk Show on Thursday night. I must say, a very respectful young lass. Super chuffed for her doing so well here tonight. But don't count out Grant van der Westhuizen, the JD de Toy, and the first of the Cope twins right in there as well.
Right down the back by now, moving up into third, is Janu Kuchlenberg, the 911 Golf of Jaco Jacobs, not sounding very healthy at all as it comes past us. Yeah, it's breaking down as Emma Lecrancy leads the B-class minis into turn number 1. Behind her, it's Grant van Skalkwyk, followed there by JD de Toy and Brandon Cope. Down the back lane, those 4 minis go now. They've been chased there by Alonso Picard, Peter Lecrancy, and at the tail end of the field, Bradley Cope.
Bradley definitely just doesn't have the power underfoot. He drives it very neatly, but Bradley's motor definitely just not on the same pace as Brandon's motor. So I think if they had to swap cars, you'd find they would be exactly where the other one is right now. It's just the car that's making the difference between the two of them. Jana Kuchlenberg having all his days with Jaco Jacobs. That's got a bit of a misfire, but up front, what an amazing battle that's going on with Van der Westhuizen Jr. and Van der Merwe Jr.
Right, working their way out of turn 2, right up against the wall. He's MJ Van der Westhuizen. Werner Jr., Weerma Jr. thought that he might have had a go there, but he gets it all wrong himself. He loses 2, 3, 4 car positions. Oh, Emma Lagranci has made a right royal mess of that one. She was leading the mini. She drops down to P4 in the mini class. Oh, she's in a lot of trouble, right up against the wall. She has overdone it and got it all wrong there, Emma Lagranci, which means that the minis has now been led there by Grant van der Westhuizen in P1, second JD de Toy, and third, the 38 of Brandon Cope.
Oh, that looks like it's going to be a maiden victory. Checkered flag coming through there for Van der Westhuizen ahead of Van der Merwe. Then it's going to be Kuchlenberg from, I think Brandon's the next one. No, it's going to be Grant. Here's a maiden victory for Grant. Wow, that's a turn up for the books. Grant van der Westhuizen, a maiden victory ahead of JD de Toy. Then, the Cope car making quite a noise when it came past us. And, Emma Lagranci was going so well. She was well on her way to a class victory, but tends to brake fairly hard going into the corner, then just stomp on the gas. And she picks up a lot of speed, but then battles to come out of the corner. So just a slight change in driving style there, and the Mini's definitely capable of it. There's no doubt about that. Emma Lagranci, to my mind, and Grant coming of age in those Mini class tonight. Right, Francois Smith on pole position. On the outside of that is Leo Lope, Rudy Viljoen. Dashes van Tonder the second in the 444. PR Services car on the outside of that is Theo Loopse. Then we've got Arlen van Villig that's going to pull in behind that. The Wingfield car of Francois Miller. Then it looks like the 88 is going to be pulling up onto the second row of the grid on the outside of Tashius van Tonder. Here comes the 66 RAW Projects car. He'll be on the third row on the inside. And there behind that, Francois Miller in the Wingfield Motors Tigra. The 101 of Peter Himman and Arlen van Villig coming off the back of the pack.
Hodrods in 2.1 uit de baan vir hulle finaal. Met Francois Smith, die man op die palposisie daar aan sy nummer 80 aan sy buitekant, die 242 van Elro Viljoen. Met Tashius van Tonder en JP Duplessis Jr. sy aan sy deur die kuip draai. Die Woomsa vlag wat nou val en weggeslaan. Francois Smith met 'n lekker wegtrek kry daarso met Elro Viljoen wat nog steeds vaskou daar aan sy sy. Hy skuif daar in die tweede posisie in met Van Tonder en dan is dit Alistair Simpson wat 'n lekker wegspringplek gekry daarso en opskuif in die vierde posisie en maar tweede algeheel vir die 2.1's met JP Duplessis Jr. daar agter hulle met Theo Loopse, Francois Miller, Pieter Niemand en Arlen van Willing. Maar aan die voorkant Gary is dit Francois Smith wat besig is om 'n bietjie weg te trek.
Alruvalune doing a lovely job holding on to that second position. The car driver combination's pretty quick, but Tashes van Tonder in the PR Services car in there behind him. Well, they're fighting one another. It just needs a little bit of room for Francois Smith to ride his own race up front. The 66 car in there behind that. RAW Projects, Alistair Simpson holding off the likes of JP Jr. JP Jr. not really been able to get to the front of this pack at all. And Theo Lopes in there behind him.
Now Francois Miller pulling off the circuit there in the Wingfield Motors car, but Francois Smith leads this one with the Dashes van Tonder now up into P2 in the Titan Tools Audi 444. Behind him now, the rotary powered Corsa of El Rufillion in P3. Then we've got the 66 of Alistair Simpson in P4 coming out the pit corner now with JP Plessis Jr. not having the night that he's accustomed to down there behind Simpson. And then we've got Theo Loubser. But Gary, slowly but surely, Dashes van Tonder busy catching Francois Smith.
Well, surprisingly, Tashes van Tonder caught Francois Smith very, very quickly. Was it Smith that was going a bit slower, or was it just the fact that Van Tonder got released from behind El Rufillion? El Rufillion fast enough to stay ahead of the RAW Projects car of Alistair Simpson, who's fast enough to stay ahead of South African and club champion in the 1660s, JP Jr., who's fast enough to stay ahead of the ever-improving Theo Loubser. 3 more laps to go. Tashes van Tonder's having a look, trying to come up on the inside of Francois Smith. Runs it right up towards the wall, hard on the brakes as they go down into the pit corner.
It's Hot Rod versus 2.1 modified. The might of the 2.1s taking on the top scorer of the Hot Rods up in front with Francois Smith. Dashes van Tonder side by side. Into Valentine corner they go. Who's going to get the better drag down the back straight? It's Van Tonder. Dashes van Tonder pulling the lead there. And contact between Smith and Van Tonder as El Rufillion and everybody else just misses them coming out of the pit corner. Racing continues as it's a very unhappy Francois Smith and Dashes van Tonder, but that's now given the lead to El Rufillion, Alistair Simpson and Theo Loubser in third.
Oh, that turns everything completely upside down in this race. The front 2 contenders spinning out like that, and that makes El Rufillion the leader in this class. So Leo Lurpy leads them out. Then it is Alistair Simpson in the RAW Projects car. Then it is Theo Loubser in the Theo sponsored car, and then the Paving Friend and Quick Fit sponsored car of JP Jr. Checkered flag coming out there for Leo Lurpy. He wins it. Alistair Simpson second, Theo coming through in third, JP coming through in fourth, Francois coming through in fifth, and Tashes van Tonder coming through in that 6th position. Well, is that not a turn up for the books? Not what we expected, not what they expected, not what anybody at home expected. The 2 top guns making light contact, but they were on the very, very limit. I think that's purely just a racing incident. The lightest of touches turned them both sideways, and that just opened the doors for El Rufillion.
Right, here we go with the V8s and the heavy metal finals. Heavy metals sponsored by Discount Boards, and the 8 cylinders by Escapia Bouwcontracteurs. And we say a big thanks to all our sponsors, especially Titan Tools, the main sponsor for today's race event. The 3 V8s will start in front, and a bit of a gap, then we'll have the heavy metals in pole position. In the heavy metal class, it will be Wemer van der Merwe. He's the man that's in pole, the FC, and pole position for the V8s is JJ de Wet.
JJ de Wet en JD Trieter wat dadelijk al van die lijn afspring met de Wet wat daar in die eerste positie inspring. Dan zijn die heavy metals van Wemer van der Merwe, gevolgd door Willie Germeshuis, dan ons vir Tolla Truski, Hendrik Vos, Leon de Swart, Gerdus van der Westhuizen, Pieter Heeman en Hendrik Vos Jr. Maar die manne wat hier beklein die voorkant is nou JD Trieter wat die voortou het in die nummer 6, gevolgd door die 43 daar van JJ de Wet en die 26 van Roger Youngs in die derde positie.
Working their way down the back main, the V8 leaders is JD Trieter, followed there by JJ de Wet and Roger Youngs. Right behind them, first and second in the heavy metal category. That is Wemer van der Merwe and Willie Germeshuis as they head down into turn number 1. Out of turn number 1, the two of them come now. Pia 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 in the heavy metals going down the back main. Their group's been led there by the Ford Sierra of Tolla Truski, sitting there on Tolla's outside. He's a 99 boxy BMW of Hendrik Vos. The two of them have been chased down there by the Ford Sierra of Leon de Swart, Gerdus van der Westhuizen, and the number 20 Discount Boards BMW of Pieter Heeman.
Ja, Pieter Heeman en nummer 20 wat bietjie wyd hardloop uit die uitgang daar van die Kuip draai. Maar aan die voorkant die V8 manne wat redelik gesettel is in hulle posisies. Die nummer 6 van JD Trieter en dan ons vir JJ de Wet en Roger Youngs. Youngs het baie druk van daar van die SA1 BMW van Wemer van der Merwe af. Van der Merwe wat nie reis vir posisie daar nie, maar hy weet ek kan nie te lank agter Roger Youngs bly nie, want die haastige nummer 100 BMW van Willie Germeshuis is besig om al nader en nader te kruip daar aan hom met Tolla Truski in die derde posisie en Hendrik Vos wat baie wyd moet duik.
Down the back main goes your leader into the Wyntuin corner. That's a number 7, or should I say the number 6 up front there, and that is your leader, JD Trieter. JJ de Wet sits in second position, third and leading the heavy metal class. The man with SA1, the boxy BMW of Wemer van der Merwe. Behind him is the V8 of Roger Youngs, and be closing up on the back of Roger Youngs, the number 100 BMW of Willie Germeshuis. Then behind them, working their way out of turn 2, Leon de Swart heading towards the wall there with a Sapphire, but ahead of him is the leading Ford Sierra. That's Tolla Truski being pressurized there by Hendrik Vos. Down the back main they go. Pieter Heeman, Gerdus van der Westhuizen, and they are now getting away there from the Sapphire of Leon de Swart.
Ja, Leon de Swart wat daar so probleempie opgetel het, maar nou is dit Hendrik Vos Jr. wat bietjie moeilikheid kry daar van die 108 BM af as die voorste manne besig is om hulle in te haal. Daar so JD Trieter wat vassit daar agter Vos Jr. met JJ de Wet wat nou op sy hakke is en saam met hulle die voorlopers daar van die heavy metals. Wemer van der Merwe, die wit vlag is uit. Dit is die laaste ronde, maar is Trieter wat 'n fout maak en JJ de Wet glip deur en ligte kontak daar tussen JD Trieter en Wemer van der Merwe, maar hulle gaan deurkom om die geruite vlag te kom kry hierso. Gaan Wemer van der Merwe deurglip of gaan JJ de Wet hom hou? Dis JJ de Wet in die eerste plek, JD Trieter wat tweede klaarmaak en Roger Youngs in die derde plek vir die V8s. En dan Wemer van der Merwe eerste en Willie Germeshuis wat kontak maak met die muur na die geruite vlag in die tweede plek, gevolg daar deur Tolla Truski en Pieter Heeman, Hendrik Vos, Gerdus van der Westhuizen, Leon de Swart. Dan het ons daar vir die 108 van Michael wat hier deurkom en dan Hendrik Vos Jr. in die 43.
Right, folks, just remember as we head towards the end of this one, we'll go through the calendar up until the end of March. Next weekend, the 6th, the reopening after 18 years, or I think it's probably 17 or 18 years of the Vescus Oval in Saldanha. And that's going to be absolutely amazing. Gary Fleming, FC Nieuwert, and myself will be at that one. Then the 13th, we go to the KPL Drivers. And then on the 20th, it's the main circuit nationals at Killarney International Raceway. And then on the 27th, we come right back here again to Mega Oval in Worcester. Also on the 6th, together with the race event at Vescus, there is a pretty decent biggie happening at the Red Rock Raceway, Oudtshoorn Motor Club. That's going to be pretty decent as well. So that's the calendar dates that we have got up until the end of March. Well, this is it, the final race of the event. This is the 1660 Summer Slam Final. So wherever you find yourself sitting at home watching this one, this is what it's all about. The finals of the 1660 Summer Slam. And we're going to get ready for a blast out there. Francois Engelbrecht is a man that's in pole position. Sitting on his outside is Tertius van Tonder. Tertius the third. He's a young gun, sits in there behind him. Then it's Arno Hougaard. On Arno's outside, Jackie Duplessis Jr. Gavin Fleming sits on the inside row. On Gavin's outside, it looks like the 96. Yes, it is, of Chris Etzebeth. Then behind them, it's the 82 of Francois van Rijn. And Dirk Binneman sitting there on his outside. Tristan Bland and Nicholas van Tonder. And the last two cars, Adrian de Geers and Richard Monda.
That car of Jackie Duplessis has basically been built in a week. They Dirk Bosman and JP Duplessis.
Yeah, but JP Duplessis did not finish that second race or the previous race, and I don't know if you're going to see that 88 Opel Kadett come out on the track for this one. I'm not quite sure where Turkey Bosman is.
But Joe, as I was saying, the number 9 car of Jacques Duplessis basically having been built in a week.
Have you all forgot about Kosie Weyers?
Clock of the course telling all of them, I'm keeping my eye on you. You better behave. As Francois Engelbrecht is the man leading them out there. Highest point scorer for the evening. Number 61 on his outside. The 444 of Tertius van Tonder. Behind them, Kosie Weyers and Tertius van Tonder the third. Arno Hougaard, Jacques Duplessis, Gavin Fleming. And then whole gaggle of cars behind them. The Women's flag goes down and away they go. It is Tertius van Tonder that dives into that corner first ahead of Francois Engelbrecht. Along with him is Kosie Weyers, but Weyers runs wide. And through comes Hougaard and Tertius van Tonder the third. All of them on the inside there of Kosie Weyers as a whole bunch of dust gets kicked up there coming into the pit corner.
Out of turn number 2, they come now racing down into turn number 1. It is Tertius van Tonder that sits out there in P1. I'm watching a bit further down. Gavin Fleming moves up on the inside of Chris Etzebeth. He muscles him to the outside. Down the back line they go. Van Tonder in P1. Engelbrecht sits out there in second. Arno Hougaard is there in third. Then it's Tertius van Tonder the third. That's right in there. Behind Kosie Weyers and right in there on his inside is Jockey Jr. Behind Jockey Jr. and Van Tonder the third is Gavin Fleming right in there. He's Chris Etzebeth down the back line they go. Van Rijn is there and right on the case of Van Rijn is Tristan Bland.
Ja, Tristan Bland wat ook nog daarin het sit, maar op die stadium van die strijd is er die 444 van Tertius van Tonder aan die voorkant van die pak wat wegtrek van Laaf met Francois Engelbrecht wat sit daar in die tweede posisie. Kosie Weyers word nou verlos en hy het nou 'n geleentheid daar om vir Engelbrecht te gaan jaag. Daar in die derde plek met Hougaard in die vierde posisie met die bloue Exa daar van Jacques Duplessis in die vyfde posisie. Gevolg deur Tertius van Tonder die derde, Gavin Fleming, Francois van Rijn, Tristan Bland, Chris Etzebeth, Adrian de Geers en Nicholas van Tonder.
Well, down the back main goes Kwesi Weyers. He goes and sits on the outside of Francois Engelbrecht. That's a fight there for second and third, working the way out of the pit corner. Heading down into 2-1, into turn 1. Look at this gaggle of cars making its way down the home straight and into turn number 1. That group has been led there by Tassus van Tonder the third, and he's been pressurized there by Gavin Fleming. Fleming was all over the back of him with Francois van Rijn in the mix as well, right behind them with Tristan Bland and Chris Etzebeth. It's a hell of a fight in that mid-pack heading down into turn 1.
Klomp posisies wat verander in hierdie wedren. Kwesi Weyers het verby. Francois Engelbrecht gekom daar en sit nou in die tweede posisie. Hy moet nou vir Tertius van Tonder gaan jaag daar in die Titan Tools Ford Fiesta. Engelbrecht sit in die derde plek met Jacques du Plessis wat nou op is aan die vierde posisie toe met Hougaard. Van Tonder die derde, Fleming, Van Rijn, Bland, Etzebeth. Dan is dit vir Nicholas van Tonder, Adrian de Gees, Dirk Binneman en Richard Monder wat hier in die agterkant van die veld deurbeweeg. Maar hierdie man aan die voorkant, niemand gaan hom nou binnekort vang nie. Tensy Kwesi Weyers haas uit die hoed uit kan trek.
Well, let's have a look and see how many laps are left. I can't see the leaderboard from here. Van Tonder in P1, Weyers in P2. Will the gap remain the same? Or will Weyers close up on him? Somebody's popping and sputtering, going down into turn number 1. That might be Nicholas van Tonder. That's pulling off onto the infield. So his race has done and dusted. Right behind Van Tonder, behind Weyers and Engelbrecht, we've got Jockey Jr. Then behind Jockey Jr. there's a hell of a fight going on there involving Arne Hougaard. Behind him it's Tassus the third. Francois van Rijn has moved up on the inside. Gavin Fleming sitting on his outside. Fleming sits right there on the outside. Will he drive around him? Tristan Bland has been pressurized there by Chris Etzebeth as an old pack runs down into pit corner.
Ja, Francois van Rijn en Gavin Fleming bezig om haar te beklei daarso met Tristan Bland wat ook nader kruip en Chris Etzebeth wat deel wil raak van daai geveg. Maar aan die voorkant is dit Tertius van Tonder wat hier deurkom. Walter Kwesi Weyers wat aan die buitekant deurglip is. Die wit vlag wat uit is. Die laaste ronde vir Van Tonder. Weyers, Engelbrecht, Du Plessis. Arno Hougaard wat hier deurkom, gevolgd Van Tonder die derde. En probleme vir Tristan Bland as Chris Etzebeth hier deurkom. Maar die geruite vlag wat gaan val vir julle kampioen van die aand. Tertius van Tonder. Gevolgd deur Kwesi Weyers in die tweede plek. Derde gaan aan die 61 Paulo van Francois Engelbrecht, gevolgd deur die nommer 9 van Jacques du Plessis Jr. 87 Arno Hougaard kom volgende deur, gevolgd deur Tertius van Tonder die derde, Francois van Rijn, Gavin Fleming, Tristan Bland, Chris Etzebeth, gevolgd deur Adrian de Gees en dan Dirk Binneman.
Well, what a final in the 1660s. Brilliant stuff out there, sponsored by, get my paperwork sorted out, Bessie Bester Transport in Brackenfell. Your 1660 SummerSlam champion for 2021 is none other than the Ford Fiesta Titan Tools Racing of the ever popular multiple SA champion, Mr. Tassus van Tonder himself, with Kwesi Weyers coming home in second. And I know they're going to count the points, but he was up front. I'm almost certain, unofficially, let's put it that way.
Unofficially, but
unofficially,
you're forgetting one thing. Yes, they were racing for the SummerSlam title tonight, but they were also racing with a lot of prize money on the line for the Tar versus Dirt 1660 challenge. And if I remember correctly, Tertius finished second at CHD. Last week.
Yes, he did. You're quite
right. And now
right.
he wins this round over here. So very much unofficially once again, possibly your Tar versus Dirt 1660 challenge champion as well.
And your 1660 SummerSlam champion. But as FC and myself say, that is all unofficial at this point in time. I'm going to hand over to Gary Fleming to say his final goodbyes. People, it's been what a hell of a race event. Hope you guys at home that watched the live stream were up off your seats watching this one. This race event was brilliant. Next weekend, Weskus, Oudtshoorn as well next weekend. The 13th KPL Drivers, the 20th. We have got that big national at Kalani Main Circuit, the Extreme Festival. And then on the 27th, we come right back here for the next round at Mega Oval. From myself, Frank Guinness, keep safe, look after yourselves, and bye-bye everybody.
Yeah, I might be taking a bit of a road trip in March as well up to Oudtshoorn and George when Tygerberg Raceway goes on tour with the late models and all of that. The Friday evening, I think that's the 19th? 19th, the Friday at Oudtshoorn Motor Club, and then the 20th, the Saturday over at George Motor Club. So I'll be making a tour down to that area for that tour. We've started chatting with Dirk and the people there in the SWD region, so we go and visit them up there in Oudtshoorn and George.
I think that's going to be a great one. We're going to be down at Killarney for the national event, all the national classes that's going to be there on the 20th. But anyway, all the folks at home, thanks very much for joining us. Thanks very much for your support for Kleinplasie, and it's really very much appreciated. We will come back to you next week, Saturday, from the West Coast. 16 years down the line since we were last there. There will be live streaming from there as well. Pick up the latest information Tuesday nights and on Thursday nights, 8 o'clock, Second Gear Talk Show. We'll be doing a preview on what's going to be happening this Saturday, and definitely not one to be missed. From my side, Gary Fleming, drive home safely, and good night to you, one and all. And in closing, well done, Gavin Fleming. Proud of you, boy. Well done.
Ja, van my kant af FC Nuwe, het was lekker geweest om saam met julle te kuier. Baie dankie aan al ons beamptes, die dames wat die punte vir ons gehou het hierso, en dan natuurlik die mense van die live streaming ook baie dankie aan julle, en aan al ons beamptes wat hard gewerk het daar op die binnebaan, in die kuipe en oral vandag. Ons sê vir julle baie dankie. Van my kant af FC Nuwe, veilig huis toe ry. Goeienaand.